For 6 long months, this room has been my prison. I tried to escape, but my courage failed me. The problem runs deeper than my shattered legs. I struggled, but it was hopeless. The ones responsible, those damned awakened. For some reason, certain people awaken special abilities, but 24 hours later, they are ripped from this world and sent to another. To this day, very few have ever returned alive. You have to survive 1 year in that hell to come back, and time there flows 10 times slower than on Earth. Because of this, some bastards, upon awakening, use their last 24 hours to unleash chaos. Since they're heading to a world where they'll probably die, they decide to live out a real-life bloodbath right here on Earth. One of those monsters did just that. In the chaos, my parents were killed, and my legs were crushed. Now, 6 months later, the system has appeared for me too. A cold blue window appeared, declaring my awakened ability was Avatar, and in 24 hours, I would be teleported. I can't even walk. I'll be dead within minutes in that other world. How could I possibly survive 10 years there reluctantly? I dressed in what I could. This was a death sentence. I couldn't go. But then, an idea sparked in my mind. What about my ability? Could it be useful, focusing with all my might? I activated Avatar, and a clone of me materialized in front of my eyes. It was disorienting. My consciousness was split between my own body and his. Seeing the world from 2 perspectives at once made me dizzy, and a timer ticking down from 5 minutes only fueled my panic. But then I looked at my clone, and a truly diabolical idea took root. If he's a perfect copy, isn't he also me? What if I send him to the other world instead? Without weighing the morality of it, I shoved my clone toward the shimmering portal. To my utter shock, it worked. The clone was dragged through, but the moment he arrived, our senses were still linked. The confusion was overwhelming. My head throbbed as I saw both worlds at once. Terrified by the sensation, I instinctively severed the connection and unsummoned the clone. And just like that, the feeling vanished. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up everything. I had escaped that world. It was a miracle. I summoned my avatar again. He reappeared, a perfect copy of me. But what good was this ability if I couldn't even control 2 bodies at once? Just then, a notification appeared that left me stunned. The system declared I had completed the mission of returning to Earth alone, without using the Karma Shop. A new achievement was unlocked. I could now use a dimensional portal to travel to the other world once a day. I was officially the awakened who had returned to Earth in the shortest time in history. And my reward, nearly 2 million karma points. This currency is earned based on your impact in the other world, for good or for evil. If I became a celebrated hero, I'd earn karma. If I became a feared villain, I'd also earn karma. But did my victory break the rules? Did the system register my clone's disappearance as a successful return? I didn't care. It's not like I cheated on purpose. I decided to explore the Karma Shop. An enhancement ability caught my eye, and it only cost 10,000 points. I was rich. The status I chose was Recovery. The moment I activated it, I felt a powerful reaction deep within my body. Not there. Lower. My useless legs. They began to ache, then tingle, then regenerate with blinding speed. The very reason for my imprisonment was being healed. They weren't just healed, they felt stronger than ever. High on my victory, I dove back into the shop. I decided to evolve my avatar ability. My clone reappeared, looking sharper and more defined. But the best part? Our consciousness was now completely separate. He was a true clone, ready to obey my every command. And even better, I no longer felt his pain. My first order, "You're my new maid," but it got even more incredible. I could now create 2 clones. These guys needed names. I'm terrible with names. And I like ketchup, so the first clone will be Hans, and clone number 2 will be Hines. Their work begins now. One will venture into the other world to explore, while the other cleans the house and trains his body. As for me, I have the most important job of all, using my clone's body to finally overcome my trauma. The moment Hines stepped outside into the sunlight, I felt no anxiety, no fear. It had to be a passive skill of the Avatar the Mind Core. Each clone had its own abilities. Now, let's check in on Hans in the other world. A wild beast had already caught his scent, seeing him as an easy meal.
The panther lunged with blinding speed, and all I had was a small sword. I'm no fighter, but it's much easier to battle when it's not your own body on the line. After a desperate struggle, Hans managed to bring down the panther.
As he recovered his strength, he spotted a village nearby. There, a bald man named Malcolm introduced himself as the village chief. He welcomed the traveler with open arms. He remarked that the young man must be strong to travel alone, offering him a place to rest for the night. As they walked, the old man's questions revealed that my clone was an otherworldly visitor. Hans gratefully accepted the room he was offered. After being locked away for 6 months, he was just happy to talk to someone. But as he slept, a dark figure crept into the room. Back on Earth. By the way, my real name is Seong Hyun. I was celebrating my new life, eating my fill while Hines trained to his limits next door. But when I tried to check on Hans in the other world, I felt nothing. The connection was severed. My avatar was dead. But how? He was in a safe village. All of my avatar's stats flooded back into me, and with them, his final memories. It was the old man. His kindness was a facade. Then, the impossible happened. As I focused on my dead avatar, I managed to reconnect. Back in that world, old Malcolm stood over the body, lamenting that this adventurer was just a normal person. He had only survived the forest at night through sheer luck. His power level was barely that of an elite skeleton. When I reconnected, I discovered the horrifying truth. Malcolm hadn't just killed Hans, he'd turned him into an undead. My avatar was now a skeleton, forced to serve him, just like countless others in this crypt. All of them must have been adventurers he deceived. One of the men from the tavern entered the room and stared directly at Hans's skeletal form. For a moment, I thought he'd noticed something, but the man just ordered the skeleton to join the others. A strange magical force compelled Hans's body to obey. I knew I could resist, but revealing myself now would be a fatal mistake. My clone's new mana affinity ability allowed me to feel the magic controlling him and begin to understand it. Hans could feel it. He could learn to control this power. After a week of secret training as an undead, he finally mastered the basics of the necromancer's magic. He took control of one of the other undead. It was clumsy at first. Hans could only move one at a time. He spotted a rat scurrying nearby and, after a week of failed attempts, finally managed to capture the creature. He killed the rat and raised it as a zombie. With this new familiar, he could finally leave the crypt and explore. Taking a vigilant position, his new spy, Alfred, prepared for his mission. He soon observed a man complaining about having to check on something for the old man. The man unlocked a heavy padlock. Through Alfred's eyes, Hans wondered what could be hidden in that second warehouse. Seizing the opportunity, Alfred darted inside the newly opened building. Inside, the tiny creature felt an overwhelming presence and questioned what it could be. Through Alfred, Hans knew it was far too dangerous to approach. Outside, one man praised another's work and asked when the maturation process would begin. His companion complained, "I feel my life force being sucked away every time I go out, and the master is stuck in there day after day." He questioned why they were protecting the village so heavily, wondering who could possibly invade them. Observing them, Alfred put the pieces together. What he saw earlier must be a fragment of the Immortal King. He thanked them for the intel, wondering where else to find information. He shifted his focus to the village chief's location. Alfred's body dissolved into pure shadow. Diving into a shadow on the floor, he moved unseen. Malcolm paused, sensing something, but dismissed it as just a rat. Then, Alfred emerged from a shadow in the room. Malcolm's eyes widened in shock. He was caught. He instantly recognized the animal as an undead, teeming with dark mana. He wondered if the rat had become undead naturally due to the mana. Alfred suddenly fell to the ground, his shadowy form dissipating. Malcolm noted that this was the only place overflowing with such dark mana. Turning to his men, he demanded, "Who was on warehouse duty today? He is called Master." Alfred's lifeless body lay on the floor, and through Hans, I made a solemn vow. I will get revenge for him. "Alfred," Hans whispered, "watch over me from above." The scene shifts to an overview of the village. A man storms out of a building, cursing that a rat managed to escape and blaming the old man. Pointing at an undead, he orders, "Get in line." "You're out of place." He stomps his foot, calling them idiotic things. Then he punches another undead squarely in the face, roaring again, "Get in line!" The aggressor freezes, surprised by the reaction of the skeleton he just struck. He grabs its skull, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. What do we have here? The man recognizes him as the new adventurer who rebelled, and reminds him of the threat he made against his family. "Speak!" He challenged the creature before him. A flicker of memory. "Ah, that's right. I cut out its tongue." He slammed the undead's head down, bored with the game. Then, a cruel smile spread across his face. Remembering the glorious hunt for those wretched villagers, the undead on the ground let out a silent scream. The man jeered, "Rejoice! You're with your wife again." He pointed to the line of captured souls, but as he prattled on about families and children, the old undead shot forward and seized him. In an instant, teeth sank deep into his arm. The man's arrogance shattered. "What's wrong with you?" He roared at the creature. "Stop, you damned thing!" Dark energy began to swirl in his palm. But a second undead emerged from the shadows, clamping a hand over his mouth. He struggled, but he was trapped. The old one's grip tightened, breaking the bone. From the heart of the horde, Hans watched it all unfold. As he lifted his gaze, the victim's retribution had begun. Hines pleaded with the guards, his voice filled with desperation. "My younger brother is still in that village." A guard blocked his path, but he demanded to see the chief. Just then, a figure approached from behind. "What is all this commotion?" "I am Malcolm, the village chief," he declared, stunning the guards. Hines quickly offered a greeting. The chief eyed him suspiciously, asking who he was. Hines explained urgently, "My twin brother, Hans. I know he's somewhere here." At that very moment, Hans slipped through a dimensional gate. Having two bodies certainly had its advantages. He entered the underground chamber with ease, while Hines distracted the old man outside. He held the prize in his hand. The Immortal King's fragment pulsed with immense power. He realized it wasn't absorbing the undead's energy, it was connecting with it, filling a void within itself. His eyes scanned the other undead trapped in the chamber. These ones, they were all powerful, a far cry from the misfits he controlled before. "This fragment looks disgusting," he muttered to himself. Pressing it against his chest, he thought, "Let's see just how bad it tastes." A cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted from his body, outside. Hines tried to explain to a skeptical Malcolm. "We're twins," he said, tapping his own head. "We can always feel where the other is." The chief scoffed at the ridiculous story. But suddenly, Malcolm's face went pale with terror. "Something's wrong with the fragment," he shrieked. He pointed a trembling finger. "Kill this idiot now." As a shadowy power surged forward, the guards moved on Hines. "You bastard." But in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The guards stared in disbelief. Where did he go? Deep below, Hans was drowning in a storm of negative thoughts. He clutched his head as the raw energy tore through him. Even filtered by his mind core, the pressure was immense. Could anyone endure this without going insane? Then, all the accumulated power detonated at once. Then, a system window appeared. The entity has met all requirements and will now evolve. He had become a demonic immortal wizard. His rank was amplified by the Immortal King's fragment. A new skill was acquired, malignant wisdom, granting unparalleled talent in dark magic. Elsewhere, a man cursed under his breath. "That imbecile Jeffy has made a complete mess." Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. "You're the idiot here." The man bowed his head. "Master, stop your useless chatter and check the fragment," the voice commanded. He obeyed instantly, shouting from the window, "Jeffy, check the fragment, quickly." Rushing to the cell door, he yelled again, "Do you hear me?" A blinding light exploded from within the chamber, throwing him back. He screamed Jeffy's name again, but was cut short by the sound of a footstep before him. Then, countless undead hands erupted from the darkness. Grabbing him, Hans emerged, surrounded by his new legion. He offered a casual greeting. "A beautiful day, isn't it?" The man's face twisted in pure shock and terror. How can that thing be real and talking?
He desperately tried to break free, shoving the undead away. He unleashed a powerful spell. Back to hell with you. But the magic simply fizzled out, having no effect. The man could only stare in horror. Hans slowly approached with his followers. That's a rather rude way to greet someone. He examined the dark magic swirling in his own hand. Perhaps this is the power of malignant wisdom. He understood instantly. Just by looking at dark magic, he knew how to master it. In the distance, a massive explosion rocked the village.
With a single step forward, Hans gave his command. "My children of death, advance." His voice was cold and absolute. "Let no one escape. Kill every human in this village." Under his orders, the horde surged forward, spreading destruction.
Hans pointed at a fallen corpse, a question on his lips. But Malcolm appeared, wreathed in a powerful aura. "You should have remained an elite skeleton," he seethed. He revealed his true form, Elder Marcos Giocali. "What have you done with the Immortal King's fragment?" Hans stared back, unfazed. "It has been a while. Do you remember me?" He gestured to his chest. "Thanks to you, I lost my heart. But I took a new one from your mansion."
Marcos roared with fury. "You used the fragment on such a pathetic body. Die!" he screamed, unleashing the Death Finger spell. A beam of pure annihilation shot towards Hans. But Hans simply raised his hand, blocking it effortlessly. It's not polite to attack while someone is talking.
"Silence," Marcos bellowed. "I poured all of my resources into maturing that body."
He lamented his fate, his voice filled with despair. "I was so close to becoming the most powerful being. This cannot end with a mere skeleton becoming a demolish." The elder invoked his next spell. Thorn of Darkness. Hans calmly analyzed the attack. A high-level enchantment for a mere beginner. The thorns struck him squarely. Marcos gloated. "The fragment only worked because I prepared it. Now, I'll destroy your body for my next experiment." He unleashed a new spell, Broken Ectoplasm. Hans easily broke free from the attack. He sighed. "You people and your ridiculous ability names. Just die already, Alfred's enemy." The name caught Marcos by surprise. "Alfred, did you know him? Or did you infiltrate knowing everything?"
Suddenly, the thorns of darkness reversed their course. They turned on their own creator. Marcos cried out as his own spell impaled him. He realized Hans was mastering dark magic far too quickly. Is this the true power of the fragment?
The elder knew he was out of time. He initiated his final gambit, the Pact of Destruction. In another part of the village, a hooded man stabbed his own comrade. The attacker snarled, "What is your problem?" As dark energy bled from the wounded mage, the man screamed as that same energy erupted from his very soul. It spread like a plague to the others around him. Marcos raised a dark crown into the air. "The souls of the dark mages. They are being drained." He placed the artifact on his head. The crown of the broken, and the resting place of death activated. Hans watched with disgust. "You'd sacrifice your own followers just to gain power," Marcos sneered. "The fragment may have protected you, but now you will die by the flame of drained souls." His eyes turned completely black as he was struck by his own dark magic. With Marcos defeated, Hans yawned. "That skill name almost put me to sleep. Let's just finish this." He approached the fallen elder. "But I should thank you. Because of you, I learned dark magic." "To die like this," Marcos lamented. Hans delivered the final blow, sending him to the ground. "Pathetic."
Staring at the lifeless body, he spoke to the air. "Alfred, are you watching? I have avenged you." He then looked up at the moon. "May my little friend finally rest in peace." The scene shifts to a grand castle, shrouded in night. A lone figure prays before a towering statue.
The figure lifts her head, revealing a woman with a shocked expression. She quickly opens the chamber door. "Bishop Martin," she calls out. He greets her respectfully. "You've finished your prayers." "Saint Restar," she says, her voice grave. "Please, contact the others immediately." She delivered the dire news. "I have detected signs of the Immortal King's resurrection. They are coming from the west. The bishop's face paled in absolute horror. Martin scrambled to call an emergency meeting. Rar stared out at the night sky. She remembered the last resurrection, a calamity that plunged the continent into chaos hundreds of years ago. Her expression hardened. I will not allow that to happen again. Surveying the battlefield, Hans noted the heavy losses. His undead troops were decimated. But then he remembered. The best part of being a necromancer is using the dead to replenish your army. First, however, he needed to fix his damaged arm. He spotted a fallen skeleton that seemed sturdy enough. That one looks good, he decided, tearing the arm from the corpse. Hans then activated his super recovery skill. Merging the new limb with his own body, he tested the newly attached arm. Perfect. A cold smile formed on his face. Shall we begin replenishing the troops? Turning to one of the fallen enemy mages, he gave a simple command. Become my subordinate. He channeled his power, guided by malignant wisdom. The Immortal King's fragment amplified the spell. His magic corrupted the lingering power within the corpse. But the process was too strong. It erased the thought fragments, and the skeleton crumbled to dust. Hans stared at the pile of bones, confused. Why isn't this working? His remaining undead legion watched their master in silence. After several more failed attempts, he smirked. All right, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Hans stared down at the corpse of Marcos, already plotting his next move. He prepared to raise the body as an undead and rip the information from its very soul. But as he began the dark ritual, something felt wrong, forcing him to pause, heaving the body up. He made a chilling discovery: the old man was soulless. Etched upon the man's chest was a complex magic circle. So, the soul had been forcibly extracted as a final security measure. He dropped the corpse in disgust, but then a new idea sparked. Even without a soul, this vessel still had its uses. With a new, more sinister plan, he would forge this shell into a high-level undead, a sentient warrior with deadly combat skills. Hans began the twisted process, corrupting the lingering magic within the body. Then, he purged its final thoughts and implanted a brand new ego. The corpse shuddered and rose, reborn as a death sorcerer awaiting its master's command. To Hans's surprise, it possessed not only self-awareness, but also the ability to speak. He named his new creation Malcolm, commanding, "Obey me." A fist to the face shattered its hesitation, and Malcolm finally responded. Yes, Hans noted the creature had no memory of its former life. Perfect. He would ensure its eternal torment was a fresh hell for its past crimes. He called for Malcolm again, who responded instantly. Taking the staff from his new servant, Hans admired its wicked design, positioning himself with the new staff before the mountain of bodies he'd slain. He took a deep breath. Among the carnage, the face of one zombie stood out. He approached, recognizing that specific creature among all the others. He placed his hand on its head, confirming its identity. This was the young man who had killed Jeffy. Turning toward the burning village, he granted them all the mercy of oblivion. Back in his apartment, Han Seong Hyun wished the young man and his family could rest in eternal peace. Satisfied after his meal, he picked up his cell phone and began to browse. He saw the treasure his avatar had unearthed and wondered, what is the price of gold these days? Then he prepared to calculate his total earnings. Suddenly, his avatar. Hans materialized right in front of him, startling him. The skeleton seemed to be glitching, trying to say something. Han Seong Hyun yelled, "System, cancel the avatar." Back in the safety of his room, he tried to calm his racing heart, thinking he'd just had a near-death experience. He pondered his next move and decided he had to upgrade his unique skill first. Opening the karma shop and seeing he'd earned more points than expected, he selected the skill improvement option. A system notification informed him that with his skill's growth, his mental strength had surpassed normal human limits. He acquired the tranquility skill, which would shield his mind from external attacks and stimuli. Han Seong Hyun began putting the gold bars into a bag. He felt a strange calm, even with Hans's presence nearby, realizing the new skill also affected his main body. He found it strange how he always seemed to get the exact skills he needed. He then decided it was time to leave and sell the gold. At the bank, he requested they deposit all the gold into his account, leaving the employees utterly stunned. Han Seong Hyun left the bank, thanking them and wishing them well. He revealed a contingency plan he had hidden Hans within his own shadow using black magic, just in case of an emergency. He'd even placed a mask on the skeleton as a precaution if it needed to be summoned. He concluded that perhaps he was worrying for nothing, but suddenly, an enormous creature smashed a store's display window right behind him. The beast and a masked man cheered, shouting that they'd hit the mega jackpot. The beast man wondered, how was there so much gold in that place? But his partner urged him to run. The man leaped onto the creature's back as they fled the scene together. Han Seong Hyun stepped into the thieves' path, branding them villains and shouting, "Someone report them. These were villains known for using their awakened powers to commit crimes." Han Seong Hyun knew there were guardians meant to protect citizens from people like them. The beast man answered with a direct punch to his face. Thrown to the ground, Han Seong Hyun covered his face as the thieves escaped. He lay there, powerless to stop them. Meanwhile, the masked man celebrated that their plan was working, certain they had time before any guardians arrived. They just needed to find Portal, and the beast man spotted her just ahead, fallen on the ground. The beast man yelled her name, kneeling beside her to wake her up, but the girl just pointed behind them. The duo turned and faced Hans. The beast man growled, "That damn thing isn't a guardian." Preparing his hand for an attack, he knew Han Seong Hyun could do nothing. Hans emerged from the ground, grabbing the villain's legs, but Hans could, and he was ready for battle. A group of men rushed forward, pointing the way. The association guards had finally arrived, shouting that their prey could not escape. Meanwhile, the team reached a warehouse and saw several people collapsed, questioning what had happened. One of them saw a beast man on the ground and assumed someone had already fought the villains and vanished. Another believed the clash was recent, stating that whoever was responsible must still be nearby. The group leader then ordered everyone to search the area. A shadow moved swiftly across the floor of the warehouse, emerging from beneath Han Seong Hyun's feet where he was hiding. Outside, he stretched and expressed his relief. Han Seong Hyun walked down the street, commenting, "It's a good idea to de-stress once in a while." Elsewhere, Hines, Han Seong Hyun's second avatar, was celebrating enthusiastically. Gazing at a castle's gates, he announced, "I've finally arrived." Hines confirmed to himself that old Malcolm hadn't been lying about this city. Standing before the gate, he declared, "This is my debut in the new world." But upon entering the city, he noticed something was deeply wrong. He wondered, why is this place so empty? Looking ahead, he realized there were no entry checks, and no one cared about strangers. A man told a child, "I warned you." The child begged for just a little more time. The man then turned to a young woman, reminding her, "You have 3 days to pay 2 silver coins, or there will be no other choice." Hines watched the situation unfold, but decided, "It's none of my business." However, as he passed, he accidentally bumped into the young woman. She immediately bowed, apologizing over and over, until he called out to her. "Do you know this city well?" he asked. "I need a guide." The girl looked up, surprised, asking, "Who are you?" Showing 2 coins. Hines introduced himself. "I am your future boss." Offering the money, he suggested, "Let's discuss the terms of your employment." Later, the young woman, Dawn, pointed to an inn, assuring him, "It's one of the best places for you to stay." She introduced him to the owner, Diana, and asked, "Do you like it?" Hines handed a coin to Dawn and told her, "Look for me when you wake up tomorrow." Lying in bed, Hines mused that Dawn would be his guide, deciding to see the situation as a good deed. Outside the inn, he decided it was finally time to sleep. But in the room, he complained that the bed was so uncomfortable he couldn't rest, and let out a sneeze. He then heard another sneeze from outside and wondered what that was. Looking out the window, Hines was shocked by what he saw. Dawn was sitting outside and wished him good night. He was completely confused as to why she was waiting for him at dawn. The next morning, during their meal, he informed her, "You don't need to wait for me so early anymore." She agreed excitedly, and he reprimanded her. "Don't call me Aussie." He then pointed to her food, asking, "Aren't you going to eat?" He offered her more in case she was still hungry. Thanking him, Dawn accepted the food with a bright smile. As they walked, she explained, "This city is called Azanthu. Located on the west side of the Thalia kingdom, Hines observed that it looked like any common medieval town. However, a strange symbol spread everywhere caught his attention. Touching the mark on a wall, he realized it wasn't paint. It was blood. The girl seemed uncertain, and he then remembered something that happened the night before. Turning to Dawn, Hines asked, "Did you eat deer soup?" The girl confirmed, surprised that he knew. With a mysterious smile, he explained, "I have a very good sense of smell." He changed the subject and asked about the symbol. Dawn revealed, "It's the emblem of the Veralac organization." Hines paused for a moment, letting that name sink in. Suddenly, he stopped and commented on a new scent, making the girl curious. She asked, "What did you smell just now?" Excited, Dawn responded, "I smelled freshly baked bread. You have to try it." Even as he reminded her they just ate, she ran ahead, saying, "There's always room for more." The wind blew through a dark, silent alley. Someone was dragged into the shadows, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. A few days later, Hines waited for Dawn, noting she had never been late before. Just then, the men he'd seen earlier approached him. Their leader said, "We want to have a chat with you." Hines extended a handful of coins and offered them. "It's not much," he stated, "but I hope it helps maintain public order." Hines then noticed the same symbol he'd seen on the walls hanging around one of the men's necks. He then remembered Dawn's warning, "Don't loiter in the alleys and get out of the city." A memory surfaced, and he heard one of the men ask, "Why did they take that little child?" Connecting the pieces, he realized they might have captured Dawn. Hines turned and shouted, "Wait!" He had decided to intervene, his fist clenching tight. The young man approached, saying, "I'm curious about something." But Dawn suddenly appeared, calling out to him and making him look for Diana. The thugs sneered. "What's our little friend so curious about?" But he cut them off, his voice dripping with ice. "Was the silver I gave you enough?" He then held up an empty pouch. "Because you took every last coin." Hines's gaze then fell upon Dawn, his tone sharp. "You're late. You'll go without food." But she interrupted, her voice cracking with desperation. "My little brother, he's gone," the girl explained frantically. "The food was helping him get better, but now I can't find him anywhere." In that instant, Hines recalled the thug's conversation about taking a child. He asked grimly, "Was it Veraloc?" Dawn confirmed through her tears. "I heard them talking. They took a child." He tried to reassure her. "If they ask for a ransom, I'll pay it." But she screamed back, "My brother Aaron will die. It's blood they want, not money." Startled, Hines held her steady. "Why would they want blood?" Dawn's voice dropped to a terrified whisper. "This city is a feeding ground for vampires." Elsewhere, a mysterious figure sensed a powerful disturbance. The air reeked of dark mana. Perched on a rooftop, he mused. An internal conflict over the Immortal King's fragment. He sighed in annoyance, and here I was, planning to take it once it had fully matured. The vampire smirked. "I don't know who won the struggle, but I know exactly where they went." A predatory glint appeared in his eyes. "This won't take long at all." Meanwhile, Hines demanded answers about the vampires, and a shadowy presence confirmed their existence in the city. Dawn explained that every organization, even Veralac, was a front for the vampires. She sobbed, saying that even if you escape the city walls, no one ever truly gets away. The girl despaired, lamenting that they were just trying to survive, one day at a time. In the end, she was convinced they would both die here. That's when Hines grabbed her face, his voice a thunderclap. "Snap out of it!" He stated that they were running out of time. "Do you know where they might have taken your brother?" Dawn stared at him, unable to believe he would actually help her. She pleaded, "It's too dangerous to go alone," but he simply replied, "Don't worry about it." Hines declared that he was an expert in making idiots suffer, as he began his mission to save the unfortunate girl. Inside a grimy tavern, a thug slammed a pile of coins on the table, going all in. His partner asked where he got the cash. He boasted about shaking down some tourist earlier that day. Just then, the tavern door exploded off its hinges. The man shot to his feet, roaring, "Who the hell are you?" His partner's eyes widened in recognition. It's the tourist we robbed. Came back to donate more. Have you? Another thug mocked him, asking if he was there to make a contribution. The guard outside was already unconscious. Hines grabbed the thug by his collar, his voice low and dangerous. The child you took, where is he? The man scoffed. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Before he could finish his threat, Hines's fist silenced him. I know exactly what kind of garbage preys on families for greed. His voice was cold. You're nothing but trash. With a single, brutal punch, the man was down. Now, only 2 of you are left. The remaining 2 thugs drew their weapons and charged. One of them brandished a wicked-looking knife. Hines met their advance head-on, absolute confidence in his eyes. They swarmed him, striking from both sides at once. The knife wielder saw his chance and plunged his blade into Hines's abdomen. But to his utter shock, the steel refused to pierce his skin. Seizing the moment of confusion, Hines delivered a crushing blow to his face. He then revealed the secret to his defense, a Korean-made, knife-proof vest. The last man standing swung a heavy axe with all his might, but his attack was stopped cold by an invisible barrier. What is that? The thug screamed in terror. Hines simply grabbed his wrist, disarmed him, and brought the final man down. He glanced at one of his artifacts, thinking it was a good thing he'd brought so many magic items. With all 3 thugs on the floor, he wondered if it was over already. Did I bring too much? Suddenly, a new horde of enemies appeared at the top of the stairs, shouting about the commotion. They charged down to attack. Hines sighed, realizing he had spoken too soon. Surrounded by a mountain of defeated bodies, he caught his breath. Why are there so many of them? Hines pulled a blade from his own shoulder, lamenting that he'd lost count mid-brawl. He turned to the last man still conscious. Planting his foot on the man's head, Hines asked again, Where is the little boy you took? The man spat defiance. You will regret this. He sneered, warning that his boss would arrive any second to end Hines's life. Hines offered a cold smile. Thanks for the information. Then his voice turned deadly serious. Now, you should start worrying about your own life. Hines burst into a dark room and called out, Aaron! The small boy cowered in a corner, begging to be left alone. Hines approached slowly to calm him down. It's okay. Your sister sent me to save you. The boy asked if he really knew his sister, as Hines urged him. Let's get out of here. I'll explain on the way. But before they could take a step, a monstrous bat slammed against the window. A chilling voice echoed through the room. Who dares touch my food? In my own restaurant, the mysterious figure demanded. Who dares to interrupt my meal? A vampire materialized before them, his eyes glowing with malice. Are you from the Oath of Audacity? He hissed. He then sneered. Are you this child's brother? Do you know the price for defying us? Shielding Aaron behind him, Hines replied coolly. Just a tourist you robbed, who decided to help this child. The vampire's smile vanished. With a flick of his wrist, blood coalesced into deadly spikes. I prefer the blood of children. He unleashed his attack, declaring, and you will die for interfering. Run! Hines roared, shoving the boy towards the door. His hand erupted in flames as he lunged forward, seizing the vampire by the throat. And you will burn alive with me. He hurled the creature away with explosive force, screaming, Get away! Hines yelled for Aaron to run and never look back. As the boy fled, the vampire rose from the debris. Impressive dodge, he commented, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. You're faster than I anticipated. He then shot forward like a phantom, declaring, This will be a fine warm-up before dinner. Hines screamed at the boy one last time. Go, no matter what happens, do not come back. He blocked the vampire's strike with his sword, but the monster's other hand shot past his guard. Razor-sharp talons ripped through Hines's chest. The vampire noted his resilient body and rapid healing, but smirked. Even so, the difference in our power is far too great. A true gourmet meal, the vampire mused. Hines knew that if the creature wasn't toying with him, he'd already be dead. Suspended in the air, he refused to just give up. The vampire effortlessly blocked his punch, saying, Now for a little taste of the main course. Gripping him by the neck, the vampire declared the useless struggle was over. He leaned in, fangs bared, ready to bite. "You will pay dearly for your insolence." Hines made a desperate choice. If there was a gap in their strength, the only way out was for them to die together. In a brilliant flash, his entire body was consumed by fire. The vampire recoiled in shock. A hidden magic item, you were hiding this all along. Hines remembered seeing the spilled alcohol when he was knocked down earlier. In that moment, he saw a path to turn the tables with one of his items. "You're insane," the vampire shrieked. "Do you really plan to take us both down?" Engulfed in a blazing inferno, Hines slammed the vampire away, mocking him. The creature called him a weak piece of meat. But Hines answered with a savage headbutt, sending the vampire crashing to the floor. He reminded him, "This gourmet meal is resilient and recovers fast." Hines roared that he was in no mood to become anyone's dinner. Wounded and beaten, the vampire could only beg him to stop. Then, a cataclysmic explosion of fire consumed everything. Amidst the burning city, only a single tower remained standing. Lying amidst the flames, Hines thought to himself, "Now that's an impressive sight." He reflected that surviving a blast like that might actually be a problem. As his body crumbled to ash, he seemed to accept his fate. Hines concluded that his mission to help the unfortunate girl was a success. In the distance, Diana embraced her brother, who screamed his hero's name towards the fire. Sometime later, Diana was at work when a customer caught her attention. "I left the money on the table," the man said. She thanked him with a polite smile. A moment later, a young man asked, "Is there room for one more?" She smiled warmly and invited him to sit. But as she looked closer, her eyes widened in disbelief. The young woman ran and threw her arms around him, overwhelmed with relief. Hines comforted her, asking with a grin, "Do I look like someone who would fall for a simple trap like that?" But in truth, that avatar had perished. Han Seong Hyun knew it would take a week to summon him again, and Diana would be worried sick. Wondering what to do, he considered controlling a new avatar in the meantime. He then made a decision. From this moment on, you are Hines too. Using a previously created vessel, he returned to the city, wondering if Diana would notice the difference. But the young woman knew it was him. The essence of his soul was exactly the same as before. Diana warned him gravely, "You can never go back there. The vampires will be hunting for you." He simply smiled, reassuring her. "I've already handled everything I needed to. Besides, with the hands of the Immortal King on my side, a few vampires are no problem at all." Back in his room, Hines discovered the interdimensional transmission would take 10 days. This was going to take longer than he thought. Suddenly, the vampire who had been watching the city appeared from the shadows and seized him by the throat. The vampire snarled, "It was you, wasn't it?" He explained that the trail of mana led from the city to this very forest. Hines realized he'd already been found. The vampire's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Why would a mere tourist be in the territory of a vampire who was just murdered? Hines claws back, but his strength fails him. The vampire, recognizing a fellow monster, holds him close, remarking, "I sense no aura of dark magic, nor the stench of your kin's blood on you." "What are you talking about?" Hines demands. "I was asleep, I don't know what happened." The vampire sneers. Do you truly not grasp your situation before sinking his fangs into Hines's neck? After a single taste, the vampire's warning comes. "I will say this again, but very slowly." As Hines touches the wound, he realizes lying is no longer an option. His body contorts, his very race shifting to vampire. The Lord repeats his question as Hines awakens to a lesser bloodline ability. "Are you truly unrelated to the Oath of Daring?" He questions, unleashing an oppressive aura. Hines's new blood screams for him to submit to this superior being, but he grits his teeth. "I am just a simple traveler." But then he feels it. He can defy the command. His mind core acts like a filter, purging the instinct to obey from his very blood. The vampire, puzzled, wonders if he was mistaken and simply says, "Follow me, we have work to do." Hines agrees, deciding to play along to gather intelligence. They soon arrive at the Azanthu branch headquarters of the Verislak clan. As they enter, the Lord Vampire is met with bows from his subordinates. 2 of them eye Hines with disdain. whispering, "Why did the Lord create such an inferior sired?" Suddenly, a female vampire latches onto him, celebrating the arrival of fresh blood. "I am Rosalika," she purrs, offering a drink. "And you are?" "I am Hines," he replies stiffly. She smiles. "Don't be so tense. We are both of lesser blood." Rosalika then presses a goblet of freshly drawn blood into his hands, insisting he drink, to avoid suspicion. Hines takes the drink. The moment it touches his lips, an overwhelming bloodlust surges through him, nearly breaking his control. He forces himself to block the taste and smell just to take a sip. "It is delicious," he lies. Rosalika flirts, prompting Hines to ask about the meaning of lesser blood. She scoffs, realizing he's completely ignorant of their world. "Think of it this way," she explains. "Those of lesser blood are knights, while the pure-blooded, like our lord, are the nobility." She continues. "The clan leaders, the royal-blooded, are true royalty and sacred blood. That is our faith." Rosalika concludes that their faith lies with the progenitor, to whom they all owe absolute, unwavering obedience. From a balcony above, the Lord Vampire calls for silence. "Since everyone is gathered, I will get straight to the point." A pure-blooded vampire named Pier reports that the fragments of the Immortal King, once held by the Oath of Daring, are now missing. Another pureblood, Tiapol, adds they were tracked to this city before vanishing without a trace. Hines is bewildered by the talk of fragments, Rosalika whispers. "You don't know about that either." She explains that dark sorcerers from a nearby village were cultivating those fragments. The truth hits Hines like a lightning bolt. They were the Oath of Daring. The Lord then gives his order. "Everyone, investigate your designated areas. Report anything suspicious." Later, while walking through the city streets, Rosalika complains. "My skin will burn if we keep walking in this sun." Hines agrees, feeling the sunlight sap his newfound strength. "Then we can't stand still," she urges him on, muttering that it was a waste to move their fragments here. The word fragments catches his attention. He stops her. "Wait, does the clan have Immortal King fragments here, too?" Rosalika confirms it. The dark sorcerers were going to merge their pieces with ours. Hines realizes this is his chance. A pure-blooded vampire is likely guarding them. He grabs her, his voice low and dangerous. "I need to know the location of those fragments. Now." She just laughs in his face. Why would a lowly knight like me know something so important? But suddenly, a new voice cuts in. "Perhaps I might know something," Diana says between bites of food. To a stunned Hines, she clarifies. "I think I know where the Immortal King's fragments are hidden." The revelation leaves him utterly speechless. Han Seong Hyun asks Diana if she's certain. She nods. "Yes, but the details are fuzzy. It was a long time ago. About a year prior, Diana had a short-lived job cleaning tombs. Every Friday, without fail, members of the Verislat clan would visit a specific stone chamber. She remembers a terrible, evil stench pouring out from within. Han Seong Hyun knows this is it, a lead worth investigating. He thanks her for the crucial information. He assures her he'll handle it alone and tells them to find a safe place to hide. But as he turns to leave, Diana grabs his arm, stopping him. Her eyes narrow. "Your scent? It's different." Cornered. Han Seong Hyun admits her nose doesn't lie. He quickly explains what happened, promising he won't let it affect her and telling her not to worry. Diana doesn't let go. "If things get too hard for you," she says softly, "it's okay. You can drink some of my blood. Just don't overdo it." Touched, Han Seong Hyun places a hand on her head. "You really know how to say too much." "That's enough," he says, his resolve hardened. "Just tell me the location of that terrible smell." That night, screams echo from a desolate cemetery. Inside a stone chamber, a voice commands, "Get up! Stand straight!" Tiapol circles the injured man like a predator. "Do you want to die?" he asks with a cruel smile. "Land a single blow on me with that sword, and I'll grant you a peaceful end." The man, with a final burst of courage, grips his blade and charges, but dark tendrils erupt from Tiapol's hand, ensnaring the man in an instant. They wrap around his body, piercing him from every angle as his body withers into a dried husk. "How boring," Tiapol sighs, leaving the corpse suspended in the air. You, he calls to a servant. Clean up this trash and bring me a stronger sacrifice. The servant bows. Yes, Lord Tiapol, and begins to drag the body away. But as he turns, he freezes, asking, Who's there? In a flash, a horde of skeletons swarms the servant. Tiapol whirls around, disgusted. How did these filthy corpses get in here? He snarls. Get rid of those disgusting things. But as his servants advance, a larger skeleton smashes one to dust, erupting a barrier of bone-like thorns from the ground. Tiapol shields himself, trapped and enraged. What is that creature, a necromancer from the Oath of Audacity, he demands? How did you find this place? Han Seong Hyun remains utterly silent before him. The vampire realizes he won't get an answer. It doesn't matter, he sneers. I'll ask the questions when all that's left of you is your head. With that, Tiapol lunges, attacking the surrounding skeletons. One of the skeletons is shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Still so confident about taking my head, Han Seong Hyun taunts. But before Tiapol's eyes, the destroyed skeleton begins to regenerate. Go on, Han Seong Hyun challenges. Try it.
Skeletal hands and sharp thorns burst from the ground around Tiapol. Just then, another vampire arrives. Lord Tiapol, the followers of the Lord are outside. I came to help, Tiapol shouts back. Then focus on helping me. This Demolich is stronger than he looks.
He asks the newcomer to buy him time until reinforcements arrive. But in that moment of distraction, Han Seong Hyun strikes, biting the newly arrived vampire. Why? Is there blood on me? Tiapol wonders aloud, before screaming in fury at Han Seong Hyun. Have you gone mad? Han Seong Hyun extends a hand towards Tiapol, an ominous black magic gathering in his palm. Are you and that Demolich working together? Tiapol realizes in horror. Stop that, stop it now, he shrieks. Drinking the blood of one's own kin is a taboo, a sin that stains the mind with insanity. The vampire Han Seong Hyun bit withers into dust. Standing over the remains, he declares, That doesn't work on me. A new power awakens within him. Blood magic, an ability that will surely give him the upper hand. Han Seong Hyun states, I can break the barrier. But Hans warns him there isn't enough time. In that case, Han Seong Hyun declares, I will simply smash through. With a single devastating attack, he blows the chamber's ceiling wide open. They both look up, and there it is. We found what we were looking for. It was the second fragment of the Immortal King. Hans reaches out to claim the artifact. The moment he touches it, an intense flood of thoughts assaults his mind. He realizes that even with his filter, the fragment is overloaded with negative emotions. In an instant, all the mental power of his clones focuses on him. A colossal pillar of energy erupts from the chamber, visible for miles. The Lord Vampire arrives with his followers. Did I arrive too late, he wonders, spotting a figure floating high in the sky? Shoot it down, he orders his men. The attacks strike the creature, but it's too late. Hans absorbs the fragment directly into his chest. Tiapol appears, attacking him from behind, but the creature barely flinches. The system window appears. Regeneration ability has evolved into the special ability, Immortality. You have acquired the special ability, Forbidden Knowledge. The entity's information is updated. He is now an Arch Lich. Far away, one of the holy knights spots a strange movement on the horizon. Is something on fire? He asks. His companion confirms the location is near the city of Azanthu. The man coughs, catching a particle of black ash falling from the sky. Turn the horses around, the knight commands. I must report this phenomenon to the Saintess immediately. He then realizes with a chill, these are no ordinary ashes. Lord Vampiro and Han Seong Hyun can only stare at the figure floating in the sky. This was the sign of the Immortal King's resurrection. He had become nearly 10 times stronger. In a single instant, the fragment's power surged through him. Hans's rank skyrocketed, and his dark magic erupted like a volcano. He now wielded malignant wisdom and forbidden knowledge, gaining absolute mastery over all dark magic and inheriting its deepest secrets. Hans brandished his staff. Ominous smoke coiled from the earth, swallowing the vampire's whole. Vampiro snarled. What sorcery is this? What is he plotting? One of his men cried out, "We have to escape this place." But from the darkness, a spectral hand shot out, seizing him. Vampiro spun around, just in time to see his man hurled into the sky. In an instant, shadows swarmed him, piercing his body from every angle. Hans's voice was ice. "You're a cut above the other purebloods, I'll give you that. But to me, you're just another blood bag." This revelation horrified Vampiro. "You absorbed the entire fragment. How could a mere mortal withstand such pure malice?" Hans replied with a cruel smirk. "Is that what you're so desperate to know?" His answer was chilling. "Because I am not alone." Behind the defeated vampire, a new figure emerged. It was Han Seong Hyun, standing over his fallen prey. A system window flashed into view. The conditions for growth had been met. His lineage had evolved to pure blood. A twisted smile played on his lips. "So, by devouring my own kind, my evolution will accelerate." He made a solemn vow. "I will consume every last vampire." Deep in the forest, the survivors huddled in fear, completely lost and broken, Roselica lamented. If Perita had been here, this humiliating defeat never would have happened. But another shot back. "Don't be foolish. This enemy is on another level entirely." Elsewhere, Perita analyzed the tracks, detecting an overwhelming residue of magic. She came to a grim conclusion: this foe was far too powerful for them alone. Dawn was breaking. They had to retreat to the main base and call for immediate reinforcements. Meanwhile, Han Seong Hyun ran for his life through the village streets. A man scrambled desperately through the city streets. He ducked into an alley, his thoughts racing. Those vampires, who acted so high and mighty, were slaughtered in an instant. Just as he cursed his fate, a dark figure materialized, its hand clamping down on his arm. Screams ripped through the city air as Hans dealt with the last of the Varkalot clan. Meanwhile, Hines hired a group of merchants, tasking them with a crucial mission: get Diana's children out of the city, safely. Gathered around a crackling campfire, he prepared a meal, seasoning it with a dash of pepper. Hines served the special steak to the two children. One of the boys beamed. "This is delicious." Hines smiled softly. "Eat up." He watched them, noticing the color return to their faces, finally safe from the city's horrors. He asked if their uncle had a shop in eastern La Palace, which the child confirmed. The boy admitted he wasn't sure if they'd be welcome, but Hines was quick to reassure him. "Don't you worry about a thing." He felt a sudden pang in his chest, realizing just how attached he'd become. Leaving them would be harder than he thought. This world had changed him. How long had it been since he'd felt this kind of connection? The children's voices pulled him from his thoughts. The girl asked, "Are you all right? Is your blood sugar low or something?" He chuckled. "I'm fine. I already had my fill by devouring the last of the vampires in the village." Back in the shadows, Hans began his work, raising the fallen bodies as his undead servants. He urged one into a shimmering portal. "This place is unbelievably useful," he mused. "A seemingly infinite dimension. With more research," he thought, he could even open a subspace back on Earth. But his thoughts were shattered by a sudden blast. An attack slammed directly into the portal's skeletal guards. A female vampire strode forward. "Still loitering in their city," she sneered. "Or are you just underestimating them?" Ovori Varkalok, a true blood vampire, sized him up. "Are you really a member of the Oath of Audacity?" Hans accepted the backhanded compliment and introduced himself. "I am Hans, a proud member of the Oath of Audacity." But the vampire spat back. "Liar. Their sanctuary was attacked, and you're the one who stole the Immortal King's fragment, but it no longer matters." She lunged, guaranteeing, "You will die either way." Her scythe arced through the air, only to be stopped cold by Hans's bare hand. He leaned in, his eyes analyzing her power in an instant. He then leaped back, and she recoiled, her heart pounding. That was too close. The vampire hissed. "Such power. A true blood is no easy prey." Suddenly, the ground erupted in light, trapping Hans within a crimson barrier. Ovore gloated. "My clan boasts the finest blood sorcerers in existence. They crafted this barrier. You're not leaving." Hans knew he could shatter this prison if he wanted, but he still needed time to master his newfound power. The female vampire's threat was brutal. I'll crush your skull and rip that fragment right out of your corpse. Hans smirked. That leaves me with only one option. He remembered his new identity, the one his master gave him. His voice dropped to a deathly whisper. I am your death. Know this. Even if I fall back now, I will return to end you. Deciding every good villain needs a dramatic exit. He took a deep breath. From afar, Han Seong Hyun gave the order. Hans, cancel summon, and the creature vanished into thin air. The stunned sorcerers could only stare at the empty space, confused by his final words. Ovor reeled in shock. How? How did he escape the barrier? Then, a sorcerer cried out, clutching his chest before collapsing to the ground. She saw the projectile that hit him, a holy silver arrow. The paladins were here. One of her companions screamed, We're done for. The order of paladins from the Church of the Supreme God had the entire tomb surrounded. Ovore cursed the lich under her breath. That lich! Did he stay in the city just to stall for them? She swore. I will hunt him to the ends of the earth and kill him. Back in his room, Han Seong Hyun celebrated his victory. Hans was alive, but the skeleton grumbled. Canceling the summon mid-battle is practically cheating. Han Seong Hyun recalled the dramatic lines he'd fed his avatar. The incarnation of death. The oath of audacity. Han Seong Hyun buried his face in his hands, groaning. He threw himself onto his bed. What kind of cheesy villain line was that? He was literally dying of secondhand embarrassment. He kept replaying the moment, cringing, while Hans stood silently beside him. But then he reflected. He felt a little proud, too, after all. He had single-handedly dealt with a horde of vampires and saved everyone in that city. He concluded that by speaking that way, he almost sounded like a real hero. Stretching out, he wondered. After all that, surely I've earned a ton of karma points, right? Han Seong Hyun eagerly opened the karma shop, but his jaw dropped at what he saw. The shop balance displayed an unbelievable number, over 700,000 points. He was stunned. He'd spent everything on his last upgrade. Could it be... Did setting the dark mages and vampires against each other actually pay off this much? He grinned. All right then. He decided to upgrade his unique skill once more. Han Seong Hyun selected the upgrade option. A notification informed him the limit for avatar summons had just increased. He wondered, but was there anything else? Another notification appeared. He had acquired the special skill persona. He wondered if it was anything like the Mind Core. A small, knowing laugh escaped his lips. The persona skill was described as one that used an avatar as a vessel to contain emotions. Han Seong Hyun understood instantly. The system gave him this skill for a reason, and he knew exactly why. He'd made connections with strangers, helped people, and fought powerful enemies. He, who had been locked in his room for 2 years, had managed to do all of that, but the only reason he could was because none of it felt real. It was all just a game. The truth was, he was still just a boy, locked away in his room. The loneliness, sorrow, and rage he had bottled up for so long finally came rushing to the surface. Han Seong Hyun called for Hans. He ordered his avatar. Transfer these useless, rotten feelings into the vessel. The dark emotions flowed from his body. An incredible sense of relief washed over him. But he noticed the feelings weren't gone. They were merely stored. Turning to Hans, he worried that the avatar had absorbed all that pain. But Hans spoke, his voice calm. Do not worry, Master. Pain and despair have always been my companions. They no longer hold any power over me. Han Seong Hyun became confused, without him even realizing it. Hans's tone of voice had completely changed. Hans understood his master's confusion. Han Seong Hyun questioned, if an avatar is filled with emotion, does it develop its own personality? He turned to the side. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the city, and he wondered what was happening now. Peeking out the window, he questioned if another villain was already in the city. Han Seong Hyun decided to ignore it. The Guardians can handle it. It's not my problem. But Hans then asked, Master, is a reason truly necessary to eradicate evil? Han Seong Hyun looked at his avatar in silence. After transferring his negative emotions to Hans, everything became crystal clear. He realized he was just running away from the situation, like he always did. The truth was, he wanted to crush villains more than anyone. He just lacked the courage to act. Hans explained, "As the world's order crumbles, outlaws spread chaos everywhere. From this day forward, I will become their law." From a rooftop, 2 guards watched the destruction. "How many times has this happened this week?" one asked. The other sighed. "They're getting organized, starting to launch terror attacks." He then wondered, why haven't we received reinforcements yet? A masked man observed that the villains had finally formed a proper faction, and that the situation had reached a turning point. He then said, "It would be a shame to leave this party empty-handed." The spheres behind him revealed themselves as large, terrifying eyes. He unleashed his eyes into the abyss, ordering them to seek out the sinners festering in the shadows. Elsewhere, a man casually demanded an ashtray, and his lackey offered up a young man as a human substitute. As he moved to defile the young man's face, one of the floating eyes watched silently from the darkness. Inside a nearby house, desperate cries echoed. A mother clutched her child, pleading, "Where can we possibly run?" The man raised a belt to strike, but the eye of darkness missed nothing. In a nearby shop, a crowbar shattered glass. A masked thief slipped inside the establishment. He turned towards the cash register, sneering. "This place is bustling now." But the masked man declared, "I can see everything, and I will punish the villains who are nothing more than trash." He seized the thief's throat, his voice a cold whisper. "This punishment will be traumatic." Then, appearing behind the abuser, he promised, "It will be extremely traumatic." Facing the aggressors, he delivered his verdict. "I will carve fear directly into your souls." He leaned in close to one of them, his warning a chilling promise. "Remember this day, and when evil sprouts in your heart again, you will see me waiting in the darkness." That night, screams of terror became the city's lullaby. Growing more accustomed to his power, the masked man knew, "I need more." Surrounded by his floating eyes, he declared, "I must cleanse even more of this filth." He took his position atop a building, ready to purify the entire city. He would find them all in the darkness once more. With the rising sun, the masked avenger stretched, taking a deep breath. It was deeply satisfying, clearing out the trash hidden in the night. The eye of darkness was useful, but its limitations were obvious. Light weakened its power until it vanished completely. He needed a more efficient way to hunt his prey. He couldn't just unleash the undead upon the city. So what was his next move? A few pigeons flew past, soiling his clothes. He glared at them, muttering, "I should kill you all and make you my servants." And just like that, an idea sparked to life. He envisioned an eye that was everywhere, yet invisible. One that could move with absolute freedom. Familiar magic. An ancient technique of subjugation used to control beasts. Deep within a cave, Hans was now surrounded by pigeons. He focused his magic, but frustration grew. Why isn't this working, he wondered. The perfect familiar would appear normal, but carry a powerful contagion. But the weaker the magic, the weaker the curse. Then, at last, he understood what needed to be done. He began to weave the ultimate slavery contagion magic, holding a cage. Hans wondered if it was finally complete. Suddenly, a monstrous creature erupted from within, startling him. 3 weeks of relentless research, and still no meaningful results. He turned to his final test subject, his resolve hardening. This time, he would succeed. The bird struggled as he commanded it to be still, carefully adjusting the flow of his mana. At last, he cast the definitive version of his contagion curse. Holding the bird, he felt a wave of relief. It was over. But the pigeon suddenly broke free, soaring into the air and catching him completely by surprise. The bird climbed high into the sky, disappearing among the flock, looking perfectly normal from the outside. Now, all that remained was to test the contagion. It landed near other pigeons. 1, 2, 3 of them gathered together. A moment later, all of them stared back with glowing, altered eyes. The experiment was a success. Hans observed the creatures that had now become his eyes and ears. He gave them a single command: "Fly, and find my enemies." Far away, in a forest, a man watched the birds circling the sky. He remembered Hans's final words: introducing himself only as his death. The knight approached Archbishop Latius to deliver his report. He informed him that after interrogating the last captives, they learned the vampires were not allied with the Immortal King's descendants. Latius simply replied that they needed more clues. As the Immortal King's power grew with every passing moment, the Archbishop's cross began to glow. He answered the saint's call. The Immortal King's presence had been detected again, inside a cave to the north. Latius thanked her, promising to meet her expectations. Deep in a forest, the entrance to a cave was hidden. Hans had prepared his familiars to send information the moment they encountered a monster. All he had to do was wait and confirm the process worked. But then, he noticed something strange. The familiars on the surface were moving erratically, as if they were fleeing. They felt terrified, but he had received no information. Why? Then it hit him. His familiars hadn't found monsters. They had found humans. As a group of knights marched through the forest, he wondered if their presence in this remote place was a trap. Through a pigeon's eyes, he saw dozens of soldiers surrounding the cave entrance. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the bird. A soldier shouted Hans's name, crying, "Your tricks won't work on us." The paladin leading them declared that no evil could escape the divine gaze, and that his escape was now impossible. He then demanded, Hans surrender and face God's judgment. Hans recognized the emblem immediately. It was a paladin of the order, the same one he'd seen back in Verilaske. How did the servants of the order find him? Their divine power was poison to his dark magic. The paladin charged, swinging his blade, but Hans caught it with his bare hand. The knight scoffed. "I never gave you a chance to speak." He pressed on, sneering. "Don't think your glib tongue can deceive me." Hans simply remarked that the paladin was as stubborn and closed-minded as he appeared. He then launched a counterattack, but the paladin blocked the blow with his own hand, calling it a crude trick. He then roared, "Hans, you will not corrupt God's message," and thrust his sword directly into his chest. Hans gritted his teeth, asking, "You accuse me of a crime for punishing evil." But the paladin screamed, "The moment you touched forbidden power, you became just like them," Hans demanded. What kind of twisted logic is that? He then realized something holy and unpleasant had been interfering with his magic this entire time. A fist slammed into his face. The impact sent him flying backward into the trees. As Hans recovered, he found himself completely surrounded. The paladin ordered his men to prepare the chant, and the choir members began to sing in unison. He felt his power draining away. The sacred song was weakening him. He could kill them all to stop it, but he could not bring himself to harm the innocent. Instead, he invoked a shadow of the choir members. The paladin saw his chance and attacked with a holy relic. "Now is the time," he yelled. "Restrain Hans." The choir members unleashed chains of light in his direction. One of them snared his leg, completely immobilized. He knew he had let his guard down. Suspended by the holy chains, Hans admitted, "I was too careless." He couldn't move, and his magic was sealed. Seeing the men praying, Hans understood. They had prepared for everything to ensure he couldn't escape. A warrior gloated. "We worked hard to capture you," Hans replied coolly. "That was to be expected." The man then declared, "No evil has ever escaped this confinement. Have you given up?" But Hans simply began to laugh. He knew there was no room for negotiation. "That," he said, "is not going to happen." With a final farewell, he challenged the church's minions. "Catch me if you can." The warrior was confused, but prepared to strike him down. He lunged forward, shouting, "Do you think I'd let you escape?" But Hans knew his effort was useless. No matter how strong the confinement, with a silent command, he ordered himself to release the summon, and vanished. The warrior stood in disbelief. Hans had escaped the inescapable bonds and fled. The scene shifts to a bustling city. Somewhere, someone wonders, who was that guy lying in bed? Han Seong Hyun sighs. This situation is becoming problematic. Han Seong Hyun considered his growing list of enemies. Had he caused too much chaos, he recalled the Shadow Faction, the Oath of Daring. Then he remembered the vampire clan, Verislak, and even one of the continent's greatest powers, the Grand Divine Order. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright. "Wait a minute," pointing at a floating screen, he exclaimed, "The Karma Shop. Why was I rewarded?" He reread the notification. Could it be true the system had rewarded him for causing turmoil across the continent? Deciding to ponder that later, the young man declared, "For now, I'll focus on the original plan." A familiar mask materialized in the darkness. In a shadowy alley, the masked man spoke. "It is time to reap the results of my research."
He explained the principle: a controlled entity spreads dark magic to another upon contact. With this, his eyes and ears would continue to multiply. Soon, covering a place like Seoul would be effortless.
The masked man then noticed a signal. A nearby cat perked up. Have they arrived already? He wondered. Seeing the sign, he identified his target, the first one. From inside a building, a voice pleaded, "Save me!" A woman on the floor begged a man with a knife. "I'll do anything, just please spare me." A man on a balcony turned away as the woman looked up. She spotted a man with glasses outside and screamed, "I've been kidnapped, please save me." When the man simply walked away, she cried out in despair, "Where are you going? Can't you hear me?" The woman was thrown back to the floor. "It's useless," she sobbed. The kidnapper grabbed her by the hair. "You can scream all you want, it doesn't matter how loud." He then explained, "Thanks to my ability, only I can see your screams and your suffering." Pulling her towards a microphone, he urged her to scream even louder. The man raised his knife and declared, "You will be in the top 3 of my collection." And in that instant, the studio window shattered into 1,000 pieces. The kidnapper turns, demanding, "What is your ability?" With a chilling calm, the masked man reveals his power, sound suppression, and invisibility. He then declares, "Your abilities are useless against me, and your disgusting games end tonight." Clutching the woman, the kidnapper snarls, "Who are you, a guardian? How did you get in here?" He issues a threat. One step closer, and this woman dies. But all he receives is a cold reply. Is that so? In a flash, the woman is teleported behind the hero. The kidnapper's eyes widen in recognition. "A returnee!" He roars in fury for stealing his prey, swearing, "I'll kill you both!" The kidnapper lunges forward, knife gleaming, but his body freezes mid-strike. The masked man's voice is laced with ice. "Judging by your words, this isn't your first time." He walks closer, touching the killer's forehead. "Shall we take a look?" He then activates his necromancy, the lament of the dead. A horrifying vision floods his mind, the kidnapper attacking another victim, a woman begging for her life. Seeing the memory, the masked man's judgment is absolute. A serial killer. I've seen enough. He then passes sentence upon the criminal death. The kidnapper lets out a blood-curdling scream as dark energy consumes him. Watching the body float, the masked man muses, "Even death is too merciful for scum like him." He reveals his need for undead soldiers to command on Earth, and he decides this monster will be his first. Using a method that drains every drop of blood, he remarks, "I didn't expect to create one so soon." The body contorts, transforming into an intermediate undead, aghast. The masked man then gives his new creature its first command. "Come inside. You might prove to be quite useful." Glancing at the unconscious woman on the floor, he wonders, "Should I clean this place up before I go?" But outside, police and a crowd have already swarmed the crime scene. There stands Park Han-seong, the formidable leader of the Special Abilities Criminal Investigation Division. One of his agents reports in, confirming the killer's MO matches the serial killer they've been hunting. The agent continues his report. Returnee killed the target, but no body was found. Only traces of dark magic in the bloodstains. Park Han-seong mutters, "At least the idiot deserved to die." But the case's new complications clearly irritate him. "People drunk on power-playing hero," he scoffs, "are just as dangerous." His eyes then catch a mark left on the wall, a distinct symbol of a mask, making him think this was less a rescue and more a private execution. A police officer in the crowd looks up at the rooftop, muttering, "Who's that lunatic idiot up there?" Atop the building, the masked man holds a white cat, saying to himself, "I wanted to see his face at least once." Meanwhile, at the South Korean Returnee Association, someone calls urgently for the manager. A woman strides into the office, asking for a moment. She glances at the person slumped at the desk and sighs internally. "Here we go again." She shakes her boss awake. "Branch manager Yoon-jun, it's an important matter." June groans. What's the problem this time? Her assistant briefs her on a cooperation request from the Skill Management Department. She reviews the case of 3 arrested jewel thieves, questioning if it's connected to the recent murder. The report is chillingly specific. The suspect is a black magic user in a long coat, wearing a haho mask. June leans back, complaining. Public safety is a total mess, she adds. I almost feel like handing this case over to that guy. But her assistant quickly reprimands her. She gets defensive, arguing he has the skills for the job. He'd be an excellent dog. On the right leash, June then laments. Why can't he just register as a guardian? Her assistant points to the mountain of paperwork on her desk. Stop talking nonsense and get back to work. With a furious shout, June flings the papers into the air, screaming. I just want to smash all the villains elsewhere. Han Seong Hyun stretches, a satisfied grin on his face. Smashing those villains was really satisfying. He reflects that for anyone less than a serial killer, he usually just plants a terror curse as a fitting punishment. Looking at his own reflection, he makes a new resolve. It's time I looked into the villain organization that's poisoning public order. Han Seong Hyun decides that since his work here is done, he should start paying attention to that other world. In another realm, a man desperately calls out for Diana and Aaron. He pulls the children into a tight embrace. You both worked so hard. The children console their father. Hines watches the reunion, relieved. He seems like a good person after all. He concludes that threats won't be necessary. The grateful father shakes Hines' hand, thanking him for bringing his children back safely. Diana then runs up to Hines, chattering about all the time they spent together. She hugs him tightly, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Hines smiles. This isn't goodbye. I'll visit you all, so stay healthy. The girl confesses, I was worried about your personality change, but I'm relieved you're still a good person. Her words make him wonder if his personality really did change, or if this is the influence of the persona. Hans's persona was a mix of negative emotions, with a trait for seeking attention. But his current persona, He Ill, which focuses on infiltration and deceit, was granted a calm and composed personality. Aaron interrupts his thoughts, asking, Where do you plan to go now? Hines reveals his next destination. I will make a pilgrimage to the capital of the Thalia Kingdom. The scene shifts to the grand city of Thalaria. Hines narrates, There is only one reason I came to this place, he explains. The capital is the headquarters of the goddess church, and home to the largest temple on the continent. Finding a deserted alley, he makes sure no one is watching. He then prepares to summon his 4th avatar. With the command, Avatar Summon, he calls forth Heinrich. This new avatar possesses a unique trait warrior spirit, which grants him powerful combat bonuses. Hines explains his strategy. Walking through a sacred city in a vampire's body has its limits. He hands a heavy pouch to Heinrich. Go towards the light. Inside a grand building, a voice calls out, Next believer, please come forward. Heinrich steps up to the counter and pours out a mountain of gold coins and jewels. One of the officials gasps. How much is all this? Heinrich replies calmly. It is my entire fortune. He declares his wish to dedicate everything to the goddess and become a holy knight to fulfill her will. Han Seong Hyun reflects on his previous avatars. An undead, a dark wizard, and a vampire, all children of darkness. But this time, his avatar will be a holy knight who wields a sacred sword and is respected by all. Heinrich confirms his decision with absolute certainty. A man with a prominent mustache extends his hand. As an instructor, I will personally train you to be an excellent holy knight. But a scribe interrupts, protesting. We cannot accept a complete stranger as a holy knight, no matter how much he donated. The instructor just laughs and tells the scribe, Don't worry, he explains. The wicked always reveal their true nature during training. He looks the new recruit in the eye. Do you have the confidence to show us yours? Heinrich replies without a hint of hesitation. Absolutely. Sometime later, he is exhausted, begging for water. An enormous stone sphere rolls menacingly toward him. He can only call it madness. Bracing himself, he somehow manages to stop the giant sphere with his bare hands. While straining to hold it, he narrates, It's been 1 month since I started Holy Knight training. At first, I thought the order was noble, but it's just a bunch of perverted muscleheads. Heinrich struggles.
his muscles screaming under the sphere's immense weight. An instructor reprimands trainee number 121, whose focus is slipping. "Have you forgotten the rule to never stop praying?" he barks. "Concentrate. Sing your prayers again." The trainee begins to chant as the instructor demands more focus. Soon, the instructor is roaring the rule at him. "Sing your prayers and restore your broken body while you train."
The instructor pushes the trainee to do one more repetition, and the young man screams, "Goddess!" Observing this insane training, Heinrich has to admit, the method is brutally efficient. A man nearby celebrates. "My back feels great today." He then asks to be hit even harder. Another man flexes his arm as a spiked mace strikes him repeatedly. Amid the shouts of faith, Heinrich can only wonder, do they really need to train in such a perverted way? From a balcony, an instructor named Marco comments, "The recruit I brought in is no joke." He observes intently. "Even before his baptism, Heinrich was already this strong. I can't wait to see how much he'll improve." Heinrich feels their eyes on him and questions why they are staring. This is uncomfortable.
"I don't want to attract this group's attention." Panting, Heinrich reflects that 3 months have now passed since he began his Holy Night training. He knows that without his warrior spirit and super regeneration traits, he would have collapsed long ago.
His body and stamina have improved dramatically, but he realizes something else is becoming a major problem. An instructor grabs him by the arm, asking if he's finished his lower body training. He invites Heinrich to do some holy chest exercises together. Another man cuts in, insisting, "On a day like this, it has to be a solid back workout." Heinrich shoves them away, yelling, "Get away from me, you muscular perverts!" Stepping outside the chapel, he lets out a deep sigh. Sitting with a colleague, he complains that not a day goes by without the instructors calling him to train. His colleague notes that it's because the elders have high expectations for him. Suddenly, a group of novices announces an important arrival. In the crowd, they identify the Grand Archbishop Ledius of the main church and Sir Tuskson. His colleague whispers beside him, "They went on an expedition. They must have finally returned." And that's when Heinrich remembers. That's the Holy Knight who once pointed his sword at his other self, Hans. Heinrich considered the possibility. Were they searching for Hans this entire time at the altar? A priest proclaimed the reason for their summons to perform the baptismal ceremony for the trainees who had met the sacred criteria. The priest explained that while this was earlier than tradition dictated, certain circumstances had forced their hand. He then called for the chosen trainees to step forward as their names were read. Heinrich's colleague whispered, questioning a ceremony that was typically held only twice a year. "I have a pretty good idea why," Heinrich murmured. He deduced the Holy Knights were desperate for reinforcements in their hunt for the Immortal King's heir. Regardless, this was the perfect chance to save time, and to test a theory he had, a new application of his persona and mind core abilities. The High Priest's voice boomed, calling the name Max Warrowan. He asked if the young man swore to dedicate his all to the Lord God, and his life as a holy knight. During the baptism, initiates sacrificed their entire mana pool to the deity. They would lose the ability to wield magic, but in return, gain immense holy power. However, the size of the blessing varied wildly from person to person. The single greatest factor that determined its magnitude was one's faith in the deity. The purer the faith, the more genuine, completely free of lies or doubt, the stronger the holy knight would become. The priest then called the next name Heinrich. He stepped forward, a grim resolve on his face. This was precisely why he chose this path. Heinrich reflected on his power. Until now, he'd only used his mind core to suppress the outside world or contain his own raging emotions. But now he realized the opposite was also possible. Using his persona, he would artificially inject the pure emotion of faith directly into his soul. And as the high priest drew out his mana, he would use the mind core to filter out every shred of distrust and doubt. His mana would become a pure, crystallized essence of faith itself. To absorb the blessing to its absolute limit, he focused the mental fortitude of all his avatars into Heinrich's single being. The high priest gasped. Stunned by the eruption of holy power, a shockwave of pure energy blasted through the hall as the novices cried out in disbelief. They all pointed upwards. The holy power surged, climbing to the very head of the deity's statue. An instructor gripped his arm, addressing him with a new title, Sir Heinrich. The high priest declared that even newly baptized, his power was already at the level of a full-fledged priest. His faith was truly astounding. He was encouraged to continue his devout work. Heinrich offered his thanks. He had obtained the holy baptism ability, but he had to wonder, was this truly the limit of this power? He was relieved his gambit had paid off, but it seemed the trick wasn't flawless. He theorized that the deity of this church was less a god with a personality, and more like a cosmic system. When he had opened his mind, he felt a vague, indistinct sensation. If one had to describe it with human emotion, it would be curiosity. Did this mean he was being watched? He decided then and there, this power must only be used for a righteous cause. In another chamber, a fist knocked on a window. This situation is beyond frustrating. Ladius lamented that after months of searching, they hadn't found a single clue about the Immortal King's heir. He felt he didn't have the courage to face the saint. Sir Tuscan added that gaining more support from the Thalia Kingdom would be nearly impossible, now that a vampire organization was suspected to be involved. Pointing to a map, he showed how the friction with the vampire clans during the pursuit of Hans had become too great. Ladius grimly concluded that the political pressure from the kingdom was mounting, using the squad's failure as leverage. Tuskson delivered the final blow. The extermination squad was to be disbanded. He was ordered to send everyone back to the capital. As he departed, he knew they were trapped, surrounded on all sides with no hope for reinforcements. Standing alone in a corridor, he wondered what could possibly be done. Suddenly, a sharp noise broke the silence. He looked down to see the new holy knights, but asked them to hold on. Seeing an opening, one of the trainees lunged, weapon drawn, struck in the side. Heinrich simply blocked the opponent's sword with his bare arm. In a swift counter, he drove his elbow directly into the attacker's face. The trainee crumpled to the floor, defeated, as the others declared Heinrich the victor. He then acquired a new skill Crusader combat technique, a fusion of super regeneration and holy power. The gash in his side began sealing itself in a glow of golden light. His opponent asked in disbelief if he had let himself be hit on purpose. Heinrich explained it was a calculated risk to ensure victory, but he thought it's still not enough. A fundamental change was needed if he was to grow even stronger. A colleague commented, "His holy power is already on par with an instructor, or even a high-ranking knight." Sir Tussin's voice cut through the air. "He's still far too green to be a true holy knight." He looked at Heinrich, adding that Heinrich himself probably felt this more than anyone. Sir Tussin then declared, "I will make you stronger. Come with me to the Temple of Rosalia." Sir Tussin informed the other knights he was heading to the great Temple of Rosalia, daring any of them to object. Heinrich voiced his desire to go, and Sir Tussin ordered him to follow. They were leaving immediately. As they walked towards a teleportation circle, Heinrich asked for a moment to pack his belongings. Sir Tussin flatly denied him, stating someone else would handle such trivial matters. Standing within the circle, Sir Tussin placed a hand on his shoulder, promising a full explanation once they arrived. The young recruit simply agreed as the world around them dissolved into light. They reached their destination, and Heinrich could only stare in awe. Is this the great temple of Rosalia? The two walked toward the sanctuary known as the holiest ground of the Divine Church, located in the very heart of the continent. This was the center of their faith, where the Pope and the Saint herself resided. Saint Rar received them personally, welcoming Sir Tussin and Heinrich after their long journey. Sir Tussin offered his formal thanks to the Saint, while Heinrich could barely contain a subtle, triumphant smile. Then, he knelt before the living embodiment of his newfound faith, elsewhere, under the cloak of night. Hans surveyed the city. Below him, sprawled across the floors of a skyscraper, were the bodies of his enemies. On a phone, someone scrolled through posts detailing the actions of this mysterious man. He realized, with some annoyance, that he had become famous after dismantling the human trafficking organization. But as he scanned the information, something caught his eye. The victims all mentioned a group called the Divine Retribution Society, which seemed to be the unseen hand connecting several other criminal syndicates. He decided then, he would learn more by tearing them all down, one by one. But for now, the hooded man had to liquidate the profits from his last hunt. He adjusted his mask, Being caught with items from unknown origins would instantly make him a prime suspect. He needed a discreet place to make the exchange. And for that, he headed to a gambling house.
Upon entering, the attendant greeted him with a practiced smile. The masked man placed a bag on the counter. "I want to sell some things." But the attendant waved him off, claiming he wasn't interested. He replied coldly, "I heard this establishment appreciates items like these."
And with that, he poured out a cascade of gold coins. The attendant's eyes widened, recognizing the trade syndicate emblems. He remembered the rumors, that they were wiped out by some masked lunatic. The hooded man leaned in. "Are you interested now?" The attendant's greedy smile returned. He was instructed to go through the back door and not to stray from the path. He opened the door and was met by a new, more refined welcome. A man in a tailored suit and a mask asked, "Are you here to sell?" The newcomer confirmed. He then handed over the bag of coins, asking if he could be paid in something other than cash. The masked negotiator examined a coin. "You mean goods? What are you looking for?" The seller raised a single finger. He wanted a lottery ticket, a first prize winner, as soon as possible. Money was useless if he couldn't spend it. What he needed now were legal, untraceable funds for the human known as Han Seong Hyun. The negotiator warned him that the commission for such an item would be astronomical. The seller accepted without hesitation and asked the price. He was told they had a ticket worth 6.1 billion, with 4 months left to redeem it. The hooded man asked for 2 more, just like it.
Stunned, the negotiator explained that the payment offered didn't come close to covering the value, but his client just smiled. "Don't worry," the seller said. "I have plenty of good things in my possession."
He then placed several solid gold bars on the counter. "Is that enough?" The negotiator grabbed his arm, his voice a strained whisper. "Who are you? Where did you get a subspace storage tool?" The hooded man's gaze sharpened, a silent command to let go. "I didn't come here for a friendly chat," he stated coldly. "Finish the deal, now." The negotiator apologized profusely and agreed to conclude the transaction. He could smell the faint, lingering scent of blood, and knew it was not his imagination. The hooded man clapped him on the shoulder. "From now on, let's keep our business clean." Back on the street, he held the lottery tickets in his hand, a strange feeling washing over him. He had finally achieved his dream of winning first prize, just not in the way he'd ever imagined. Sitting on a park bench, he held the tickets up to the moonlight, wondering what he should buy first. But more importantly, he mused that having minions to handle such tedious tasks would be a relief. For now, he decided to just savor the night air, a luxury he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Just months ago, this very street was a terrifying den for a human trafficking ring. Now, watching it bustle with life, he felt a deep satisfaction, knowing he was the one who made this peace possible. But a voice suddenly cut through the silence, asking, "Where are you from?" The hooded man was stunned. He hadn't sensed the approach at all. The stranger held up his hands, urging him not to be alarmed. "Relax," the newcomer gestured. "I just want to chat." Annoyed, he shot back. "You call this chatting creeping up and sniffing me like a dog?" The stranger leaned in closer with a knowing smile. "You're a vampire, aren't you?" He then revealed, "So am I, a level 6, from the Dotmere dimension." The vampire knew he needed a cover story, and fast. He had to concoct a lie to navigate this unexpected encounter. He introduced himself as Hines, claiming he hadn't been back on Earth for very long. He questioned why he was answering so readily, suspecting some kind of mind control was at play. The stranger, however, seemed to understand he was dealing with a novice and prepared to introduce himself properly. "My name is Gamma," he said, handing over a card for an organization called the Blood Pact. "My job is to recruit vampires who have just returned." Hines questioned the group's existence, but Gamma insisted he needed to join them to survive. The hooded man inquired about the level Gamma had mentioned, sparking the other vampire's interest. In response, Gamma simply pressed a button on a car key. He invited him into the vehicle for a more private conversation. Hines agreed, saying, "Lead the way." From a distance, a woman watched them, touching her communicator to call headquarters. "The target is moving as planned," she reported. "I'm tracking him now." Gamma soon parked in a deserted garage and beckoned him inside. As they walked down a dark corridor, Hines asked what this place was, Gamma explained that every vampire possesses a vampiric factor that determines their power. He continued, saying their blood pact measures this factor and quantifies it into distinct levels.
They passed shelves filled with strange vials and mysterious potions. Upon entering a room with a glowing magic circle on the floor, Gamma announced this was where they would measure his vampiric factor. But Hines' instincts screamed. This entire situation felt deeply suspicious. Gamma urged him to step into the circle. Hines considered that he could always cancel his summons if things turned dangerous. But as he drew closer, he spotted a skull on the floor, tainted with the unmistakable traces of black magic. He whirled around to face Gamma. This isn't just black magic. It's a fusion of several magical arts. How is that even possible? 20 years ago, the returners began to appear, but magical technology had advanced slowly, as the laws of energy differ between dimensions. The successful combination of such different abilities made the blood pact seem far more impressive than he had initially thought. A robed figure then emerged, asking for his arm to begin the examination. The hooded man sliced his wrist with a dagger, warning, "This will sting a bit." Hines' blood floated from the wound, forming 5 distinct orbs. "Level 5, Gamma remarked. He analyzed the firm connection between the orbs, deducing that Hines' regenerative abilities were incredibly strong. Another member asked about the level of purebloods. Gamma admitted he was nervous, since Hines came from an unknown dimension. But Hines considered all the stress and effort a waste for a mere level 5. With a chilling smile, Gamma declared that at level 5, there was no need to remove any limbs. He gave the order to begin. The robed figures responded in unison as the ritual started. Suddenly, Hines was slammed by an invisible force, pinning him in place. He now understood their true motive. This ritual was far too elaborate for a simple power measurement. He prepared to summon Hans in an instant. Just then, the doors to the chamber burst open, shocking Gamma. The woman who had been following them stormed in, shouting, "Stop them!" She lunged at one of the hooded figures, her team close behind. She announced Gamma's arrest for the kidnapping and murder of his own kind. Gamma sneered, calling her Lady Jin Saran, and questioned her rude interruption. He looked at her with a hint of familiarity. Jin Saran declared that she wasn't sure if the rumors of him abducting vampires were true, but now she had proof. She then ordered him, "Release the vampire and surrender peacefully, you small, loyal, naive slave of the blood pact." Gamma mocked. He questioned why they should have to be slaves. He argued that since they were stronger than humans, they shouldn't have to follow their rules and live in hiding. Jin Saran retorted that it was because of militants like him that they were forced to hide. With a smirk, Gamma simply replied, "That's what you think?" He then asked if her companions shared her opinion. In a flash, one of her own men attacked his partner from behind, striking him in the neck. The other teammate, Minyong, screamed, "What are you doing, traitor?" But she was also attacked, crying out, "Why did you betray us?" The traitor grabbed her by the hair and explained, "The reason is simple. In my dimension, I was a lord with status and power. Now, back on Earth, I'm stuck in a basement working as a nightclub security guard." He spat. "Not all vampires live comfortably like you." Gamma approached her, revealing his plan to rebel against the blood pact by kidnapping low-level vampires. He explained that since they could no longer accumulate karma to grow stronger, they had discovered a new method. An infallible way to rapidly increase their power was revealed. Hines' body floated into the air. Jin Saran questioned him. "Did you tamper with what is forbidden?" With a cruel smile, Gamma held the other vampire's body and asked, "Where do you think all the kidnapped vampires went?" She accused him of creating bloodthirsty monsters once again, asking if he'd forgotten why their kind was persecuted. The word bloodthirsty referred to cannibalism among their own species. This was different from common cannibalism. When a vampire devours another from a different dimension, their unique vampiric factors combine. This fusion results in overwhelming power, but it comes at a terrible cost. If someone cannot overcome the surge, they become a mindless beast, driven mad by an insatiable bloodlust. This very practice led to their species being labeled a global threat. But Gamma reassured her, explaining that after countless studies, they had found a way to purge the lingering will from the blood. He then declared, "All of them will serve as excellent research material."
The magic circle beneath his feet began to activate. Hines realized the circle wasn't just for categorizing or restraining vampiric factors. It was designed to transform vampires into a power-enhancing drug, free of side effects. Gamma held the final result in his hand. The traitor approached Gamma and demanded he fulfill his promise. He had risked everything to follow him without being discovered. Gamma agreed, handing over a small pill as promised. The man immediately consumed it. He began to scream as his body twisted and transformed into a monstrous creature.
Hines realized this was the taboo form of cannibalism he had only heard about. The transformed vampire grabbed Jin Saran by the neck and demanded more. He reminded Gamma, "Your promise was to provide the drug in exchange for the vampires I brought."
"There's a process," Gamma explained calmly. "Our guest who arrived earlier is still waiting." With a smile, he looked at Jin Saran and said, "Please wait just a little longer." Wounded, Jin Saran could barely whisper, "Please, stop."
Hines could hardly wait to see how strong he would become after devouring them all. He observed the 2 purebloods and 4 low-level vampires. The effectiveness of interdimensional cannibalism was truly a sight to behold.
Suddenly, Hans materialized in the center of the magic circle, stunning everyone. Hans commented dryly, "My stealth skills were decent, but your security was completely pathetic." He then summoned 2 more skeletons and declared, "From this moment on, no one leaves here without my permission." The transformed vampire was startled by the creatures. Gamma yelled, "Don't panic, stay together." Spikes suddenly erupted from the monster's body. He then lunged forward, destroying one of the skeletons with a single, brutal punch. Rushing toward Hans, he roared, "Die!" Hans observed the unusual transformation with cold curiosity. He concluded that a vampire's appearance must also change depending on their dimension of origin. He then slammed his staff onto the floor. The vampire was instantly impaled by multiple bone spikes that shot up from the ground. Hines jumped down to the floor. Hans lamented, "I failed. I wanted to capture them with minimal blood loss." Hines grabbed the injured monster by the shoulder and commented, "It's no big deal."
Hines bit into the transformed vampire's neck, stating, "There's still plenty of food to come." Gamma watched the scene in horror, questioning if he was truly cannibalizing his own kind.
The traitorous vampire wondered how he could have betrayed his companions only to meet such an end. "I can't die like this," he thought. But Hines simply stated, "The mental contamination is much worse." And then, the young man stopped moving. He felt something new happening inside his body. The different vampiric factors were combining and evolving. A notification informed him that he had acquired the special ability hybrid evolution. His hand transformed, growing sharp claws. He commented, "This power could make me dangerous." He then turned to Gamma and proposed using the blood cult for his own tasks. With a menacing smile, he warned what would happen to anyone who dared to resist. "They will become my next meal, or a new part of my undead army." He sinks his fangs into the vampire's neck. A system window flashes before his eyes, announcing the acquisition of a new trait and the perception skill. At last, he had a way to truly see his enemies. This power allowed him to dissect an opponent's very essence. Their stats laid bare before him. Vampires held a special power in their veins called bloodline power, and his hybrid evolution skill meant he could devour it all. Across the room, Gamma watched in sheer horror, his mind reeling. How could this monster devour his own kind and not descend into madness? Han Seong Hyun approached like a predator, a chilling smile on his face. "Want to know the secret to keeping your sanity?" He leaned in, his voice a cold whisper. "It's simple. Just ignore the whispers you hear when you feed." Gamma recoiled in disbelief. What kind of madness is that?" As Gamma's body dissolved into dust, a new system notification appeared. The stealth skill had been acquired, the power to erase his very presence. This would be incredibly useful. He then placed his hand on the dying vampire's head, prying into his final thoughts. A name surfaced: Beta, a superior. And that society was mentioned again. The Society of Divine Retribution. Gazing at the ritual site, Han Seong Hyun's eyes narrowed. Just what the hell are they planning elsewhere? A red car sped through the night. In the passenger seat,
Jin Saran's eyes fluttered open. Han Seong Hyun spoke calmly. "So, you're finally awake." She lunged at him instantly, her voice filled with venom. "Where are you taking me, you traitor?" But he simply told her to look again. "I'm the vampire who was captured with you," he stated plainly. Jin Suran's anger faded, replaced by confusion. He explained how he escaped when a group of vigilantes raided the facility, creating the perfect diversion. She was grateful for the rescue. "I am Jin Suran, from Nocturnia," she introduced herself formally. He cut straight to the point, demanding to know why members of the same blood pact were trying to kill one another. Her answer was simple. The pact is divided. There were two factions, the radicals and the moderates. Jin Suran explained they'd found evidence that the captain had kidnapped one of their own, which is why she and her team infiltrated the base. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were safe. All they had to do now was report the radicals' plans. But Han Seong Hyun knew better. A problem this deep wouldn't be solved so easily. The corruption clearly went all the way to the top. Jin Suran then asked, "To which affiliation does my savior belong?" Sensing his immense power, she felt a sense of awe. He replied with cold detachment, "Call me whatever you wish. I have no affiliation," he revealed. "I've only just returned to Earth and followed Gamma out of curiosity." Seeing an opportunity, she invited him to join their cause, assuring him the moderates were the good guys. She even mentioned their stable supply of blood packs, hoping to entice him. He considered her offer. As Jin Suran offered to guide him to their base, the car raced through a tunnel, arriving at a quiet suburban house. A little girl came running out, crying Jin Suran's name and wrapping her in a hug. "My little Nahi, have you been well?" Jin Suran asked gently, before introducing Han Seong Hyun as a potential new member of their family. He offered the child a simple greeting. "I'll show him to his room," Jin Suran told the girl. As they walked upstairs, Han Seong Hyun's curiosity piqued. He looked back at the child and asked, "Is her youthful appearance just a facade?" But Jin Suran explained that Nahi wasn't a returnee like them. He was confused. "Aren't all vampires returnees?" She clarified, the girl was born on Earth. Her father had been the one to return from the other side. He had turned his own daughter into a vampire to save her from a terminal illness. It all clicked for Han Seong Hyun. This was why the government hunted them. They were no different from an invasive species. Jin Suran added this was rarely done. Infecting someone on Earth required a tremendous sacrifice of life force. Nahi's father gave everything he had, hoping his daughter could one day live without fear, even under the sun. She then stopped at a door. "We're here," she announced. She told him to rest, offering to help if he needed anything. As she turned to leave, he recognized something. A familiar voice, a familiar gesture he couldn't quite place. Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. He'd seen her on a broadcast. "You're BJ Orchid," he exclaimed. Jin Suran froze, completely startled by the sudden recognition. "By any chance," she asked cautiously, "are you a subscriber?" Han Seong Hyun quickly denied it, claiming her stream had just popped up in his algorithm. She seemed relieved by that. She confessed she had once been an aspiring idol before giving up and turning to streaming. He asked her age. "I'm 22, she replied. "I awakened when I was 18. When she asked about his own age, he immediately deflected. "I'll tell you some other time," he said, leaving her utterly bewildered. Jin Suran was left wondering what she could have possibly said wrong. Meanwhile, in his room, Han Seong Hyun sighed in relief. He thought she was younger and had been speaking informally, a serious breach of etiquette. He was 20, she was his elder. He sat on the bed and decided to look her up online. He pulled up her channel and found a notice announcing a hiatus. He realized she had been taken right after posting it. A chilling thought crossed his mind if he hadn't intervened. That would have been her final broadcast. The next morning, his thoughts were shattered by a furious voice booming from downstairs, waking him instantly. The shouting was filled with frustration about a total lack of evidence. He headed downstairs to find Jin Suran on the phone, her face grim. He cut in. "What's wrong? Did you sleep well?" she asked, trying to mask her anger. She explained her team had returned to the site, only to find it burned to the ground. The radicals had wiped every single trace clean. He then made a bold request. "Mark the locations of all the radical bases on a map for me." She was taken aback, immediately jumping to the wrong conclusion.
Were the blood bags not to your taste? She asked, but he quickly reassured her. She sighed, assuming he just wanted to know which areas to avoid for his own safety. Internally, she estimated his power to be around level 6 or 7 by Earth standards. She complied, handing over her phone with the locations marked. You'll be safe as long as you steer clear of these places, she advised. Little did she know, he wasn't planning on avoiding them at all. After turning down her offer for a meal, he held up the map on his phone. I saw some interesting restaurants nearby, he said with a disarming smile. I think I'll go explore. The scene shifts to one of those restaurants, now littered with corpses. Han Seong Hyun stood among them and declared, the meal was delicious. The owner, bleeding out on the floor, cursed him with his dying breath. Our clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Han Seong Hyun simply scoffed. And how exactly will you find me? Thanks to the stealth skill I stole from your kind, he explained coldly. I'm a ghost. The security cameras were already fried, and every witness had been silenced. Neutralizing the surveillance was child's play. He grabbed the owner's head. Now, where are your comrades? Diving into the man's mind, he founded a vision of a gathering. All of Gamma's key members were scheduled to meet the very next day. The entire radical leadership, all in one place. It was the perfect opportunity to wipe them out in a single stroke. He had to move immediately. But first, he had to clean up his mess. For this, he unleashed a new power. Blood Flower. A system window explained the skill creates a crimson flame that incinerates only his chosen targets. He would use it to destroy the physical evidence, and stealth to erase any magical traces. With a flick of his wrist, the evidence was gone. With this, he declared, no one will ever be able to track me. But suddenly, an agonizing pain tore through his chest. He looked down at his hands. His body was evolving again. As his form twisted, the system's voice echoed in his mind. His lineage had evolved into true blood, and thanks to his unique evolution, he had also acquired the blood flow amplification skill. The notifications didn't stop. His regeneration had now evolved into hyper-regeneration. He had become a true blood, a being of immense power, and he was eager to test his new abilities. Without hesitation, he sliced open his own wrist. Droplets of blood floated in the air before reversing course, flowing back into the gash. He watched as the fatal wound sealed itself in an instant, realizing the terrifying synergy of his new skills. He could now absorb any spilled blood on a battlefield to heal himself. In a war of attrition, he would be practically invincible. Staring at a painting, he hungered for more. If this was the power of a true blood, how magnificent would the holy blood be? In another world entirely, Jin Suran was streaming, excitedly thanking a fan for a massive donation of 1 million cheeses. That would be enough to cover her blood packs for the month. But then she looked up and froze. Han Seong Hyun was standing in her doorway, watching her in complete silence. Flustered, she spins around, stammering an apology to just keep going. She takes a second to pull herself together. Then, her tone sharpens as she snaps at the intruder. You knock before entering a room. Taking a deep breath, she calms the storm inside. Rising to her feet, she asks, "What is it?" The reply comes from the bed. Han Seong Hyun holds out an envelope, explaining, "A letter came for you." Jin Soren tears it open. Inside are photos, damning evidence of the radical group's atrocities. Who could have sent this? Looking closer at their twisted rituals, she mutters. That looks just like the Ha-Ho mask. Then it clicks. Lord Hines was the only one she told about the radicals' location, and the anonymous tips started right after. She stares hard at her visitor. Were they working together? Or was this just a twist of fate? Night descends, blanketing the world in stars. On a rooftop overlooking a grand mansion, Han Seong Hyun receives a report from his avatar. The radical leaders are gathered inside, plotting how to deal with the Ha-Ho mask. Expanding his senses, he detects an invisible barrier shimmering around the entire building. He pinpoints their location on the first floor, sensing the pathetic energy signatures of the Gamma-level members. He orders his avatar, Hans, to melt into the shadows. It was time to strike and end this in one clean sweep. With a crash of glass, the avatar smashes through a window, storming the hall. Han Seong Hyun lands silently behind him, telling the criminals to prepare for their doom. But as he scans the room, a question forms in his mind. Weren't they all supposed to be here? The hall is completely empty, and from the shadows, a voice laments. I was planning to catch the Haho mask myself. Suddenly, a group of unknown vampires materializes from a shattered mirror. One of them smirks, questioning the new face in their midst. The vampire saunters forward, his voice dripping with malice. Perhaps I can hunt this one, too. He glances at his companions, asking, Beta Wan and Beta Shin, do you know anything about our intruder? One responds, he is a complete unknown, but his power level is at least 7, even though we don't know his face, the other adds. It's as if he's returned from a place we never knew existed. Han Seong Hyun recalls the memories he devoured from the radicals. Their hierarchy was clear, 1 alpha, 2 betas, and 13 gammas. He realizes the 2 betas are standing right before him. But the true threat were the masked figures from the Society of Divine Retribution. He couldn't sense their energy at all. The vampire leader sneers, ordering his men to drag the intruder before him. And bring me the one hiding in the shadows, he commands. His underlings surge forward. Han Seong Hyun smirks. So they already knew everything. If they wanted a fight, he would gladly oblige. He declares coldly, I'll make this quick. With a single step, he activates his skill blood flow amplification. Using acceleration, he becomes a blur, weaving through the vampires at impossible speeds. His strike connects, smashing directly into one's face. A shocked vampire points a trembling finger. That arm! Why are you cannibalizing your own kind? Han Seong Hyun materializes behind him, his voice a low warning. This is no time for surprise, he announces with a chilling grin. The real show is just beginning. All around them, skeletal figures claw their way out of the ground. One vampire shoves his comrade aside, screaming, Forget him! We need to survive! He scrambles for the door, only to be thrown back by an invisible barrier. The impact sends him flying. Hans, the avatar, now blocks the only exit. Han Seong Hyun comments coolly, You weren't the only ones who prepared a barrier. Facing the cornered prey, Hans begins, From this moment on. Han Seong Hyun finishes the sentence with grim finality. This is a battle to the death. There is no escape. In a flash, a vampire's head flies from its shoulders. Beta Wan stares, stunned by the carnage. Is this opponent insane? This power was far beyond any common level 6 or 7. Convinced there's a trick, he advances with the others. Han Seong Hyun's fingers elongate, transforming into razor-sharp claws. Beta Wan braces for the incoming assault. The claws slash towards his face. Activating skin hardening, he manages to block the blow with a shimmering protective layer. Han Seong Hyun notes with mild interest that the beta actually stopped his attack. Then he declares, Then I suppose I'll have to try a little harder. His fist smashes into Beta Wan's defense, shattering it like glass. In stunned disbelief, the beta realizes his ultimate skill was broken. He had been utterly surpassed in both strength and speed. Han Seong Hyun sends him flying with a single, contemptuous blow. The other vampires rush to their leader's side, screaming, Stop the assailant! The intruder simply faces the swarm, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Where does a mob of weaklings like you get such confidence? He moves among the remaining vampires, a whirlwind of destruction, cutting them down with ease. Watching the massacre, Beta Wan realizes this enemy is a true monster for taking down his men so effortlessly. He had to strike now, while the intruder was distracted. A blade forms from his arm as he lunges forward, screaming, Die! Han Seong Hyun casually parries the strike with his bare forearm. Then he grabs the blade, his grip like iron, and declares, An attack like this is utterly useless. As the wound on his arm instantly heals, he explains that he's absorbed blood to recover his power. He declares with absolute certainty, I am constantly evolving. He reveals another secret: he also acquired the invisibility skill and vanishes completely before Beta Wan's eyes. The beta frantically looks around. Where the hell did he go? Han Seong Hyun reappears silently behind him. He drives his claws into the beta's back, whispering, I'm right here. With a triumphant smile, he declares, Checkmate. As he holds the dying beta's body, a system window flashes before his eyes. His ability has evolved into blood mystery. He can feel it now. His powers are no longer skills to be activated, but extensions of his very will. He declares, "I can manipulate my power with far more freedom and speed." Beta Shin screams at him, calling him a scumbag for devouring his own kin. "What are you, some kind of bloodthirsty monster?" he continues. "No wonder you wield such bizarre abilities." To which Han Seong Hyun simply replies, "So what if I am?" He then asks mockingly, "Are you just going to cry all day?" Next, he challenges him, "Come on, attack me like your other half did." Or perhaps, "Are you afraid?" Spurred by the taunt, Beta Shin charges forward. Han Seong Hyun activates Blood Mystery, engulfing his opponent in a vortex of power. Beta Shin is sent flying by the overwhelming force. Han Seong Hyun appears at his side in an instant. The enemy accuses him of using dirty tricks, but only gets a chilling response. Now, that was a little painful. Gripping the last beta, he says, "Let me tell you something as well." With one final, devastating blow, he declares again, "Checkmate." The masked figures watch the slaughter, commenting, "We never imagined the Haho mask had such a powerful helper." Their leader gives a single command, "Prepare the orb." His subordinate asks, "Should we deal with the intruder as well?" One of the masked men raises a glowing artifact. Suddenly, multiple beams of light slam into Han Seong Hyun, but he merely steps behind his avatar Hans, commenting, "An interesting attack," but the beams deflect, striking one of the masked men instead. He adds dismissively, "There's not much power behind it." The remaining cultist realizes the truth. Their enemies are too strong. The situation is hopeless. Deciding to flee, he turns to his leader,
but his superior grabs him by the throat. "And where do you think you're going?" Holding the terrified man, he says, "You have served well until now." Then he shoves his own subordinate toward Hans, roaring, "Now die for freedom and for the Society of Divine Retribution."
The leader begins to warp space, preparing his escape. Hans calmly watches the living bomb approach. He identifies it instantly, a self-destruction curse. "How irresponsible," he notes, "fleeing and leaving your trash behind." He sees their plan clearly force him to retreat with a suicide attack. It was a pathetic attempt. He simply extends a hand, halting the cursed man in his tracks. Then he declares, "A curse of this level is nothing. I'll decipher it completely." He locates 2 orbs inside the man's body, the source of the energy, and prepares to extract them. A shadowy aura rises from the now harmless body. Hans states with absolute authority, "I am the one who governs death." He then asks the fleeing leader, "Did you truly believe you could escape me?" A shadowy projectile strikes the ground. The masked leader reappears, his escape thwarted. He realizes with horror that the barrier is unbelievably powerful. He barely managed to teleport just outside of it. Still, he's alive. That's enough. He just needs to wait for the right moment. But a voice comes from directly behind him. Hans grabs the leader by the chin, commenting, "So this is where you were." Then he states, "I was planning to play with you for a bit, but I can't have you running away again." "So," Hans decides, "we'll do this my way." The masked man's eyes widen in terror. He feels a presence invading his mind, tearing through his memories. Hans's will commands, "Show me every memory connected to the Society of Divine Retribution." Suddenly, the leader's head begins to dissolve into light. A security measure. Hans wonders aloud. A memory protection technique from the society interesting. Hans finds himself pulled into the leader's mental world. Before him, an unknown figure materializes. "I never expected you to make it this far, Haho Mask." Hans instantly understands. The true leader of the Society of Divine Retribution was watching him through his subordinate's mind. The figure confirms his identity and extends an invitation. "Join us, Haho Mask." Hans finds the offer amusing and asks, "And what is the goal of your so-called society?" The leader explains that it is simple. "We seek true freedom for all returnees, and to forge a new world ruled by them." Hans remarks that for a group that only recently appeared, their goals are quite ambitious. But the leader just smiles and corrects him. The figure reveals, "We have existed for far longer than you know, fighting for our freedom in the shadows." The pieces click into place for Hans. They had been committing these acts of terror for a very long time. The figure behind the mask demands an answer. System notifications scream warnings. His own mind trying to suppress his emotions, but the warnings keep flashing. The leader scoffs. Does that really matter? His voice drips with menace. I hope you choose wisely. Hans's answer is a fist, shattering the projection. The leader's voice echoes. Is that your choice? He explains that in this mental world, raw power means nothing. Here, the strength of one's will is absolute. He declares with certainty, you cannot defeat me here. Hans points back, his voice laced with ice. Mental strength, is that what truly matters? As he speaks, ghosts of his past begin to surface. Memories of loss and despair rage within him. Standing in the ruins of his life, he remembers the reason he fights. He extends his hand, his voice unwavering. You cannot defeat us. Elsewhere, Heinrich's count continues, reaching 1,021,000. He strains, pulling a chain that carries impossible weight. With a final roar, he rips a gargoyle statue from its very foundation. The count ends 1,022,000. He lets the chain fall, witnessing the fruits of his torment. A new power awakens. A system window declares he has acquired a holy art. His status has ascended to that of a high priest. He walks the halls, realizing he shattered his limits. Through sheer physical will alone, he now qualifies to become a holy knight. Should he already be planning his next move? His thoughts are broken by a soft humming nearby. In the flower garden, he sees her, the saintess, Ristar. Despite her holy title, she seems like any other girl. She turns and greets him. Lord Heinrich. He returns the greeting, calling her saintess. Heinrich asks why she's out here all alone and waits for her reply. She shows him a tiny ladybug on her finger. She confesses she was so captivated by its charm, she lost all track of time. So it wasn't the flowers she was admiring, but this tiny life form. The saintess then looks directly at Heinrich. Congratulations on receiving the blessing. He realizes she saw his newfound power instantly. She tells him to be proud of his achievement, and he can only thank her. The tower bell chimes, signaling the start of the service. She invites Heinrich to walk to the chapel with her, and he accepts. As they walk, he reflects on what he knows of history, and finally understands her obsession with Hans. Long ago, a younger saintess looked out over a ruined world. The first Immortal King had turned half the continent into a land of death. Entire nations banded together, but even they could not stop him. The king's heart was later found by his most loyal follower, a dark sorcerer. He was reborn as the second Immortal King, bringing ruin to the great Western Empire. A chosen hero finally shattered his heart, but it broke into 3 fragments, scattered to the winds. Throughout history, the Divine Order always stood on the front lines against this threat. Heinrich now understood. It was only natural for her to hold such a deep hatred, an obsession with destroying the Immortal King. Heinrich says with conviction, "You don't have to worry anymore." He explains that this Hans is different, kind, and good. Meanwhile, Han Seong Hyun watches his avatar battle the spiritual entity. Heinrich prepares to send his mental strength to Hans. In a dark room, a man coughs violently. The vampire lurches forward, spitting blood. An aide rushes to his side, asking, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" The vampire shoves him away. "Get back! You're breaking my focus." He realizes with horror he's losing ground in a battle of the mind. In that realm, Han Seong Hyun's avatar lands a devastating blow. The recoil sends the avatar flying backward. As the manifestation reforms, the vampire remembers he had the upper hand at first, but now his opponent's power is surging uncontrollably. It feels like multiple souls have combined their strength into one. His spiritual form begins to crack under the pressure. Is this a difference in power or pure skill? Back in reality, the vampire shakes his head. There's no time to analyze it now. He grabs his aide, issuing a frantic order for the soul branch. "Cease all operations, erase everything, go into hiding." It is the highest priority directive for the Korean branch. He screams, "Inform the commander now." His final words are a dire warning: there is a monster in Korea. As the spiritual form shatters, Han Seong Hyun's avatar studies the remains. He plucks a single fragment from the air, determined to analyze it. A notification appears. He has absorbed the enemy's karma. His dark magic skill has evolved into the sorcery path. He understands this fragment is just a remnant, and absorbing its karma has actually cost him a level. He prepares to delve into the memories trapped within. I will find where the Divine Retribution Society is hiding. Through the fragment, his avatar locates a hidden building, the Society's Korean headquarters. I won't give them a single chance to escape, he vows. I will rip out all their secrets, right here, right now. As the headquarters is torn apart, a wounded survivor groans on the floor. We were told to evacuate, but no one said a monster like this was coming. Han Seong Hyun's avatar looms over him. So, the order was given. The man smirks, claiming his efforts weren't for nothing as energy glows around his arm. The avatar notes that all crucial data has been wiped. He asks, "So what's your plan now?" He then plucks a document from the dying man's hand. "In your desperate attempt to save one file, you've given me everything." He begins reading a list of the organization's past atrocities. But then, he freezes, staring at the document in stunned silence. He recognizes a specific incident. His voice trembles with rage. "I will never forgive this." As the man's body turns to dust, he makes a vow. "I will hunt down every last member for stealing my entire life." All this time, he thought he had no choice. He believed it was all just a tragic accident. But now he knows the truth. The architects of his ruin, the ones who destroyed his world, were the Society of Divine Retribution. Han Seong Hyun collapses, clutching his face in anguish. These enemies are on another level entirely. To make them pay, he needs more power, more influence. No matter the cost, no matter the time it takes. For that, he needs a plan. He begins to focus his mind. He decides to test his new skill. Refined blood crystal. The plan is to purify and compress the blood within his own body. This essence will then be implanted into another vampire, exponentially increasing their power. He knows this blood inheritance will forge an unbreakable bond. Those who obey will be welcomed. But he declares that any who resist will be utterly crushed. Elsewhere in the city, Jin Soren reacts in shock. Hines dealt with the entire hardliner faction. "All of them," she asks. "And now he wants to meet our leader." Hines's voice is calm. "I have taken care of them. Now, I have business with your leader." Jin Soren asks him to wait, needing time to confirm his claims. But Hines scoffs. "You need verification." He unleashes his aura, a torrent of raw power. "Is this proof enough for you?" he asks. Jin Soren is left completely speechless by his overwhelming presence. She can only guess he must be level 7, or even higher. A level of power she can't even begin to comprehend. Later, before her leader, she reports the news. Hines single-handedly wiped out the hardliners. And now, he plans to absorb all who remain. An aide pours wine as the leader considers this. "This proposal isn't just surprising," she says. "It's deeply unsettling," Hines assures her. "I have no intention of giving impossible orders. My only goals are peace and order, and to eradicate anyone connected to the Society of Divine Retribution." The leader raises an eyebrow. "And what if those two goals conflict?" Hines replies coolly. "That depends entirely on your perspective." He can tell she won't be easily swayed. If she refuses, he knows he'll have to use force. But to his surprise, the leader simply agrees. "That is fine," he asks. "On what grounds are you accepting so easily?" She smiles. "I trust my own judgment." She offers to help him absorb the remaining hardliners. "Take Soren with you," the leader proposes. "She will serve as the bridge between our factions." Jin Soren agrees, but Hines knows it's not that simple. The leader suggests they begin planning the absorption. Hines watches silently as his glass is filled. The leader raises her glass. "To the new centrist faction." His plan is revealed: absorb the remnants and lead this new faction himself. They toast, sealing the first step towards controlling the entire blood pact. Later, he gives Jin Soren a simple warning. "Stand perfectly still if you don't want to get hurt." She nods, waiting in silence. Hines moves behind her. "We will now begin," he announces.
The refined blood crystal pierces through her back. She gasps. I feel a powerful change surging through me. She feels the crystal's warmth spreading through her entire being. Her blood courses with newfound power. Her very muscles and bones begin to expand and strengthen. Jin Soren whispers in awe. It feels like I'm being reborn.
My own body feels alien to me. Hines realizes the refined blood crystal's power caps at a 30% boost. Standing, she asks with newfound reverence. Master, what is our next command? The title catches him off guard, but he accepts his new role. He explains that in essence, he has forged a new clan from the ashes of the old. Jin Saran agrees, suggesting their new lineage needs a fitting name. Hines turns to her, asking if she has any ideas. He wanted a name that was striking, unforgettable. It suddenly dawns on him. Every vampire who takes the crystal will mutate, changed by the dominant traits of his own blood. They would all be reborn, influenced by a hybrid like him. In that moment, he found their name Heterosis. He declares with authority, from this day forward, you are the hybrid vigor, Heterosis. He then turns to the remaining dissenters with a cold promise. Just wait. He would transform this group into the most powerful force in the entire Blood Pact. Back in his room, Han Seong Hyun reflects. While the situation with Hines was settled, it wasn't nearly enough to challenge the society. They might have vanished from Korea, but their reach was global. He needed more time, more preparation. He had to expand his influence in the other world and rack up karma. He considered inciting chaos, like a war or even terrorism, but a sudden realization stopped him cold. He questioned the darkness of his own thoughts. Countless innocent people could be caught in the crossfire. He needed a way to spark a major incident without harming a single civilian. His eyes fell upon a book on his desk. Should he just clean up the mess himself? But as he skimmed the pages, a brilliant plan began to form. The book told of a wicked demon king named Hans and the righteous hero, Heinrich, who rose to stop him. Hans would gather evil forces, and Heinrich would strike them down, becoming a celebrated hero. It was a flawless, virtuous cycle. The thought of eliminating villains while gaining karma at the same time sent a thrill through him. He would set this stage, piece by piece. Turning, he summoned his servant, Harley. Han Seong Hyun faced his fifth avatar, the one gifted with adaptation. Your turn on the stage has come. He explained that he wanted to push the adaptation characteristic to its absolute limit. There had to be a way. And then, an idea sparked. Now concealed by a mask, Han speaks. Deep within a ruined city lies a hidden passage. He descends into an underground laboratory. This is where the society's remnants were found. He could see the remnants of their horrific experiments. They had created chimeras, grafting demonic flesh onto human bodies. Among the vile samples in the tanks, he found exactly what he was looking for, a substance that evolved endlessly, absorbing only the strongest traits. Hines identified the sample, instantly dragon's blood. Holding the vial, his plan solidified. If Harley could adapt to this, he could fuse it with his own forbidden knowledge. Then, Harley would be reborn as the ultimate biological weapon. Rain pattered on the leaves of a gloomy forest. Saint Restar stood before the cathedral, lost in thought. Heinrich approached her, a concerned look on his face. He held an umbrella over her, asking, "Why are you standing in the rain, so deep in thought?" "It's nothing serious," she replied, her voice distant. "Perhaps it's just the weather, but I feel a suffocating weight upon my chest." He gently warned her, "You'll catch a cold. We should go inside." She nodded in agreement, watching from a distance. Hans smirked, as expected of the saint. She was sharp, even through isolated mountains and layered barriers. She had somehow sensed the presence of his secret lab. But luckily, it was only a vague premonition. She hadn't pinpointed its location. This meant he could proceed with the full experiment. Dragon's blood, a substance that evolves by consuming the strengths of its prey. He fused the society's research data with his own dark arts, creating the perfect catalyst for his perfect test subject. Harley's screams echoed as Hans declared, "Let the experiment begin." Meanwhile, the bishop's voice boomed, addressing Heinrich as the shield of the righteous. Heinrich, the bishop asked, do you swear to become a holy knight and protect the innocent? Heinrich's voice was firm. I swear it, your grace. And with that, the bishop proclaimed him Heinrich Landguard, a holy knight of the great divine order. A system window appeared. The entity had met the conditions, attained enlightenment, and acquired the skill Blessing Leap. The crowd murmured in awe, saying a blessing during the ceremony itself was proof that the divine was truly watching over him. Heinrich felt it once more. That divine will, if only for a second. It was the same sensation as his first baptism, as if a god was observing him directly. He wondered, was this because he was from another world? Shaking off the thought, he decided to examine his new blessing. He was stunned. Blessing Leap allowed him to transcend space. It was a top-tier teleportation ability. He knelt again, offering his deepest thanks for the incredible gift. 2 older knights commented with approval. Such a devout young man. I can't wait to see which knightly order he joins. Another knight approached, congratulating him. For now, you'll be assigned temporarily to the various holy knight orders. He introduced Heinrich to the representatives who had come to scout him. One knight stepped forward. I am of the Order of the Celestial Shield. We specialize in fortress defense. Another announced proudly, I hail from the Order of the Solar Wolf. We wield great swords and fight on the front lines. A grizzled veteran introduced himself next. I am of the Order of the Thundering Claw, masters of both sword and shield. The knights all looked at him, asking, which order will you choose for your training? Heinrich didn't hesitate for a moment. To everyone's shock, he declared, I will train with every single order. He would absorb the combat arts of all the holy knights, but his eyes caught someone else in the hall. That woman with the purple hair? She also seems to be from an order. Why has she said nothing? The other knights shifted uncomfortably, hesitating to explain. The female knight finally turned, her gaze sharp and appraising. My order recruits only the absolute best. She scanned him from head to toe. I suppose you're not terrible. And your level of divine power rivals that of a high priest. Perhaps you're worthy of taking the test.
What are the requirements for your order? Heinrich asked. She simply turned and said, follow me. As they walked, she explained that her order was tasked with guarding the temple's most vital fortress. What does that mean? He pressed. She paused before a massive door. You'll understand. If you pass the test. Inside, Heinrich saw a hooded figure he recognized as a heresy inquisitor. The female knight instructed him. Read the text on that table. Read it so loud the gods themselves can hear you.
He understood immediately. This was a device to root out spies, feigning offense. He questioned the ritual. To have my faith doubted is an insult. The female knight was unmoved. It is merely protocol.
Is there some reason you cannot read it? She challenged, resigned. Heinrich began to recite the oath, promising to maintain absolute silence, no matter the circumstance.
As Heinrich continued to read, promising to throw himself into the fire to protect their secret, the inquisitor slowly raised his head. Upon completing the final word, a searing mark burned itself onto his lips. As he recoiled from the pain, the inquisitor signaled for others to enter. Was that a curse to seal my lips? He asked. No, the female knight corrected him. It was a blessing, she explained. A blessing of silence, which prevents you from revealing certain truths. But he shot back, insisting that was the literal definition of a curse. The female knight stopped before a grand door, finally ready to reveal the truth. We are the Order of the Radiant Shield. Our sacred duty is to guard the basement of this temple, with our very lives. Another knight warned him, this will be the first and last time you ever see this place. Burn everything you see into your memory. He gestured to Heinrich. Witness what it is we protect. Then, 2 knights heaved open a colossal gate.
Stepping inside, Heinrich finally understood. He saw why the Order's greatest warriors were stationed here. A feminine figure, wrapped in blinding energy, was bound by countless chains. He now saw the layers of security for what they were. For in the deepest part of the temple lay the final fragment of the Immortal King.
An armored man reassured the masked figure. Do not worry. This secret dies with me. Elsewhere, in a dark laboratory, a hooded man marveled at his luck. To think we would find the final fragment. He then turned his attention to his experiment, noting, Harley's condition is more unstable than I anticipated. Harley coughed violently, chained to a medical bed. As the masked figure wondered what could have gone wrong, a choked voice came from under a sheet. Something is boiling inside me. The masked figure glanced at a monitor. The dragon's blood had successfully bonded with the host's body. He decided to try adjusting the procedure's intensity. Suddenly, the masked figure was stunned by a system notification. His skill had grown, and his number of avatars had increased. He looked at the convulsing body on the bed, confused by the alert. Then, a new message flashed. The entity has acquired the special skill, Physical Mutation. The adaptation skill had evolved into something far greater. The masked figure laughed in triumph. The gamble paid off the mines. They've finally connected.
Harley could only wonder if this was the price of his mutation, for he had become an entirely new species. The masked figure merely began to write, noting that the good news was far from over.
He celebrated. His avatars had multiplied through natural growth, a feat never before achieved. But Harley, grabbing the book, declared, I'll worry about the new avatar later. For now, he proposed, it's time to test my new abilities. A grim smile spread across his face. This mutation is incredible. All my senses are razor sharp. He glanced over his shoulder. I can even hear the breathing of the beast stalking me. A massive black panther exploded from the undergrowth. Deep in the forest, he stretched his new frame, commenting, A larger physique definitely gives me an edge in a fight. A system notification chimed. He had acquired the gluttonous feast skill, allowing him to digest anything at incredible speed. He grumbled, Using physical mutation leaves me starving. But clutching the creature's heart, he knew that with this new skill, everything was about to change. He tore into the raw flesh, the taste surprisingly sweet, the blood invigorating. He recalled hearing tales of a barbarian tribal alliance on the southern continent. His next destination was becoming clear. The time for a class change in the port city of Tak was fast approaching. Outside the Sailors' Guild, a crowd scattered in alarm as something massive approached. Inside the tavern, patrons muttered amongst themselves, wondering what a barbarian from the south would be doing in the west. The doors burst open as Harley entered. Met with a tense silence, he slammed his fist on the table. I'm here to exterminate the monsters of the northern mountains. The guildmaster, seeing an opportunity, agreed to take the novice mercenary to the ship, a proposal Harley instantly accepted. Elsewhere, Heinrich received word that he had mastered all weapon techniques, achieving complete mastery. His training, he declared, was finally complete. As he strode through a grand hall, he reveled in the thought of wielding any weapon to perfection. But suddenly, he froze. Through the rain, he saw the saint, standing outside in full ceremonial robes. He approached her, confused. What are you doing out here? She simply smiled. We meet again? I was just sharing my holy power with the earthworms, she explained cheerfully. To lift their spirits. Heinrich's mind immediately conjured images of giant, holy powered earthworms, and a chill ran down his spine. Back in the laboratory, Harley's original body convulsed violently on the medical bed. Harley! Hans cried out, fearing he had pushed past the limits of super recovery. He couldn't lose this research. He had to intervene. With a grim look, Hans decided it was all or nothing. He prepared to inject the last of the dragon's blood. The moment the substance entered his veins, Harley's body reacted with explosive force, throwing Hans across the room. Staggering to his feet, he stared at the still form. Had the procedure failed? As he turned away in despair, the masked figure whispered an apology to Harley's unconscious form. Meanwhile, back at the temple, Heinrich pressed the saint. Why are you dressed in ceremonial clothes? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. An extraordinary guest is about to arrive, someone who can track the Immortal King himself. Heinrich scoffed. No one could possibly track Hans through his formidable barriers. The saint admitted she couldn't explain how, but extended an invitation. She asked him to participate in the event as an honorary guardian knight, an offer he accepted without a moment's hesitation. Later, in the main hall, a priest's voice boomed, announcing the arrival of Lord Granwood. As he took his position, Heinrich found the guard formation peculiar.
his skepticism growing. He resolved to see this legendary guest's power with his own eyes as 3 figures in green cloaks approached. Far away, in a frozen cave, black-robed bodies littered the ground as a lone figure fled.
One of the cultists screamed, "Keep him away from the storage room!" But his companion could only tremble in fear. How are we supposed to stop a monster like that? Harley bulldozed his way forward, carrying Cecily on his back as he swatted the black-robed men aside like flies. He turned to the girl. "Is this the storage room you were talking about?" He remembered her saying they had to find something before they could escape, and she nodded weakly. Cecily pointed towards a heavy chest. "The branch of the world tree. It's in there." He retrieved the branch, handing it to her with a simple instruction. "Hold on tight." Placing her back on his shoulders, he announced they were leaving. But the girl had one request. "Please, go slower," Cecily pleaded. But Harley simply launched himself towards the cave exit at blinding speed. Back at the meeting, Heinrich raised his hand. "I have a suggestion." "What is it?" Rory asked. The knight's gaze was firm. "It concerns the child, Cecily." He then made a shocking declaration. "I believe I know where she is." Rayfrey gasped. "Is that true? Do you possess some kind of tracking blessing?" Heinrich shook his head. "No, I can only sense her presence," the knight explained. This earned him a sharp rebuke from another member. Do not place your trust in something so uncertain. But at that critical moment, the scientist urged him. "Sir Heinrich, please, explain in more detail." Meanwhile, Harley finally burst out of the cave exit. One of the robed men roared an order. "Call it, don't let him escape." His subordinate immediately raised a whistle to his lips. With Cecily on his back, Harley skidded to a halt, a dreadful premonition washing over him. A gigantic worm erupted from the snow, a truly perplexing sight. With no other way out, he decided to break through by force. He charged towards the creature, roaring, "Do not block my path." With that, he unleashed a devastating attack. The beast opened its massive maw, intending to swallow him whole. But Harley caught its jaws, declaring, "I will save Cecily, like a true hero." He then hurled the girl to safety, asking, "Where did you used to live?" He landed softly in the snow, Cecily once again secure on his back. "Don't ever get captured again," he told her softly. "Live a long life." But in the next instant, 2 enormous wolf-like beasts cornered them. Harley glanced around, realizing he was surrounded by an insane number of monsters. Just what was the vow of defiance planning? He smirked. It didn't matter. He would simply crush them all. As the battle began, the black-robed men watched from a distance, trying to comprehend what they were seeing. Their leader seethed with rage. "Tomorrow, I could have offered the half-elf and the branch as sacrifices," Elder Narab of the Vow of Defiance declared coldly. "This is the end," one of his followers agreed. "There's no way he can defeat all those monsters." "Harley is finished," he proclaimed. Just then, a beast lunged, sinking its fangs into his arm, only to recoil in agony as its teeth shattered against his mutated flesh. Harley had to admit, the number of enemies was truly overwhelming. With a roar, he hurled the massive creature aside. As it fell, a magic stone materialized from its body. He consumed its energy without a second thought. A savage grin spread across his face. "As long as I devour these stones, my strength will be limitless." The slaughter was becoming exhilarating. He drove his fist through another beast, but then he realized his body was moving on its own. He tried to regain control, but his limbs moved with a life of their own, blocking attacks and devouring enemies without conscious thought. A notification appeared. Conditions met. Illumination has been achieved. The skill Wild Instinct has been acquired. "Monster!" one of the robed men screamed as he was torn apart. A subordinate turned to Elder Nurab in a panic. "What do we do? He's going to break the encirclement." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Activate all summoning circles." He cursed, regretting he had to reveal his trump card so soon. But there was no other choice. "Release those 2, he commanded. Harley chuckled. "I'm really starting to enjoy this beastly fighting style." He braced himself to end it all, when a crystal arrow pierced the air and slammed into his arm. "What is that?" he grunted, staring at the crystalline arrow embedded in his flesh. Before he could react, another volley struck him,
sending him stumbling backward. In the distance, a crystal hand held a bow of the same gleaming material.
The warrior saw his reflection in countless crystalline panels, completely disoriented. A figure made of pure gem revealed itself, radiating an overwhelming telekinetic power.
"Look out!" Cecily screamed, pointing to the sky as a dark figure plummeted towards them. It landed with the force of a meteor. "You won't be taking another step," the demon snarled. It grabbed him, sneering. "Half-breed!" Harley was stunned. Demons were here.
Brute force alone won't be enough to overpower me. The demon gloated. Harley's body fought back on instinct, refusing to yield. I cannot be defeated. But the crystal arrow's power began to seep into him, slowing his movements. The gem person made a simple hand gesture. An invisible force slammed into Harley's face. The demon laughed. Give up, half-breed. It struck him again. Now, you are finished. I agree. Harley coughed, a smirk on his lips. Yes, it is already over. The demon froze, surprised. Even a demon can speak the truth. Suddenly, an explosion of holy power erupted from him, leaving the cultists utterly bewildered. Harley turned to the figure who had freed him. You arrived just in time. There stood Heinrich, his sword drawn and gleaming. Flashing back, Heinrich questioned the saint. Will you truly trust such an uncertain feeling? One of the green-robed men began to reprimand him for his doubt, but Saint Restar raised her hand. Sir Heinrich is trustworthy, even without a divine favor for exploration. She insisted. The divine itself has shown interest in him. A revelation was surely granted. Rayfrey turns to the group, his voice firm. Whether by divine revelation or a simple hunch, it makes no difference. He declares they will follow any path that leads to the child, and asks Heinrich to lead the way. Suddenly, an explosion shatters the snowy silence. A demon lunges from the trees, its blade hungry for blood. But Heinrich's sword meets the attack, steel clashing against demonic steel. He readies his counter, and with a single devastating blow, sends the creature reeling back. The demon recoils, recognizing the overwhelming divine power and the masterful skill behind the blade. Meanwhile, deep within the same forest, another battle rages. A gem-like being staggers from a powerful blow. A mysterious man approaches it, a sinister grin on his face. Where do you think you're looking? He taunts. The gem creature crosses its arms, bracing against a volley of attacks. But it unleashes a counter shockwave, sending the man flying backward. He lands gracefully, regaining his footing in an instant. He calmly walks up, caressing the creature's face. That wasn't so bad. Now was it? The man, now wounded, glares at the gem on its forehead. You took my eye, he snarls. A price must be paid. He declares the gem will be his compensation. With both hands, he digs his fingers in and begins to brutally tear the crystal from the creature's skull. He follows up with a final, crushing blow to its chest, shattering it completely. The man stands panting over the remains of his foe. He pulls a sharp splinter from his mouth, a minor wound. Gazing at the glowing gem, he declares, You took my eye, so you will serve as its replacement. A system window flashes before his eyes. New body part successfully transplanted. Another notification follows. Ability gem psychokinesis acquired. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Heh, now I have the power of long-range attacks. His gaze drifts towards a distant mountaintop. He wonders if even those two have been taken down. Elsewhere, robed figures watch the battle unfold. Who in the hell is that holy knight? One of them demands. But Elder Nurabe silences him. Do not be rash. It is only one man and a child, the elder states calmly. He gives the command. Release the rest of the monsters. We are retreating. One of his followers dares to question the order. But Elder, he's cut short by a mace smashing directly into his face, leading the charge of the holy knights. A paladin roars with fury. I will crush the skulls of these damned heretics. A follower turns to Elder Nurab in a panic. What do we do? Is the teleportation ready? In response, Nurab simply crushes the device in his hand. There is no turning back now, he says, his voice cold. He announces his final gambit. I offer the souls of my followers as a sacrifice. The elder's true goal is revealed. The summoning of an archdemon. He begins the dark ritual, his voice echoing with madness. "Oh, incarnation of greed, descend upon this land." With his arms raised to the sky, he screams, "Burn them all!" A massive, demonic claw tears through the summoning portal. The archdemon emerges in its full, horrifying glory. "Burn my enemies to ash," Nurab commands. But suddenly, an intense light floods the battlefield. What is that light?" the elder cries out in shock. The newly summoned demon flinches, sensing an overwhelming divine power. Before it can react, a brilliant attack strikes it down from the heavens. Archbishop Ladius descends, an ancient scroll in hand. "My apologies for the intrusion." He extends his hand, his eyes filled with judgment. "The only ones who will burn today? Are you heretics?" Watching the ensuing explosion, Heinrich remarks calmly, "Looks like things are pretty much settled over here." Harley turns away from the chaos and calls out gently, "You can come out now." A young girl, Cecily, runs to him, trembling. "It was so scary." Harley smiles warmly. "That just proves you're healthy." He pats her head reassuringly. "All that matters is that you're not hurt." Sir Heinrich watches them from a distance. He turns to contemplate the aftermath. Sir Tussin approaches with Rafery. "Thanks to him, we made it just in time." The paladin looks at Heinrich, puzzled. "How did you know where to find them?" Heinrich simply replies, "I'm not certain myself. I just felt it." Rafery rushes over to the young girl, calling her name. "Cecily." He kneels before her, his relief palpable. "I am Rafery, from the Elven Kingdom." The elf gives her a kind and gentle smile. Harley approaches them. "I'm glad you were able to reunite with your people safely." Cecily looks up at him gratefully. "How can I ever repay you?" But Harley shakes his head. "I didn't do it for a reward." Rafery looks at Harley with respect. "You are truly an admirable man, and we will gladly offer our deepest gratitude on her behalf." The young elf asks Sir Harley to be seated for a moment. She approaches him, her hands glowing with a soft light. "May the blessings of nature be with you." A powerful, pure energy flows into Harley. This feeling, is this the power of the world tree? Rafery nods. "It is a blessing that only the high elves can bestow." Cecily adds humbly that since she is not a full high elf, the effect may be weaker. Then, Rafery asks Harley to extend his hand. He traces a glowing symbol onto Harley's wrist. "Let this mark serve as a promise," Rafery declares. "If you are ever in need, we will come to your aid." Harley looks at the mark, surprised. There was no need for such a promise. Cecily then hands him a bundle of sacred branches. Nearby, Sir Tussin remarks quietly to Heinrich, "That young man, he has an impressive build." The paladin asks, "Do you know him?" Heinrich shakes his head. "This is our first meeting, but I sense it will be a fateful connection." Tuskin nods in agreement. "If it's your intuition, Heinrich, then I have no doubts." He adds, "The order must also formally express its gratitude." Tuskin muses that if Harley were to support Hubert, he could become an unstoppable merchant. Rafery turns to Lord Tuskin and bows. "Thank you for resolving this crisis. Now, it is our turn to repay the debt." The paladin smiles. "Hearing that gives me great confidence." Tuskin reveals his one request. "We need your help to find the Immortal King." In that instant, Heinrich understood everything. This was the real reason they sought out the High Elves. The world tree, the root of all life, allows the High Elves to borrow its immense power. With this power, they can sense any energy signature, anywhere trees exist on the continent. "However," Rafery says, "I will require some assistance." "What do you need?" Heinrich asks. The elf explains. "To begin the search, I need a trace of the energy I am to track. The aura of the Immortal King." A heavy feeling settles over Heinrich. He never thought he'd return to that place so soon. Rafery gazes at their destination in awe. "This sacred barrier. It's on a scale I cannot even comprehend." The group proceeds down a dark, winding corridor. The path itself seems twisted, designed like a labyrinth to repel intruders. The Heresy Inquisitor finally stops. We have arrived. Breaking a barrier of this magnitude by force would be a fool's errand. The moment it shatters, he explains, every holy knight and high priest inside would be upon us. The Inquisitor carefully approaches an opening in the door, peering through. The assault could begin at any second. Rayfrey's eyes widen. Is that a fragment of the legendary Immortal King? He immediately prepares to track its energy signature. Heinlich's mind races. The High Elf was going to track Hans directly. This meant the full might of their elite forces would be mobilized against him. A faint smile plays on his lips. This created an opening for him. Heinlich clutches a fragment of his own. Today, he vows, he will claim the final piece. In a dark, shadowed room, far away, a voice declares, "The time has come." Within the executive meeting room of the challenge vow, the same voice asks, "Are all representatives gathered?" One shadowy figure confirms. "The Empire's representative is present," another adds. "The representative from the East has also joined us." The leader acknowledges. "Nurab is dead, so he will be absent." He continues, "I trust you have all heard the news." But we still do not know how the Order and the High Elves managed to track him. A sharp voice cuts in. Are we growing careless with Marcos cultivating the fragment, and now Nurab's defeat? Another voice suggests. The Order's resurgence. It must be due to the appearance of the Immortal King's heir. The second figure proposes a bold plan. We could use this new heir to our advantage. The first scoffs. You suggest we join forces with the very imposter who is cornering us. The second figure simply chuckles. An interesting thought, isn't it? Elsewhere, Saint Rastar is bewildered. How did they track us through so many barriers? Hans, holding the glowing fragment, comes to a swift conclusion. They didn't track him. They tracked this. In that case, I just need to hide it. He reasons. Hans attempts to place the fragment into his personal subspace. But the attempt fails. He realizes with a jolt. This legendary item cannot be stored in any ordinary subspace. He recalls a legend of an awakened who returned to Earth with just such a fragment. Hans reaches a stunning conclusion. He must create a subspace within his own body. Without hesitation, he begins the dangerous process of merging with the artifact. At last, the item is assimilated into his very being. He can now draw upon its power directly, while perfectly concealing its energy signature from the world. My biggest headache is finally gone, Hans thinks with satisfaction. Now for the final step, cleaning up this mess. With a simple snap of his fingers, the entire area erupts in flames. Hans walks away from the inferno, his work complete. Everything is now ready. He prepares to release all the concealment barriers that have hidden him until now. As the barriers fall, his powerful aura floods the continent. Hans issues a silent challenge to the Divine Order. Come and find me. He declares his intent to seize the final fragment of the Immortal King for himself. Far away, in a distant forest, a single point of light appears among the trees. The light solidifies on a single tree trunk, locking onto its target. Rayfrey's eyes snap open. I have found him. The Immortal King's heir. He is in the monster forest, west of the continent. Archbishop Ladius wastes no time. Summon every paladin immediately. Call all available archbishops. A new figure steps forward, a powerful aura surrounding him. I'm a little offended I wasn't called for something this important. I am pure from the great temple of Giron, he announces. I will be joining this mission. The archbishop feels a surge of confidence. Their expedition force was now composed of the absolute elite. Just then, Saint Rar approaches Ladius. This time, the saint declares, I will go as well, model. Ladius rejects the plea, but she insists even the cardinal is going. He declares she must stay, the unshakable pillar of their great divine order. The archbishop then summons Lord Heinlich. Ladius announces the knight will remain behind, to guard the grand temple alongside the saint. He tasks Heinlich with her safety, should the unthinkable happen, as the paladins depart. Heinlich turns his gaze, promising, I will protect only the saint. Soon, they would confront the continent's recurring nightmare. Ladius draws his blade, roaring. This nightmare ends today. The divine watches over us all. The crowd erupts, crying out for peace and salvation. Heinrich turns to Saint Restar, his voice calm. There's no need to worry. The saint asks if a divine revelation was granted, but he shakes his head. It's not a revelation, just a premonition. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure slips through the shadows, approaching the great temple. Hans unleashes his dark mana, his senses on high alert. Though unseen, he feels the sacred barriers pulsing across the holy walls. He knew the internal wards would still be active. A direct stealth approach was impossible. He needed a diversion, something to mislead them and buy him precious time. Just then, at the stroke of midnight, fireworks explode across the sky. One of the guards jolts in surprise. What in the heavens is that? From atop the wall, another guard points below in terror. Look, a horde of undead is swarming the gate. The order rings out. Summon everyone, now. Deep within the forest, the nighttime search had hit a wall. The knights report to Pure that they've scoured the area where the presence was felt. One confirms the cave is empty, but Rafferty furiously insists it's impossible. He was certain this was the place. The World Tree would have warned them if the target escaped. Ladius considers the possibility. Did they sense our pursuit and lay a trap? A dreadful realization dawns on him. Return to the great temple. Everyone immediately. This was their plan all along. The archbishop finally understood. It was all just a grand distraction while the sacred temple burned. Deeper within, Hans reaches his goal. He speaks into the darkness. So, we finally meet. Peace. Before him rests the final fragment of the Immortal King. He clutches the raw energy to his chest, preparing for the final step. As power surges through him, he proclaims, "The time has come for the resurrection of the Immortal King." The tower bell rings in a frantic alarm. A voice bellows for everyone to move. Knights thunder down the corridors, shouting alerts of the undead attack. Heinrich watches the chaos unfold. He concludes they are in truly dire straits. A faint smile plays on his lips. His post was to guard the garden. He decides to wait there, to slip in amidst the confusion. A knight leads a massive squadron, screaming, "Everyone, with me, do not break formation." But Heinrich notices far more knights than he anticipated. Among them are faces he doesn't recognize. He remains calm. They don't yet know Hans has breached the inner sanctum. They're completely focused on the undead. But suddenly, the Inquisitor of Heresy appears, his voice booming. The undead outside are merely a diversion. He reveals the horrifying truth. The heir to the Immortal King has already reached the depths. The Inquisitor orders every soul to the sealing chamber at once. Heinrich grits his teeth. How did they discover the truth so quickly? He breaks into a sprint. He had to intervene before this spiraled into a complete catastrophe. Upon arrival, they find the sealing chamber utterly decimated. Archbishop Ladius demands to know how an intruder could have slipped past them all. There were no signs of a forced entry. A knight wonders aloud if it was teleportation. Saint Restar shakes her head. There's no way to know for sure. She trembles, wondering how the Immortal King could have been so close without them sensing it. She blames her own weakness. If he truly returns to life, what hope did they have? Just then, a voice apologizes for the interruption. Heinrich has finally arrived. The path was quite congested, he explains, stepping forward. From this moment on, I will take command. Saint Restar calls out his name. Please, she begs, lend your strength to our cause. Elsewhere, Hans surveys the fallen. So many of his undead had been cut down. These guardians, he admitted, were tougher than he expected. Hans looks down at a fallen foe. Malcolm was no easy opponent. He offers a final farewell. Rest now. You fought with honor. He then turns his attention back to his prize. It took some time, but in the end, I have succeeded. With an outstretched hand, he commands, come forth. The Immortal King's final legacy materializes before him. Hans drops to one knee before the pulsating fragment, beginning the ritual. But an incomplete feeling nags at him. He wonders if the fragments need more time to fully merge. A sharp turn of his head shows he's been alerted. Intruders. Hans identifies the approaching knights. He prepares to intercept them. With a single fluid motion, he repels 2 attackers, leaving one of them gravely wounded. Archbishop Ladius screams, "Hold on!" The Bishop of Ceremony rushes forward. "I will begin healing at once." Holy energy washes over the knight's broken armor. Heinrich declares, "I'm joining the fight," but Saint Restar grabs his arm, stopping him. "You cannot." She explains they must first analyze the Immortal King's power. She begs him to hold his ground just a little longer. Heinrich agrees. His only goal was to buy time by pretending to fight Hans anyway. Hans orders the Order's minions to surrender. "The fragment belongs to me now," but Ladius roars for them to continue the assault. Hans considers annihilating them all with a single blast. But he couldn't bring himself to sacrifice innocent lives. 2 enchanted swords fly toward him, striking him dead on. He staggers back, questioning the source of that power. Hans recognizes the saint's enchantment, noting its incredible speed and force. He knew that without his enhanced regeneration, that blow would have been fatal. He couldn't prolong this fight without causing more casualties. The decision was made. He would neutralize their command structure first. Hans surges forward, directly at the knights. The Bishop of Ceremony intercepts his attack. Hans is stunned. How did he react so fast? They didn't just block his strike, they countered instantly, moving with perfect coordination. He wonders, is someone predicting his every move? He decides to peer into their minds to find the source. Suddenly, Heinrich appears beside the Archbishop. He smirks, asking, "Just where do you think you're looking?" With a devastating strike, he slams into Hans. Saint Restar realizes he hasn't fully absorbed the fragment's power yet. She rallies the others, her voice filled with hope. "Now is our chance, we can defeat him." Hans desperately blocks the onslaught. He sees their strategy clearly overwhelm him with enchantments and strikes, faster than he can regenerate. He scoffs, calling their trick obvious. He effortlessly smacks one of the knights aside. Pure advances, challenging him directly. "Then try blocking this obvious move." Hans retorts with disdain. "Are you truly trying to provoke me with an attack that slow?" Suddenly, the knight is ensnared by a containment spell. He stares in disbelief. How was that possible? Pure demands to know how Hans is reading his every thought. He should have been immune to any psychic invasion. Heinrich offers a cold apology to the veteran. "My apologies," he says calmly. "I happened to overhear the plan inside his mind." As Archbishop Ladius prepares to join the fray, Hans begins to laugh. "You've reached this point, but it's far too late. The Immortal King's fragment within me has finally awakened. The fragment merges, becoming one with its new host. Defying gravity, Hans levitates into the air, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Saint Restar and the others brace against the overwhelming new power. She whispers in despair, We were too late." A shadowy figure now floats in the center of the chamber. The saint knows with chilling certainty the Immortal King has truly been revived. The ancient being turns to face them, his voice dripping with malice. "Tremble in fear, dogs of the Order." A system notification rings out, announcing a triumphant victory. A new achievement has been unlocked. Overcome death. The Immortal King proclaims his return as the calamity of the outer dimension. A knight screams to his comrades, "Hurry, we're almost at the sealing chamber. We must aid the saint." But upon arriving, the entire squadron freezes at the entrance. One of them stammers, Could that be him?" Standing before the newly reborn Immortal King, they wonder if they've arrived too late. But Archbishop Ladius roars, "Not yet." This is a sacred space. It suppresses the Immortal King's power. He declares, "We will risk our very lives to stop this demon." Ladius points his sword forward. "Everyone, attack the Immortal King." The ancient being simply scoffs. "Do you truly believe you can stop me? You insects cannot even perceive my status window." A system notification announces the evolution of his abilities. He declares with finality, "I am now invincible." He beckons them forward. "Come, witness the true power of the Immortal King." The Immortal King covers half his face with his hand. The skill, Eye of Darkness, activates, flooding the knights with its profane energy. With a single glance, He instills paralyzing fear and confusion in his foes. The skill also grants him dominion over low-level demons. The Archbishop recognizes the legendary power and screams, "Do not look directly into his eyes," the Immortal King sneers. "And now, it is your turn." He prepares his assault. Raising his hands to the heavens, he commands, "Let my legend rise once more." One of the knights watches in horror as bones and corpses begin to gather around the creature. Another screams, "Everyone, be careful." A grotesque golem of corpses takes shape before them. Archbishop Ladius shouts a warning. "Do not let that thing touch you." He screams for everyone to dodge, but it's too late. A knight is struck head-on by the creature's devastating blow. The Immortal King watches the chaos, calling their resistance utterly pathetic. Saint Rar knew this had to end. Now, steeling her resolve, she realized that any hesitation would doom not just the church, but the entire continent. The saint then summoned Sir Heinrich. "I entrust my symbol to you," she declared. "Please, accept it." She handed the sacred object over, her voice firm. "Retreat and become stronger." Her final command was absolute: stop the Immortal King. Saint Rar then turned to her knights. "Clear a path for Sir Heinrich. Protect him with your very lives." She reinforced the command, her voice echoing with divine authority. "Ensure his escape." The knights charged, a wave of steel aimed at the Immortal King. But he merely called them buzzing flies. He snatched one of the knights from the air. "I will end all of you at once." The Immortal King spun abruptly, slamming the knight down. "Fool! Did you really think that failed move would work twice?" The man coughed, defiant. "It doesn't matter. Our objective has been achieved. I would sacrifice this body 1,000 times, he declared. To save Sir Heinrich, our only hope. The Immortal King called him a fool. Then I will grant your wish." As he prepared to crush the knight's skull, a fist slammed into his face. Heinrich landed the blow directly, activating his blessing in a flash of light. "Leap!" The knight blurred past the Immortal King, and with a single, fluid motion, struck Hans. The king's voice was laced with surprise. "Your reflexes are excellent, but," he commented, "your sword is so dull. It cannot even pierce my skin." He lunged forward with a devastating attack. Heinrich was hit head-on, the impact sending him staggering back. He realized the blow only dented his armor, but the shockwave vibrated through his very bones. As the battle reached its peak, Saint Rar cried out to him, "Why I entrusted the future to you? Why didn't you flee?" Heinrich stood his ground. "I did not join the church simply to save my own skin." He clutched the symbol she had given him. How can a man who abandons his comrades ever hope to protect the world? He focused his energy, preparing for the next assault, his eyes locked on the Immortal King. "My sword has no edge," Heinrich declared, his voice ringing with power. "But even if this blade shatters, this will be your end." A system window flashed before his eyes. He had acquired the special skill, Blessing Sword of Light, his third blessing. He readied his stance. "It's time to bring this to a close." Heinrich charged, striking the Immortal King head-on. The king praised the magnificent attack. "And now," he stated, "we shall end with the final words." He bid farewell to all who were watching, leaving Saint Rar and the bishop in utter shock. The Immortal King gripped the blade buried in his chest and looked down at the knight. "Minion of the church, what is your name?" The young man shouted his full name with all his might. "Heinrich Landgard." The Immortal King's eyes narrowed. "How dare you wound me?" A system notification appeared. "Death immunity skill has been activated." "I will remember that name," he vowed, unleashing a final, devastating counterattack. Heinrich fell to the ground. As his vision faded, Heinrich wondered if he had succeeded. Exhausted, he began to collapse, but Pure caught him. "Unbelievable! You pierced the Immortal King's heart." A faint smile graced Heinrich's lips, as the paladin witnessed what he called the resurrection of the Chosen One. Far away, Han Seong Hyun applauded the scene. "A heroic tale so perfect, it brings a tear to my eye." He explained the narrative simply: Hans was reborn as the Immortal King, and Heinrich, with the blessing of the gods, defeated him. Sitting comfortably in his chair, Han Seong Hyun concluded that it was the perfect rivalry between a hero and a demon king. He turned to a glowing panel. And now, it's time to collect my payment.
On the Karma Shop screen, his eyes widened to see the value had surged by over 1 million. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the unique skill enhancement option. A system notification chimed. His unique skill was growing, and he had acquired a special customization skill.
Han Seong Hyun leaned closer to the screen. Customization, you say? He opened a menu to alter the appearance of the Immortal King, Hans, a grin spreading across his face. Now, this is what a game is all about. The new customization ability unlocked 2 options: an enhanced Create Avatar function and a brand new Change Avatar function. With the Change function, he could modify the appearance and attributes of his existing avatars. Meanwhile, the Create function allowed him to set the initial appearance and stats from the very beginning. But above all, he noticed the biggest difference lay in one new, crucial detail. The most significant change was the addition of a gender selection category. Han Seong Hyun wondered what would happen if he tried the new option. You only live once, he mused, pressing the female button out of pure curiosity, only to be surprised when he saw that the selection was locked. His eyes then fell on the essence selection option, which could generate a species by consuming a specific item. A thought struck him. Could the world tree branch that Cecily gave him be used as an essence? He picked up the vase, noting that it made for a great air purifier, but he had no other choice. With the precious branch in hand, he declared, this should be more than enough to create an elf. The system immediately detected the world tree branch and began the elf generation, enveloping Han Seong Hyun's form in light. Once the creation was complete, he saw that for his new elf avatar, customization was now possible. With the feature unlocked, he decided to make the avatar's face even more beautiful. He continued the process, lengthening the arms and legs to make them long and slender. Since elves were known to be elementalists, he chose to focus on one specific attribute. The most critical stat was nature affinity, which he promptly maxed out. For the final touch, he named the new avatar Heterosis, who now possessed the trait Son of the World Tree. Han Seong Hyun admired the well-defined body and gorgeous face. That, he exclaimed, is exactly what you expect from an elf. But the newly created avatar, Heterosis, looked at him with cold eyes. This is unpleasant, it said. As Han Seong Hyun touched the elf's face, he wondered what was wrong. A dreadful thought occurred to him. Could Hans's magic be consuming Heterosis? Panic set in. Hans, cancel the invocation, now, he ordered. He realized the mental core was malfunctioning due to the high nature affinity. He'd almost lost his new avatar completely. For now, he decided to put Heterosis aside. He then turned to his bookshelf and pulled out a volume. Holding the book, he wondered aloud. Perhaps this time, I should write the legend of the mercenary king. His new avatar commented. I like the function that makes the ears twitch. The woman beside him sighed in relief. After thanking them for their sponsorship, he left the shop. While walking through TK, he mused that Hubert had found the perfect item. This truly was the city of artisans. But then he recalled hearing that some thugs were meddling in Hubert's shop. He decided it was time to teach them a lesson. Inside a tavern, a man sneered at a group's clothes and tattoos. No wonder the South is mocked as a den of savages. The same man continued. They brought this dishonor on themselves. The avatar stood and glared at the man. What did you just say? But his companion held him back. It's not worth it. Just then, another man stormed over. Who's the bastard that insulted the South? Pointing at the first man, he raised a club. I'll beat some sense into you. But the avatar intervened, shattering the wooden club with a single hand. The man stared, stunned. You bastard. Shocked by his incredible strength, the man realized these weren't just any patrons. They had to be authentic Southern warriors. This was his chance. All he had to do was approach them and build a connection. He understood perfectly. He could become the great hero of the South, with loyal companions to support him. In other words, he could become a true Southern warrior. One of the men scolded him. Dress properly. Those clothes are only for festivals. Confused, the avatar asked. Don't people wear these anymore? The man's annoyance grew. I can't stand to hear such nonsense. He then challenged him to a traditional southern duel. The Avatar accepted the duel, but with one condition. "All three of you, come at me at once," he said, stunning the entire tavern. One of them sputtered. "You want all three of us to attack you?" Taking it as an insult to their honor. The Avatar corrected him. "No, only two of you should attack. The third should be ready to help the two who fall." Furious, the three men charged him together. A powerful impact echoed through the room. With two already on the ground, the last one standing stared in disbelief. "You insane You're not from the South," he stated. "How can someone with your level of skill not possess a warrior's mark?" The Avatar paused. He'd forgotten about that detail among Southern warriors. Now, how could he explain this? He stepped closer to the man and explained, "I am a Southern warrior, but there is a story behind why I have no marks." He began to tell a tale from about 20 years ago, when a great event took place, a duel to decide the next tribal chief. "My father, considered the greatest warrior of his time, won the championship with ease." The man raised his arm, celebrating his triumphant victory. The chief congratulated him. Following tradition, the chief offered his daughter's hand in marriage, along with any wish the victor desired. "What is it that you wish for?" he asked. The warrior replied, "My wish was decided from the very start." He then refused to marry the chief's daughter. "Unacceptable!" the woman cried out. She demanded an explanation for such an insulting refusal. "There is a good reason for my decision," he said calmly. He then revealed the truth. "She and I are brother and sister, connected by blood." She whirls on her father, her voice trembling. "Will you let this slander go unanswered?" The chief's face is grim as he apologizes. "He spoke the truth," he reveals. "You are not my daughter by blood." Her world shatters in an instant. "Kill that insolent dog," the chief roars to his guards. The warrior screams to the woman he loves. "I'll buy you time. You have to escape." Back then, his mother was with child, helpless to aid his father in the coming storm. His father fought alone, a shield for his wife and unborn son. He fell like a hero before the tribe's might. His mother found refuge in a remote cave, raising him in secret. But an illness recently claimed her life as well. He finishes his tale, his voice heavy. "And that is why I bear no marks. Do you understand now?" The warriors are stunned by his tragic past. Apologies replace their scorn as they embrace him, hailing him as the truest Southern warrior. One of them whispers, "I never knew such a painful story lay hidden." Internally, the Avatar smirks. "My performance was flawless." They raise their cups, toasting to their new brother. A warrior asks what brought him so far from the South. He smiles grimly. "That is another story." He begins to explain the crushing despair that followed his mother's death. All he had left was the strength in his own two hands. He was adrift, with no reason to live. Then, a single soul stopped for him, a young merchant named Hubert, who simply asked if he needed a helping hand. The Avatar explains how Hubert saved him from the brink. But now, that same merchant is threatened by bandits. "I cannot turn my back on the man who saved my life. That is why I am here." The warriors roar in unison. "An enemy of our brother is an enemy to us all." They swear to aid his benefactor, their brother's brother. He thanks them, joining the boisterous celebration. But inside Mai, his mind is cold and sharp. He will use these men to crush the thugs threatening Hubert. After that, the true plan begins. An economic revolution, importing pepper from Earth. In return, he'll distribute magical tools from this world. A perfect win-win situation. This income will fuel his explosive growth. One of the warriors suggests visiting a friend's shop first. The Avatar claps him on the back. "I'm counting on all of you. Reliable subordinates," he muses, "truly make life easier." With Hubert's problem now in capable hands, Harris approaches a massive gate under the cloak of night. He addresses the guards smoothly. "A good night to you. Is this the great temple of Rosalia?" Then he begins his introduction. "My name is Harris, a mercenary, and a close friend of Sir Harley," he continues. "Harley, an ally of the Order of Holy Knights. I've come to seek an audience with the elven envoys currently in residence." The guard squints at the letter of introduction, scoffing at the drawing. "This handwriting is atrocious." Harris smiles faintly. Without a doubt, a letter personally written by Sir Harley. The guard gestures him inside. I will guide you to the Elven Envoy's quarters. Arriving at a door, the guard announces, Lord Rayfrey has been notified. You may enter. Harris takes a breath, requesting permission as he steps over the threshold. The elf at the table speaks, his voice like chimes. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Raffery Granwood, a high elf of the Elven Kingdom. He gestures to a chair, inviting Harris to sit. As he settles, Harris offers his thanks for the audience. He thinks to himself how strange it is, feigning ignorance before familiar faces. But he can't deny the thrill of it all. Seeing through a high elf's eyes, he notices Rayfree's gaze shines with an inner light. It's a powerful sensation, like being pulled into the depths of Rayfree's stare. The elf takes a sip from his cup. So, you are a close friend of Sir Harley. His eyes fall to the bracelet Harris wears. It seems that much is true. Harris quickly apologizes, offering to return it. But Raffery smiles. On the contrary, I am honored a fellow kin wears it. More importantly, he continues, I was told you had a request for me. Harris explains his desire to harness nature's power, to form contracts with the spirits, an opportunity he was never given. Raffery listens, his expression unreadable. I understand your situation, he says finally. I can sense your aptitude, there is no doubt. Raffery then invites him to step outside for some fresh air. Harris readily accepts. Outside, under the moonlight, Raffery returns to the topic at hand. Unfortunately, he explains, I cannot teach you. My time here is ending. Instead, I invite you to come with us, to the Elven Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom, the fabled land on the Enamel Continent, home to the High Elves' most sacred institution. Harris feigns surprise. But aren't special qualifications required? Normally, Rayfrey confirms. Only the children of High Elves may enter. However, there is an exception. The weight of his words hangs in the air. And what might that exception be? Harris asks. Rayfrey's eyes lock onto his. A person who possesses the qualities of a High Elf. The High Elf presses. Did you not feel something when you met my gaze? And there it is again, that same sensation, pulling him in, deeper and deeper. The world around him dissolves into light. Suddenly, he finds himself in a place unknown. Where am I? He wonders aloud. A mental realm? Perhaps no. The energy here is far too pure. Then, a sudden, shocking realization dawns on him. A single, glowing leaf drifts down into his palm. And from that leaf, a figure begins to manifest. Is this the elven goddess? No, he realizes. It's something more. Looking up, his breath catches. Could that be the World Tree? Meanwhile, Harris struggles to remain calm. The figure approaches, her touch gentle as she cups his face. He's frozen in confusion. She simply gazes at him, a faint smile on her lips. He is utterly speechless as her ethereal fingers trace his cheek. She draws him closer, her silent voice echoing in his soul, calling him to the Elven Kingdom. Is this leaf the World Tree itself? What did she mean, in desperation? Harris screams, Wait, just a moment! He reaches out a hand. I don't understand what any of this means. He's back in reality, staring at his own empty hand. What was that vision? Rayfree's voice is laced with awe. I felt the presence of the World Tree. What did you see? Harris can only stammer. I saw an elf. Was that the World Tree? Rayfrey nods solemnly. That was the form she chose to greet you. In the most familiar way possible, he reveals the unbelievable truth. It seems the World Tree has taken a special interest in you. Harris is stunned. First the divine, Harris thinks. And now even the World Tree is watching me. Elsewhere, a hulking man looms over Hubert. I told you clearly last week. Close this shop and get out of town, he snarls. So why are you still here? Hubert simply asks forgiveness for his rudeness. He offers a cup of tea. An excellent batch just arrived. The cup is slapped from his hand, shattering on the floor. Looks like you didn't get the message. The thug threatens him again. Leave today or die right here. Hubert just sighs. You don't care for tea. Your friends, on the other hand, seem to be enjoying it.
What are you babbling about? The thug demands, just as a hand clamps onto his face. Han Seong Hyun's avatar sends him flying out of the shop. The other thugs are frozen. Who the hell are these guys? The avatar and his new brothers advance on the remaining scum. Screams fill the air as the aggressors are tossed out into the street. Later that night, mugs are raised in a toast. Hubert bows his head. I am safe now. Thanks to you all. The drinks are on me.
One of the warriors claps him on the back. After seeing you fight, you need a mark. The avatar needs a true mark. Like mine, he declares, ripping off his shirt. He proudly displays a massive emblem on his chest. Now that is a warrior's mark. Another warrior chimes in. You need to find the southern shaman in Tarak. She can carve them. The avatar grabs his new friend, Lu Wang, by the shoulder. He hoists him up, declaring, Then we'll find her right now.
But I haven't finished my drink. Luong protests as he's carried away. In another part of town, ingredients are thrown to the floor. You wretched old hag, a man shouts at an old woman. It's time for the protection money, or has your age made you deaf?
The shaman's voice is steady. That amount is absurd. Where would I find such money? The man grabs her violently. Do you not understand the position you're in?
He points to his own bruised face. I've had a terrible day, and now you tell me you have no money. He shoves her to the ground. Find it somewhere. I don't care how. The old woman opens her mouth to speak, but the man's face twists in shock.
A scream tears from his throat as he sees what's behind him. Han Seong Hyun's avatar has appeared from thin air. He sends the thug flying with a single blow. Then, holding another goon by the neck, he greets the old woman. I'm here to have a mark carved. The shaman glances at the unconscious thugs. What will you do about them? The avatar shrugs. They'll crawl home on their own when they wake up. She sighs at the chaos. What a mess. Still, I suppose you should come inside for now. The shaman's voice cut through the silence. You seek a warrior's mark, don't you? He met her gaze, unflinching. Grant it to me, now. But she offered a grave warning. This mark grants immense power, but it devours your life force in return. His response was unwavering. I am well aware of the price. A rare smile played on the shaman's lips. Such a monstrous well of life force. It has been ages. Her eyes gleamed with a sudden greed. He could even bear the mark of the supreme warlord. Hearing this, his ambition ignited. Then sculpt the warlord's mark for me. But her answer was swift and sharp. That is impossible. She explained the harsh reality. That is a lost art. A technique no one has mastered in centuries. His excitement evaporated instantly. Well, that certainly kills the mood. With that path closed, he chose another. Then I'll take the great warrior mark Lu Wang spoke of. But her reply dashed his hopes again. That, too, presents a problem. He stared, completely taken aback. I'm short on materials, she explained. It has been an eternity since I last sculpted a mark. She continued, to receive a mark, you must prove your worth. You need a warrior's feat. To earn the great warrior mark, you must accomplish a deed of equal greatness. Her gaze shifted to the northern mountains, toward the dreaded Iron Fortress. To claim this mark, you must defeat the ogre that rules that fortress. Alone. Luang's voice erupted in disbelief. Do you have any idea what kind of monster an ogre is? His anger flared. Are you sending my brother to his death? The beast's head is the size of a man. Just then, the main character simply held up a massive skull. Were you talking about this? The shaman's eyes went wide with shock. That's the ogre's skull. You hunted it by yourself. He answered with chilling confidence. An ogre is nothing to me. The shaman had to agree he was an impressive warrior. Still, you must come back in a few days. She explained her condition. I am drained of all my energy. I need stamina to perform the engraving. And I haven't even had a proper meal. He simply stated, leave the food to me. Restoring vitality is my specialty. She watched, confused, as he vanished. He was already gone. She just hoped he wouldn't cause any trouble. A bandit spotted him approaching and called out a challenge. The avatar's only answer was a devastating punch. He turned to the defeated leader on the ground. We seem to keep running into each other today, the man demanded. Who sent you? The avatar's voice was cold. You made a grave mistake laying hands on our shaman. Terror dawned on the bandit's face. He realized the old woman was the legendary southern shaman. We didn't know, he pleaded. We thought she was just some random healer. The man begged him to stop, promising it would never happen again. The avatar's fist slammed into the side of his face. See that you keep that promise. Luong appeared at his side. I've handled things over here. What's our next move? The avatar surveyed the bandit hideout. I figured a place like this would be well stocked. He gestured for Luong to help him with some crates. Inside were massive cuts of meat. He grinned. Tonight, we feast. The southern warrior avatar announced his return to the old woman. She turned to see an astonishing sight. The sheer amount of food was overwhelming. He explained it was just some meat and drinks for their meal. He asked, Is this enough to restore your energy and health? The shaman smiled wistfully. If my son were alive, he'd be your age. But then she grumbled. At my age, I can barely chew meat anymore. The young warrior prompted her. Aren't you going to eat? She sighed, deciding to have a little since he'd gone to all this trouble. A moment later, she was devouring a huge slab of meat and chugging wine straight from the bottle. The avatar smirked. I knew the southern women had legendary appetites. Before them was a mountain of empty plates. Now that, she declared, hit the spot. The two young men stared, stunned by how much she had consumed. Fully satisfied, the shaman declared, Shall we begin the engraving? She heated the tip of a strange tool in a candle's flame. Her voice was a low warning. This will be painful. Lying on the bed, he assured her with absolute confidence. I am prepared for anything. He added, Don't worry, I'm used to pain. But his words were cut short. The shaman shoved a small doll into his mouth. You will bite down on this during the engraving. It's going to hurt. She told him to keep it firmly between his teeth. Then she pressed the instrument to his chest, but it didn't pierce his skin. She gasped in surprise. His skin! It's so tough the needle won't go in. Luong asked desperately, Is there another way? The shaman's eyes hardened. Of course there is. The meal I ate will not be wasted. With a powerful shout, she channeled her energy into the tool. It's time I showed you the power of a tribal shaman. She plunged the glowing needle deep into his chest. A system window appeared. The entity had fulfilled the conditions for enlightenment. The warrior acquired a new skill, Chaco-style combat symbol. His current symbol was now Great Warrior. He touched the fresh mark on his chest. This is far more efficient than leveling up with Beora. Clenching his fists, the young man felt a surge of power. At this level, I could crush an ogre with my bare hands, he declared. This is perfect. But in the background, the shaman suddenly stumbled. He rushed to her side. What's wrong? Are you all right? The elder waved him off. Don't you worry about me, she explained, breathing heavily. It's just been too long since I used that much power. I'll be fine after a little rest. But the avatar had other plans. We have more work to do. Lu Wang was confused. What is it? The southern warrior avatar boomed. We need more meat. The grandmother needs to be in peak condition to finish the other symbols. The shaman just called him a thick-headed fool. Just let an old woman rest, she grumbled. Elsewhere, beside Heinlich's bed, Saint Rar prayed tirelessly for him. Cardinal Pion approached from behind. Are you still praying for him? He warned her gently. Your own body will give out if you continue this way. He urged her to rest, but she refused. I can't forget it. The sight of him facing the Immortal King, never retreating until the very end. Heinrich lay still, his entire body covered in bandages. The cardinal spoke with reverence. It was like witnessing the birth of a new hero. Saint Rar considered the thought. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the bed. Your Eminence, you flatter me. The saint gasped his name. The cardinal asked, Is the pain bearable? The young man assured them. My body is fine, thanks to the saint's devoted care. Saint Rar reached out and held his hand. She proclaimed, You are no longer just a champion of the order. You are the hero of Outerica. Heinlich's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, Han Seong Hyun mused to himself. And now I can properly play my part. The hero has been chosen. which means the villain must rise to meet him. The avatar, wearing the Haho mask, knew it was time. With the hero now born, he would fully embrace his role as the Demon King. His magic flared to life. I will spread my infamy further than ever before. His eyes glowed, scanning the city below. Now, I see them all so clearly. He could see the filthy stains of every evildoer. With that, the avatar leaped from the rooftop. And I will drag every last one of them to hell.
Paramedics burst into a hospital, rushing a patient on a gurney. Make way, clear a path. A staff member cursed under his breath. What in the world happened this time? Another answered grimly.
That monster in the Haho mask. He's appeared again. A hand examined the dark energy pouring from the victim. The detective turned to Han Seong Hyun. Do you have any idea what we're dealing with? Han Seong Hyun, the dark mage, spoke gravely. They tangled with someone truly dangerous. He observed the bandaged figure. One wrong move with this curse, and you're all dead. He called the masked man an insane monster. As dark chains consumed the patient, Han Seong Hyun explained, this level of black magic is beyond comprehension. His soul has already been enslaved. A twisted smile appeared on his face. If I were caught in a curse like this, I'd wish I had never been born. The detective was baffled. But then, Han Seong Hyun's expression turned deathly serious. I am nowhere near this level. The chilling realization hit him. This is what it means to have a mage of this caliber as an enemy. It can't be, the detective whispered. The Haho mask was definitely here. Han Seong Hyun confirmed. He decided to analyze the curse up close. As he touched the bandaged man's forehead, an image of the Haho mask flashed in his mind. An overwhelming power slammed into Han Seong Hyun. He collapsed to the floor. What was that? His team leader grabbed him by the collar. What did you find out? With a horrified expression, Han Seong Hyun whispered, I think I need to die. His leader stared at him, utterly incredulous. He called the Haho masked avatar that bastard, falling into his superior's arms. He revealed the terrifying truth. The Haho mask, it saw me. Han Seong Hyun began to panic. The Haho mask knows who I am.
I'm completely screwed for messing with his spell. His team leader demanded to know if he could handle it. Han Seong Hyun declared there was only one option left. He made a mad dash for the window. This is the only way I'll cross over to the afterlife. But his superior grabbed him, yelling, You idiot!
The leader held him tight. The Haho mask only hunts villains, you'll be fine. Hearing this, Han Seong Hyun seemed to calm down a bit. Oh, I guess I feel a little better now. The other man wondered if he was just stupid. But then, the leader felt a strange sensation. As his own body began to go limp. What's happening to me? Suddenly, Han Seong Hyun's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. His superior screamed his name, frantically calling for a nurse. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, the figure in the Haho mask finds the scene rather interesting. It observes the man, noting his impressive skill as a dark mage, with no evil aura emanating from him. The masked figure decides they wouldn't mind crossing paths again. The scene shifts. Back in his apartment, the real Han Seong Hyun stares at his computer screen. Realizing the popularity of his creation, Hans, is spiraling completely out of control. He continues to scroll through the news. They're even calling Hans the Shadow Hero. But the title brings him no joy, only a growing sense of dread. He knows this situation is escalating into a serious problem. Clutching his head, he groans, wondering how he can possibly continue his operations now. Suddenly, a knock at the door breaks his train of thought. Cautiously, Han Seong Hyun asks, "Who is it?" A cheerful voice replies, "Your chicken delivery has arrived." But the person standing there is the last one he ever expected to see. It's Kong Tae-san, greeting him with a wide smile. "How have you been?" he asks, stepping inside and eyeing his friend's disheveled state. Tae-san proudly shows off his police uniform, questioning Seong Hyun's shocked silence. All the young man can do is let out a nervous laugh. Tae-san was the absolute last person he wanted to see. The newcomer was a detective from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Skill Management Department. More importantly, Seong Hyun recalls, Taesan was his one and only childhood friend. Taesan had always sought him out, even when he was living in hiding. Taking a sip of his drink, the detective comments, "You look a bit different. It's like you found a new reason to live." Seong Hyun replies, "You can't stay trapped in the past forever. Your parents wouldn't have wanted that." Raising his can in a toast, Taesan says, "I've been so worried about you all this time." The young man states, "It's not so bad. I even leave the house sometimes," which leaves his friend completely stunned. Han Seong Hyun looks at him and says simply, "Thank you." Taesan stares back, confused. Seong Hyun explains with a small smile, "When I was at my absolute worst, you always showed up. Just like this." Taesan cracks open his drink, a little taken aback. "Seeing you doing better today," he begins. "There's finally something I can tell you," Seong Hyun asks. "What do you mean?" The police officer's expression turns serious. "Do you know the real reason I joined the Criminal Investigation Division?" Taesan reminds him that Seong Hyun was like a son to his parents. After the accident, he joined the division, refusing to believe it was just some random attack. "There's a group," he explains, "called the Society of Divine Retribution. They've been operating from the shadows for a long time," the detective continues. "They are meticulous. But the Ha-Ho mask just gave us our first real clue." Han Seong Hyun lets out another strained, nervous laugh. He wonders if he gave the department too much of a lead. Taesan promises, "I'll keep you updated, but please don't tell anyone." His friend replies, "I don't have anyone to tell." As they eat, Seong Hyun casually remarks, "The Ha-Ho mask was impressive, though."
So why is the department trying to hunt him down? Taesan gets annoyed and slams the table. Exactly. Why are they chasing someone who is actually doing good work? The young writer grins, relieved his friend is on the Ha-Ho mask's side.
Taesan then proposes, "Let's drink all night to celebrate your new beginning." Later, amidst the mess, Taesan tells his friend, "You should just give up being a writer." Han Seong Hyun asks, "What's wrong with that?"
The police officer criticizes the story's concept. A hero and a demon king. It's way too cliché. And the name Hans is just boring. Seong Hyun defends it, saying it's a classic. But his friend retorts, "That's not a classic. That's just cringe."
Taesan suggests, "If you're going to use an exhausted idea, you could at least say Hans is an abbreviation for Hannibal Strauss." Seong Hyun has to admit, that's actually good. His friend reminds him, "If you're going to be a writer, you can always call me for help." Just then, Taesan's cell phone vibrates on the table. He glances at the time and announces he needs to go, surprising Seong Hyun with his sudden departure. "My team leader called me," he explains. But before he leaves, Seong Hyun asks, "Is your grandmother okay?"
The police officer hesitates, his hand on the doorknob. The cheerful mood vanishes. "Her condition has worsened significantly," he reveals. "Seong Hyun, you might need to prepare yourself emotionally."
"Is there anything I can do to help?" Seong Hyun asks. Taesan forces a smile. "Just focus on yourself. I'll handle everything." As the door closes, Seong Hyun clenches his fist. His mind flashes back to him holding Taesan's grandmother's hand. He remembers her asking, "Is the food good?" and his happy reply. The grandma had smiled, saying, "If you want to eat anything else, just ask this old lady." She always said Taesan's friend was no different from her real grandson. He fondly remembers how she always took care of him. And now, he discovers she's gravely ill. His best friend, who was always by his side, is going through hell. And he feels completely and utterly useless. But then, an idea strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He realizes he has something that can help. Standing before his system interface, he says with a grim smile, "Kang Tae-san is going to have to apologize for making fun of my names, because those characters that sound so cringe are the ones who are going to help." The screen illuminates Heinlich's profile. To heal a person like this, a priest is needed, and Seong Hyun realizes he has one. Heinlich possesses immense divine power, recognized even by the archbishops. He could heal Taesan's grandmother. But Seong Hyun wonders how he'll get him out of the story. The disappearance of an official hero would cause too many problems. For now, he decides to simply wait for the right moment. In a small village, young Aaron struggles with a bag of apples. Diana asks if it's heavy, but the boy assures her he's fine. Suddenly, one of the apples tumbles free. Aaron runs after the fruit as Diana calls for him to wait. The apple rolls across the cobblestones and stops at a man's feet. He picks it up, telling the boy, "You need to hold your things more carefully." It's then that Diana recognizes him. "Lord Hines," she breathes. He greets her. "How have you been?" Aaron is surprised, noting that he looks different. The newcomer confirms. "My face has changed a bit," Diana demands. "Why did you only show up now?" Hines realizes almost 7 months have passed. She deduces he must have business in the village. He denies it, saying, "I didn't come for business. I came to see you." Diana scoffs. "I don't care." She tells him to just spit it out, but adds that he needs to visit them more often. He admits defeat. "I honestly can't win against you two." Handing over a coin, Hines asks, "May I be your employer once more? I need to use your information gathering skills." The young woman accepts the request with a professional smile. In another location, the man known as Vampire calls for Saran. He asks her to look at a list of magic tool suppliers he's acquired. Jin Saran is impressed. "My lord, where did you find such valuable items?" He simply replies, "I always have a way." Vampire explains that thanks to Diana, he's obtained quality tools and information about Dross Black. He also mentions that the pepper she requested is in the warehouse, ready for a friend to sell. Saren informs him that the internal purge is over. When he asks what she means, she reveals that every traitor who pretended to surrender or went into hiding has been identified and executed. She is relieved. The clan can finally be normalized. He agrees that now they only need to handle the negotiations. But Vampire then surprises her, declaring he will entrust the entire administration of Heterosis to her. Saren panics, doubting her ability to maintain the clan alone. Vampire simply says her name, Jin Saran, and assures her of her competence. "You are someone I trust, and I'm sure you will do well." His absolute faith in her is overwhelming. Moved by her lord's trust, she vows, "You can leave everything to me." As Vampire walks toward a door, he thinks to himself, "I'm using drama lines everywhere, like I'm in some small company." He then wonders, shall we start the true conquest of the clan? Based on Diana's information, Vampire discovered the source of his bloodline was in this very city. The building before him could only be the base of the Dross Black clan. At the entrance, one of the guards suddenly collapses without a sound. The massive door swings open, and the other guard turns, wondering why his partner just fell. Deep inside, a woman named Rosalika sips from a goblet. "Now this is life," she declares. But then she wonders how much longer she'll have to drink alone, laying her head on the table. A voice cuts through the silence, calling her a drunkard. The young woman lifts her head as Vampire appears in the room, dropping his concealment. He comments, "There are many familiar faces here." Rosalika squints, asking, "Excuse me, who are you?" He introduces himself simply as Hines. With a smile, she apologizes for her bad memory while refilling her goblet. "Since a guest has arrived," she states, "I must show some hospitality." She offers him a cup of freshly squeezed blood, but he refuses the drink. Suddenly, Vampire's entire attitude changes. He recognizes her particular brand of high-level blood magic and questions her. "How dare you invade the sanctuary of Broklak?" she shrieks, lunging to attack him. "I will not let you get away with this." But Vampire merely smiles at her furious charge. He then manipulates the very blood she was using, turning it against Rosalika herself. The Vampire is stunned to see her own blood attacking her. She realizes he can manipulate another person's spilled blood. Trapped and bound, she accuses him. "You violated the treaty by invading Broklak territory." The Vampire seizes the opportunity. He declares himself a descendant of Broklak's indirect lineage. The young woman calls him a liar, believing it to be impossible. Yet a faint memory of a persecuted clan surfaces in her mind. Was that story real? He confirms he is from that very clan and demands her cooperation. But Rosalika retorts defiantly, "I have no reason to obey you." The Vampire's hand snaps out, grabbing her face as he warns her not to misunderstand. A chilling smile plays on his lips. "You don't have the luxury of refusal." Suddenly, a scream tears through the building. The scene shifts back inside, where Rosalika is struck by an overwhelming wave of power. She realizes her master has been completely transformed. He then commands her to reveal everything she knows. Compelled by his power, the Vampire has no choice but to obey. She confesses that the true bloodline ruling the area is Lady Frisia. The young woman adds, Frieza is, without a doubt, a user of demonic eyes. Meanwhile, Frisia sips her tea as a butler asks if she is enjoying the human world. She replies with detached amusement. It is always an interesting spectacle. She gazes down on the city, remarking how pathetic it is to see them struggle in such inferior bodies. The butler informs her that a new religious group is expanding its influence in Rafloshi. With a confident smirk, she reassures him. After all, the kingdom already belongs to Broko Slack, who are disguised as human nobility, Frisia declares. Just apply pressure to the kingdom, and everything will crumble. But a sudden cough racks her body. A voice cuts in. Are you Frisia? She spins around to face the intruder. The vampire approaches, his eyes scanning her. I've never seen your face before. He casually licks the blood from his hand. Frisia scoffs. That hardly seems like the blood of a trueborn. He simply tells her to consider it a branch bloodline. Frisia's voice drips with contempt. An inferior branch dares to challenge me without knowing its place. She then proclaims with absolute authority, I will force you to your knees immediately. Frisia lunges at him, but he remains perfectly still. She falters, wondering, how did he dodge my demonic eye? The vampire closes the distance. I already know about your ability. He poses a chilling question. So what does it mean when it doesn't work on me? Then he leans in. Who is the one that doesn't know their place? Now, Frisia begins to question if this intruder is truly a pureblood. What were you thinking, attacking here in the heart of Brokoslak's territory? The vampire's response is simple and terrifying. I will take everything that belongs to Broklak for myself. She calls him a fool and reveals a shocking truth: she is also a pureblood. He reacts with pure surprise. He can barely follow her movements as she closes the distance in an instant. Did you really think your pathetic little plan would succeed? He watches in horror as she forms a weapon from her own blood. A single kick sends him flying, and he spits blood on the ground. Realizing she is a close-quarters combatant, she presses her attack. Think you can block this next one? He notes that her swordsmanship is flawless. That umbrella was clearly more than just an accessory. He narrowly evades the blow, but Frisia warns him that dodging won't save him. She prepares her next assault, launching a devastating blood blast in his direction, declaring it will be his last. The vampire braces himself, deciding to cut straight through the attack. But in a flash, he realizes something is wrong. He wonders where she vanished as he sees her disappear. She reappears right beside him, slamming a fist into his face. The force of the impact sends him soaring. Frisia turns away, bored. How disappointing. It's over. But a voice echoes from behind her. What are you talking about? With a sickening crunch, he snaps his twisted neck back into place. Who said you get to decide when it ends? His body regenerates before her eyes as he declares, For me, this is just the beginning. She can't comprehend how he survived a broken neck that healed in seconds. The vampire then reveals his trump card, something he calls hybrid evolution. Frisia is stunned, admitting she can count on one hand the purebloods who have ever survived her assault. The vampire admits she's skilled, but points out her flaws. He begins to speak, leaving her utterly confused. Extending a hand, he makes an audacious proposal. I will make you stronger. Join me. She grips her umbrella so hard her knuckles turn white. What is this nonsense? Freya is enraged by the insult, swearing to turn him into a pincushion from which he will never rise again. But as she lunges forward, her body freezes solid. A magic circle flares to life on the ground, trapping her. The vampire states coldly, You have no choice. He then decides he will have to use force. She is suddenly surrounded by rows of blood spikes erupting from the ground. When did you cast that spell? The vampire reveals he isn't a martial artist at all, but an expert blood mage. He proves it by creating an object out of his own blood. Then he plunges it directly into her neck. He injects the substance known as Rafalashi into her very being. Freya screams as the liquid infiltrates her veins. The vampire smirks, saying that for a high-level vampire, a small dose is not enough. He then unleashes a massive torrent of power directly into her. Frisia collapses to her knees. Struggling back to her feet, she screams, What did you do to me without my consent? I'll never forgive you. He calls her ungrateful and asks if she can't perceive the difference. Frieza realizes her senses have sharpened, her physical power evolving to another level. "Do you finally feel it?" the vampire asks. "Now I have enough strength to finish you." She charges forward to attack him, but her punch stops just inches from his face. Her body won't move, and she wonders what's happening. Frieza feels as if her entire body is bound by chains. He explains that this is the power of his blood domination. "And now, you will move exactly as I wish." She refuses to believe this is possible, but the vampire confirms that for him, it is a simple matter. He then asks the most important question. "I want to know where your clan lord is." Frieza tries to resist, but her own mouth betrays her, revealing he is at Duke Bright's home. She is horrified to realize her mouth moved on its own. The vampire congratulates her like an obedient servant, leaving her seething with fury. He deduces the clan chief must already know a pureblood was captured, and decides it's time to end things quickly. Before a towering mansion, Freya calls for her lord. "Please let me in. I have something important to report." The lord authorizes her entry. As she steps through the door, she complains about the oppressive darkness. "We have no need for light." He commands her to get to the point. She begins to speak, but he interrupts her, saying he already sensed the unwanted guest trailing behind her. The vampire, still hidden, is impressed by the lord's perception. He deactivates his camouflage, commenting that it would be shameful if the clan leader couldn't even notice his presence. The lord expresses his disappointment and stares coldly at Frieza. He then accuses her of becoming a traitor. Lord Mullo says he is disappointed in Freya. He accuses her of treason for serving another master. The real Frieza tries to explain that it's a mistake, but the lord confronts her. He reveals he noticed the scent of her blood had changed. This, after 100 years together, Lord Mullo lunges to attack her. He calls her a traitor, but the vampire intercepts the killing blow with one hand. He says coldly, "That won't be happening." Mullo staggers back. He is shocked to see his attack stopped so easily. The vampire states that he had hoped to resolve this peacefully. The lord calls him a bluffer and promises to cut out his tongue along with the traitors. A massive magic circle spreads across the floor. He summons the children of Broklak. He then orders them to drink the blood and devour the flesh of the traitors. Frisia instantly creates a weapon with her blood. She says that this place is not for intruders. Mullo notices something is terribly wrong. He sees that only a dozen of his subordinates are there. As the henchmen are easily defeated, he panics. He questions if this means his followers are no longer in the capital. Lord Mullo grabs Freya. He demands to know what she did to his subordinates. She drops her umbrella. She apologizes, explaining that most of them now serve Lord Hines. Mullo doesn't understand. How did they accept another's blood without offering resistance? The vampire comments that this is not much different from cannibalism among their kind. Mullo screams that it's driving him insane. Frisia reveals that this is only possible because Lord Hines is from the collateral lineage of Brokoslak. He dismisses the idea as ridiculous. Mullo then unleashes the Brokoslak blood magic, the mixed blood technique, and orders them to witness his power. The vampire recognizes it instantly. It's the barrier of a true Broklak blood sorcerer. He feels his body become twice as heavy under the enemy's dominion. Mullo warns that it's too early to be surprised, and states that wherever they are, his servants answer their master's call. A staff emerges from a swirling pool of blood. He invokes the name Obor. A figure rises from the pool. Or asks why he was summoned so suddenly. The vampire wonders what in the world is happening now. Lord Mullo orders to kill the traitors. There is no time for conversation. The newcomer asks for just a moment to prepare. Then Obor takes his attack stance. In the blink of an eye, he appears behind the vampire and Frisia. The vampire recognizes him as He had imagined he would be fast. The assassin attacks Frieza. The vampire analyzes him instantly, an assassin-type pureblood. He activates his own acceleration ability. He decides that he cannot be left behind. The weapon is blocked by a wall of blood magic. Ober questions it. Inside the Lord's dominion, how could anyone wield such power? The vampire pushes forward, straining against Mullo's aura. Ober scoffs, mocking his futile advance. But the momentary distraction costs him dearly, as Or's attack slams into him. He crashes to the ground, but quickly recovers. The sheer force of that blow was unexpected. He realizes there's no holding back now. Activating his acceleration, he targets Obor first. Lord Mullo watches in disbelief. This intruder's power, it rivals that of a true vampire noble. Mullo is stunned, watching this stranger fight his servant on equal footing. Seizing the opening, Frisia strikes. She attacks Obor in perfect sync with the vampire. The blow lands true, sending him to his knees, holding the defeated Obor. She sneers about his disrespectful attitude. Frisia adds that instead of a reckless charge, Obor should have stayed to play with her. Mullo is baffled. How did her speed match Ur's? As he stares at his fallen servants, he wonders where this immense power came from. In that instant, the vampire appears right beside him. It seems the great lord let his guard down. Mullo spits back, calling him a fool for willingly entering the Dominion. Inside this barrier, there is no escape, no way to dodge. The vampire simply smirks. Who said anything about dodging? He declares he never intended to. In a flash, he thrusts his own arm straight through Lord Mullo's chest. Mullo grabs him in shock, questioning if he truly sacrificed his own arm for a single attack. The vampire grins. Does the Lord have any idea how resourceful he is? From the spilled blood, his arm regenerates in an instant. The Lord's eyes widen in horror at the sight. The vampire holds him steady, telling him not to worry. Killing him isn't the goal. Mullo demands to know his purpose, and the vampire begins to speak. He reveals his true intention to inherit the lordship itself. Deep beneath the earth, a long spiral staircase descends into darkness. At its base, a lone coffin rests in a circular chamber. Slowly, the lid begins to creak open. A beautiful, dark-haired vampire yawns from within. She raises a hand, murmuring about how sleepy she still is, leaning on the edge of her resting place. She sighs. She just wanted 5 more minutes. But as she stretches, she knows it's impossible. She can feel it in the air. Something has happened to her children. Meanwhile, back in the mansion, a voice commands the next one to step forward. Another orders the subordinate to remain perfectly still. A syringe filled with refalashi is injected into the kneeling vampire. With the procedure complete, the subordinate is dismissed, and the next is called. The one administering the dose wipes sweat from his brow, relieved it's finally over. The vampire asks coolly if all the remaining subjects have been processed. Mullo confirms that this method is far more efficient, but he's quickly reprimanded for his tone, and the former lord immediately corrects his posture. The vampire comments that having a lord nearby certainly simplifies things, making Mullo shift uneasily behind him. His hypothesis, he notes, was correct. He reveals that he first drained Mullo's blood to weaken him before injecting the refalashi. Through this process, he finally obtained Brokaslak, the very essence of Mullo's bloodline. He recalls the day he was first turned, and now, he stands at the pinnacle of the vampire hierarchy. It truly was a massive change, he muses. He calls out to Mullo, who responds with a formal, "Sir, the order is given. Gather all remaining Brokaslaks from every region." The former lord agrees without hesitation. Then, a new instruction is given. Mullo is to gather intelligence from across the continent. They must build their own information network, or forge an alliance with one that already exists. The vampire stresses the point. This is a crucial task, and he is counting on him. Mullo suddenly recalls Frizia's words about a plan to unite all vampires and make him their king. Mullo affirms his loyalty. Lord Hines has more than proven his strength. I pledge my full support. The vampire, Hines, turns with a knowing smile. I'm sure you will, he says, before departing. Now alone, he wonders to himself, did he really say he would become the king of vampires? He dismisses it, thinking it was just something said in the heat of the moment. But then, the idea takes root. Having more powerful vampires under his command, that wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Walking down the hall, he makes a decision. Perhaps this is a goal he will achieve himself, elsewhere. A young man named Han Seong Hyun nods in satisfaction at his computer screen, completely absorbed in his design work. He refines the character's jawline, making it sharper. Next, he accentuates the model's orbital bones for a more intense gaze. With the design complete, he declares it perfect. This is how the Immortal King should look. Han Hyun leans back, pushing away from his desk. He stands and asks the system, "Has the avatar?" With that, he announces, "It is time to visit the Karma Shop." The shop interface opens, revealing a staggering 1.3 million points accumulated. He wonders what evolution will grant him this time. As he selects the unique skill enhancement, a sudden shockwave hurls him backward from the sheer force of his choice. He sees 2 system windows have appeared, and wonders if he just gained 2 abilities at once. The first window, however, displays something he didn't expect. The skill medium selection appears, but the option to increase his number of avatars is gone. He exclaims, "This cost 900,000 points. Something isn't right," he mutters to himself. "And I was just starting to enjoy collecting different races." He then questions, "What in the world is entity projection?" The second window reveals the skill's description. It's an art he can only use once a day, a technique allowing him to project his own avatars directly into his body. Looking at his assembled avatars, he wonders if he read that correctly. Then, the true meaning of the skill dawns on him. He can now absorb the powers of the clones he created, wielding every skill he so carefully developed, all from his own body. Han Seong Hyun gazes upon his creations, from Hans and Heinrich to Hines, Harley, and Harris. A proud smile graces his lips as he tells Hein that seeing them all together fills him with pride. Then, a shocking realization strikes him. If he masterfully uses the Immortal King's ability, he could potentially manifest 2 of them at the same time. The idea is incredible, but he concludes that a single mistake could lead to disaster, and so he discards Hans from his plan. With a new strategy in mind, he decides his first test will be Heinrich. Once the transformation is complete, he's stunned to see the armor and weapon are identical to the original. Seong Hyun feels his divine power is only half that of Outerus. Questioning if this is what an awakened being feels upon returning to Earth, he notes the effect lasts a mere 10 minutes, but he says with confidence, "I'm just stepping out for a bit. That will be more than enough time." The scene shifts to the dark facade of a hospital at night. An ominous shadow stretches across the corridor floor. A masked figure carries Han Seong Hyun, who wonders if it is time to begin. His feet land silently on the ground as the masked figure vanishes. Standing beside a hospital bed, Han Seong Hyun softly announces to his grandmother, "I have arrived." He gently holds her hand, reminding her, "It's Seong Hyun, Taeson's friend." With his back to her, his voice is filled with regret. "I'm sorry it's taken me this long to visit you." Heinrich's projection manifests as he vows, "I will come back more often." He begs his grandmother, "Please, just hold on a little longer." Then he prepares to cast Utika's divine spell. Seong Hyun decides to pour every last bit of his energy into recovery, regeneration, and detoxification. Under his power, his grandmother's condition seems to stabilize slightly. He knows that even divine power has its limits against the decay of old age, but he believes this will ease her condition. Relying on the old woman's own will to live, he wishes for her health and promises, "Next time, I will bring Taeson." Elsewhere, an elf asks Harris, "Are you Harley's friend?" He confirms that he is. Harris explains it was a short encounter, but their connection was so strong they became like family. The elf, Cecily, says, "I sense a familiar fragrance from you." She comments that the aroma reminds her of a branch from the world tree, and Harris replies, "I understand." Cecily then states, "I think we will get along well. I'll take care of you." To which he gives his thanks. Rayfree simply observes the group with a faint smile, suggesting, "Let's take a break." Cecily reminds Harris that he hasn't formed a contract with a spirit yet, and asks, "Shall we practice some techniques?" The 2 elves find their own space in the quiet forest. Cecily concentrates, focusing energy in her hands. A tiny spirit materializes before her, and she celebrates. It worked. She then calls out to Harris to show him her success. Concerned, Cecily asks, "Are you okay?" Harris asks in frustration. "Why didn't it work for me?" He wonders why it's failing, even with his affinity maxed out. Believing something is fundamentally wrong, he's approached by Rayfree. The elder elf explains that mages and spirits are partners, meant to grow together. He continues, saying that before you can summon them, forming a bond is essential. Rayfree instructs him to channel the power of nature and introduce it to the spirit world. Harris realizes his mistake. He tried to forge the bond after the summoning, when it should have been the other way around. He celebrates. I'm so glad I followed the elves. He then focuses his affinity, unleashing the power of nature. A vibrant energy begins to form in his hands. Cecily is shocked by his raw talent, while Rayfrey merely comments. He learns fast. Harris states with wonder, I can feel something. A notification rings out. His spirit has achieved enlightenment, and a new ability has been unlocked. Rayfrey comments that at this speed, the two of them will soon be at the same level. Cecily says his growth is so fast, it almost feels like a betrayal. With their help, a new path opened before him. He was one step closer to mastering spirit magic. Gazing at the small creature, a name came to mind. Pikachu. Rayfrey stepped forward, declaring he would now forge their path. He revealed a profound secret. Every tree, every forest, is a vein connected to the heart of the world tree. Through this connection, elves could open gateways, portals to any forest in existence. Rayfrey then added, I'm certain Cecily can do this as well. The statement sent a shock through her, a network of paths, woven through the very fabric of nature. Harris's mind raced, realizing it was a mass teleportation network. Walking through the ethereal path, he marveled at its efficiency. It surpassed even the portals of the great divine orders. Is this the power of the world tree? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, Rayfrey's voice cut through the silence. We have arrived. Harris lifted his gaze and froze. Before him stood something beyond imagination. It's bigger than I ever dreamed, he whispered in awe. He turned to Cecily, asking, Is this your first time seeing it too? But in that instant, a blinding energy engulfed her. She rose into the air, weightless, as her friends cried out her name in alarm. Rayfrey's voice was calm. You've never witnessed this before, have you? Before them, the majestic world tree unveiled its full, breathtaking glory, and at its center, Cecily completed the legendary ritual. The Eye Awakening ceremony, a sacred rite, one that few elves ever see in their lifetime. As Harris watched, captivated, a wave of life force erupted from the tree. The very plants around them were reborn in an instant. An avatar of the tree itself appeared, offering one of its fruits, which then materialized directly in Cecily's hands. She took a single bite, and a change began. Harris could feel it. Cecily is becoming a true elite. But he knew he couldn't just be a spectator. This overflowing energy was an opportunity he wouldn't let go to waste. He prepared his body to absorb every last drop he could handle. Rayfrey's eyes widened, sensing the shift in the flow of power. In that moment, Harris attained a new level of understanding. Enlightenment. He had acquired an affinity with nature itself. A triumphant thought echoed in his mind. Now, I can grow stronger just by breathing. Rayfrey called his name, and Harris tensed, ready to explain himself. But the elf simply said, Look! A living branch was extending from the great tree, directly towards him. The world tree has taken an interest in you, Rayfrey noted. Stunned, Harris could only ask, That is for me, Rayfrey nodded. As Harris held the branch, the elf explained its significance. A sacred relic like this is incredibly rare, a core material for a legendary weapon or accessory. Harris realized Rayfrey must have received one as well, during his own ceremony. He offered, I can return yours to you. But Rayfrey shook his head. It is not necessary. He revealed that he had forged his own relic into a ring, a wedding ring for his wife, a ring that had now been passed down to their daughter. Harris was impressed. Forging a sacred relic into a proposal. You're a true romantic. With a small smile, Rayfrey announced the ceremony was complete. Another elf arrived, reporting that Cecily would need to rest and stabilize her newfound power. Rayfrey sighed in relief, knowing they had a powerful new elite among them. He joked that he could finally think about retirement, which caught Harris off guard. Don't worry, I'm not retiring just yet, the elf reassured him. But Harris shot back. That's not what I was talking about.
Harris then pressed the issue, asking if Rayfrey was even old enough to retire. The elf just stared, completely baffled. Thanks to Rayfrey's support, Harris soon found himself in Dasha, the elven capital. having secured a place in their prestigious academy.
But the atmosphere was nothing like he'd imagined. He expected a fairy tale life deep in the woods, but this city was a world unto itself. The other students, full of curiosity, begged him for stories of the human continent. One student exclaimed, "I heard the continent is too wild for anyone to survive," another added. "And weren't humans the ones who kidnapped Cecily? They're pure evil." Harris had to agree they could be dangerous, choosing his words with care, not wanting to cause a scene. He mentioned that he also had good companions on his travels. "So you're an adventurer?" one asked, surprised. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on a nearby table. "I can't concentrate with all this noise," an elf complained, demanding silence. The other students immediately fell quiet, apologizing. His new classmates quickly scattered. "Sorry, we were being too loud." As silence finally fell, Harris sighed in relief. He turned to thank the girl who had quieted the room, but she cut him off with a single word, mediocre. She sneered, dismissing him as a mercenary with no background. Harris was baffled by her instant hostility. Could he really survive in a place like this? Meanwhile, Junshan is in the heart of the elven royal capital. Rayfrey finished his report. Information about the new Immortal King was spreading to all races on the continent. A powerful female voice spoke. "An immortal king who can move freely could easily invade our lands." Rayfrey expressed his relief at Cecili's awakening, again joking about retirement. The golden-eyed elf turned to him. "Because of her, one of my greatest worries has returned," another elf added. "I heard the one who accompanied Cecily possesses great talent." Rayfrey confirmed it. "Indeed, he even caught the eye of the World Tree itself." He insisted that Harris's talent was exceptional, and with the right training, he would surely achieve legendary feats. The elf noted Rayfrey seemed quite excited about this. He just laughed in response. She then realized the implications of his impending academic training. Rayfrey simply hoped he would succeed, certain that Harris would one day become a great help to her. The sun shone brightly over the Elven Academy. Harris let out a long yawn from his seat on a bench. He reveled in the perfect weather and crisp air, knowing it was all a blessing from the World Tree. Nearby, the sound of an elf singing filled the air. The song was so perfect, so serene. For a moment, he considered giving it all up, just to live a simple life as Harris. But in that instant, something came flying right at his head. He looked up, confused, just as a book smacked him square in the face. It was Saffron. "You don't have the luxury of lazing about," she snapped. "Don't let the World Tree intoxicate you." He stared at her, having no idea what she meant. She scoffed. "I suppose a common mercenary wouldn't know the basics. This place is the closest one can get to nature's core." Saffron explained that elves with high sensitivity can become drunk on the harmony of nature. The truth hit him. His blissful state was because of his new, powerful affinity. "Are you even listening to me?" she suddenly yelled. He snapped to attention, confirming he was... She shoved a book into his hands. "I organized this so even an idiot like you could understand it." Then came the threat. "If our class average drops because of you, I will never forgive you." And with that, Saffron turned and walked away. Harris couldn't help but think, maybe she wasn't so bad after all. That's when his eyes caught her ring, and he felt the unmistakable energy of the World Tree pouring from it. Would someone really wear a sacred relic so openly? Could she be from a noble family? Then, Rayfrey's words echoed in his memory, about a ring given to his daughter. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Saffron muttered to herself, "Why is father putting his trust in such an idiot?" Harris was speechless. He finally looked away and muttered, "This is just ridiculous." How could someone like Saffron possibly be the kind and gentle Rayfrey's daughter? Their personalities were polar opposites. He opened the book she'd given him. Despite her attitude, her notes were perfect, brilliantly explained. A smile crept onto his face as he decided on a practical test. In one hand, he summoned a fire spirit, and in the other, a spirit of water. He named them Ki and Pascal. "Now that I get the essence, this is a piece of cake." He then noticed that Pikachu, his lightning spirit, had already evolved to the low rank. They grow up so fast, he mused. Coming to the Elven Kingdom was definitely the right choice.
He resolved to keep his head down, adapt, and stay out of trouble. His only rule: avoid Saffron at all costs, which made his current situation, sitting silently right next to her, all the more ironic.
How did I end up here? He silently despaired. The answer lay 10 minutes in the past. The teacher was explaining the profound importance of connecting with spirits, revealing a secret method to maximize that bond. The teacher's voice rang out. Connection is forged through dance and music. Harris's mind raced. A festival for the new elite elf? Cecily was fast approaching. The instructor continued, announcing that on the day of the event, a grand stage in the city center would be prepared for their evaluations.
A calculating smirk played on Harris's lips. Even the great Cecily will be there to witness the performance. This was the perfect opportunity, he realized. It was time to show them a side he had kept hidden until now.
The teacher's eyes lit up. And in honor of our new transfer student, we'll have a special project. She detailed the assignment. Each group must create a performance about their connection to the spirits, and they would be graded on stage, in front of everyone. And now, sitting with his new group, Harris was still reeling. A member named Timer Coffin introduced himself, followed by Curie. Saffron cut straight to the point, demanding everyone contribute so their meeting would actually be productive. Her gaze landed on Harris. Can you sing? Can you dance? If not, we'll find some other role for you. The other two quickly agreed, and Saffron seemed pleased by their cooperation. An idea sparked in Harris's mind. To connect with spirits. It didn't necessarily have to be an elven song or dance. He stood up, thanking them for their consideration. Actually, he said, I just remembered a song from my old hometown. Timer Coffin's eyes widened. A song from the other continent. Harris nodded. My parents loved it, so it's burned into my memory. Saffron eyed him skeptically, commenting on his sudden confidence. He met her gaze without flinching. I'm sure of it. After all, his karaoke scores never dipped below 80. With arms crossed, Saffron glared at him in defiant silence. She then scoffed. What would a mercenary know about elven music? She wondered aloud. How could someone like him possibly receive the teachings of my father? And the world tree. She slammed her hands on the table, declaring, I will never accept him. Saffron challenged him to prove himself. She demanded he take full responsibility if his music was trash. Harris simply agreed. On one condition, he said, catching her by surprise. Harris proposed his terms. If we succeed, you will teach me more about elven culture. Saffron accepted the wager, but she added a sharp warning, only if the performance is truly good. With the deal struck, the group began to sing in perfect harmony. Harris poured his soul into the song. He strummed a lute as his spirits danced around him. A system window appeared. He had acquired the skill. Melody of harmony. He whispered the name of his new technique. Harris commented, I feel more stable now. It's as if the very power of nature is flowing through my vocal cords. Timer and Curie were stunned. They exclaimed, We've never seen or heard anything like this before. Saffron looked away, muttering, This is ridiculous. Even as she felt her own spirit reacting to the melody, she then wondered to herself, Did my spirit actually enjoy a foreign song? Timer noticed her expression. He reminded her she was just dancing a moment ago, but Saffron furiously denied it. Suddenly, Harris noticed his spirits were evolving in sync with the song. Key and Pascal ascended to their low-rank forms. He celebrated their evolution, a power-up for his team. Then, a circle of pure energy materialized in the air. He looked up, completely baffled. Harris wondered what it could be as the energy swirled above him. Saffron and Curie stared in awe. She recognized it instantly. A spirit of sound. He raised his hand toward the swirling vortex. Harris moved into the very center of the phenomenon. A burst of shimmering energy struck him squarely. Timer was shocked to see the spirit physically manifest. Saffron questioned, Did the music resonate so deeply that it summoned a spirit of sound? With a triumphant smile, Harris accepted the new being. He decided to name it the Little Spirit of Sound, now called Decibel. Harris held the tiny spirit in his palm, recognizing it as a magnificent prize from the phenomenal realm. He remembered reading in Saffron's book that phenomenal spirits were invaluable on missions. Timer approached, stating that music capable of touching a sound spirit's heart was a guaranteed success. He declared their performance would be legendary. Curie agreed, adding, "Sound spirits are famous for their beautiful melodies." With a smirk, Harris turned to their harshest critic. "So, what does Miss Saffron think?" The proud elf crossed her arms and reluctantly replied, "It might just work." Excited, he suggested, "Then let's start planning the rehearsals and the stage for the big day." Just as he was about to leave, Saffron called out to him. "Can I learn to play that instrument?" she asked. "It seems interesting." The young man looked back with a knowing smile and said, "Of course." Though doubt still lingered in her eyes, the group gathered to assign parts for the performance. The scene changes to a massive amphitheater, buzzing with an audience awaiting the festival's start. Cecily remarked to Rayfree, "Your daughter is in the same group as Harris." She added, "He must be incredibly nervous." Rayfree calmly denied it. Cecily just laughed and insisted, "Oh, believe me, he is." An announcer's voice boomed. "And now, it is time to hear what Harris has prepared for us." The band took the stage and began to play. Their spirits floated like ethereal lights around the stage. Harris masterfully played his instrument. Timer laid down a powerful rhythm on the drums. Curie joined in with a percussion instrument, while Saffron played her part, guided by Harris's lead. In the audience, Rayfree and Cecily gasped in shock as the song began. The vocalist's voice soared through the microphone. "If you run together, the spirits will guide you," Cecily commented. "I've never heard this song, but its wonderful tone makes my heart race." The melody unfolded with verses about forging a new journey together. Rayfree watched his daughter, wondering when she had become capable of showing such an expression. An elf in the crowd was astonished by the incredible, unheard-of music. Another student remarked, "Even with my sensitive ears, the sound is absolutely perfect." Cecily tried to get Rayfree's attention, pointing excitedly at the stage. She was blown away by their use of spirits in the performance. But when she turned back, she realized Rayfree was gone from her side, wondering where he had disappeared to. On stage, Harris sang, knowing Saffron had been a huge help with the production and tuning. Deep in the crowd, Rayfree proudly pointed to the stage, yelling to another elf, "That's my daughter." Harris and Saffron sang in perfect harmony. He could see that even though she tried to look annoyed, she was truly enjoying herself. The musicians' feet tapped to the infectious rhythm. The entire band pulsed with contagious energy. A final cymbal crash marked the end of the song. The audience erupted in applause, demanding an encore. As Saffron noticed how effortlessly her breath had flowed during the concert, she turned to Harris with a huge, genuine smile and exclaimed, "I was completely lost in the performance." A notification revealed that the melody of harmony was now affecting Saffron. Harris realized his ability worked on others. The young woman then spotted her father in the crowd and realized he had been watching her the entire time. Harris approached and asked, "So, how was it?" Saffron bowed deeply and admitted, "I have misunderstood you all this time." With a sincere smile, she apologized for being so difficult and confessed. "I lost the bet," Rayfree commented. "Listening to this music calms the soul. It's incredible how many people it has touched," he affirmed. Harris will undoubtedly make a great impact on the Elven Kingdom. The scene shifts to a grand, imposing white building. In her office, Saint Rar reviewed documents on her desk. She was informed of Heinlich's arrival and granted him an audience. The visitor waited at the door, awaiting permission to enter. The saint welcomed him into her office. She gestured for him to sit down and said, "There is something of great importance we must discuss." This immediately sparked his curiosity. Then she asked, "Have you ever heard of the Holy Sword?" Heinlich recalled that the weapon was a staple for heroes in fantasy tales. He replied, "I don't know much, but I understand it's the traditional weapon of a true hero." The saint revealed that a decree had been unanimously approved by all church members. She then asked Heinlich to challenge the path of the Holy Sword. He questioned, "Am I truly worthy of such an opportunity?" She explained the decision was made because of the Immortal King's resurgence. "For you," she declared, "are the new hero of the Great Divine Order." Heinlich was informed that the trial would take place in the Great Temple of Pakal, in the Western continent. That very location was the ancient Sal Empire, destroyed 300 years ago by the Second Immortal King.
After its fall, 4 nations declared themselves descendants of the empire, forming an alliance. The Great Temple was built in Leka, the southernmost kingdom. It marks the exact spot where the Immortal King was once vanquished by the hero of old.
The saint explained. The ancient hero defeated the Immortal King, but could not completely destroy his heart. The abyss then spread from that point, contaminating the land itself. The corruption was only purified when the hero plunged his sword into the ground, sealing it so a worthy successor could one day find it. Heinrich questioned, "But won't pulling out the sword break the seal?" But she assured him, "After 300 years, the land should be purified." She declared, "The time has come for you to inherit the weapon of heroes." With a determined smile, Heinrich accepted his destiny and assured her, "You can leave it to me." He then asked, "When should I depart?" The saint replied with urgency, "You must go now." He arrived at the Grand Temple of Pakal, a structure completely different from Rosalia's temple. Looking up, he commented, "This place is enormous." He introduced himself, correctly deducing the man before him was Cardinal Donovan.
The cardinal confirmed his identity and asked, "So you are the one who will challenge the Holy Sword?" Donovan placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, saying, "Since you are the hero recommended by the saint herself, it was obvious I would come to greet you personally."
The cardinal lamented taking his post. Had he known he would not see the saint again. He then added that he was worried someone might be bothering Heinrich, and that he would personally deal with such a person. He then released the young man and said, "But first, there is something I must tell you." He explained that the path of the sword opens only once a year, and that countless paladins have already failed the trial. He asked, "Do you truly believe you are capable, Heinrich?" Heinrich replied with unwavering resolve, "You need not worry. I will face the destiny God has prepared for me." He clasped his hands in prayer, asking for divine aid and declaring, "I believe in the power of the divine." As they descended a long staircase, he remarked, "It's deeper than I imagined." The cardinal asked what the saint had told him. The young man explained that the challenge is different for every person. Donovan confirmed this, clarifying that some finish in hours while others take weeks, so he could offer no advice. Standing before the gate of the trial, he offered Heinrich one last chance to turn back. The young man assured him, "I will not fail. I will wield the holy sword." Surprised by his conviction, the cardinal merely asked, "Are you serious?" A moment later, he gave his final warning. "The challenge will begin the moment you enter." Donovan wished him good luck. As the ancient gate groaned open, he prayed for the new hero's success. As Heinrich crossed the threshold, the first trial of the holy sword began. The mission reached the destination before time runs out. But from the very first step, the true weight of the challenge pressed down on him. The young man steeled himself to advance. Using the blessing of the jump, he knew this was a battle against the clock itself. He launched his body forward, a blur of motion. As he ran, he realized he'd crossed the distance of entire cities, yet the end was nowhere in sight. A memory surfaced. The saint's words explaining how the path of the sword reflects the divine will. She had told him the trial was different for everyone. Back in the corridor, he pushed onward, but a deep sense of unease settled in. He recalled her warning the divine would always be watching, crafting challenges he was meant to overcome. Heinrich skidded to a halt. He understood now. This wasn't a divine test of speed, but a crucible designed to push him beyond his breaking point. The true goal was to force him to his absolute limits. With that realization, he knew a simple jump would never be enough to reach that edge quickly. He had to use a more extreme technique, the rabbit jump. As he powered through the exercise, he muttered, "It feels like I've been sent back to the army." After a grueling 40 days, the first challenge was finally complete. Heinrich collapsed in exhaustion, gasping, "This is insane." Lying on the cold floor, he declared he had truly reached his limit. "Aren't 40 days a bit excessive?" he questioned. That's when he noticed the time difference. Here, time flowed 10 times faster than in Outerica. And compared to Earth, the ratio was a staggering 100 to 1. Heinrich crawled, giving up for a fleeting moment. He'd only discovered this truth thanks to his avatars. He remembered how, midway through the trial, his willpower had begun to crumble. Without them, he would have surely failed. Standing before the massive door,
he resolved to face the next challenge. Suddenly, he felt his body surge with renewed vigor. What was happening? He realized that by pushing himself to the brink of collapse, he had shattered his old limits and grown stronger. With this new understanding, he knew the tenfold time difference was no coincidence. It was a divine training event. Fired up, he decided to shatter his own record and complete 2,500 jumps, far away. A hooded figure asked another if the ritual was prepared. The reply came that it was nearly done. The first figure declared that soon, the entire continent would be consumed by darkness and left in utter ruin as a bloody skull was displayed. The man in the hood mused, "Now that the Immortal King has returned, we only need to give him a little push, and he will handle the rest." He smiled malevolently, stating the abyss would soon open, and the world would fall under their dark jurisdiction. As the ritual swirled, he added, "All of this is for the one who defies the very heavens." Meanwhile, Heinrich wondered if his new power was already approaching the level of an archbishop. A notification appeared, informing him he'd passed the second challenge and was proceeding to the next. A new door materialized before him. He remarked, "Everything is going smoothly so far." The challenge resumed as he stepped through the portal, arriving in a dark, unknown realm. His mission was clear: eliminate the enemy. But he had to wonder why he was in the middle of nowhere. A silhouette materialized, floating in the sky above. The figure seemed unnervingly familiar, and he searched his memory for where he'd seen it before. The enemy revealed itself an Arch Lich, a high-ranking subordinate of the ancient Immortal King. The creature identified him as a church hunter. "How did one like you manage to get this far?" it hissed. Heinrich noted its resemblance to Hans before his awakening and resolved not to underestimate it. He thought to himself, even a paladin would hesitate to fight an Arch Lich. Receiving no answer, the skeletal being prepared its assault. "Die, church dog!" the creature shrieked, summoning a massive horde of the undead. Heinrich observed that the Arch Lich alone would have been a problem, but now he faced an entire army. A confident smile spread across his face. "The creator of this challenge probably expected this exact reaction," he said aloud. "Too bad for them. I won't be caught off guard." The Arch Lich stared, wondering why the human was talking to himself. Then it raised its staff and declared, "For someone about to die, the conversation is over." It commanded its minions to advance, and the undead horde swarmed Heinrich. The young man moved like the wind, dodging the attack of one creature. He effortlessly evaded another blow from behind, then sent one of the undead flying with a powerful kick. The Arch Lich was stunned. How is he dodging all of them? In a fit of fury, it commanded, "Subordinates, finish him." The young man warned it, "Don't think that all I can do is dodge." In a flash, he drew his weapon and unleashed his divine power, cleaving through the surrounding undead. The Arch Lich recoiled. "That divine power, does it belong to an archbishop?" Heinrich taunted. "It seems someone's getting scared." The Arch Lich denied it, snarling, "I am merely thrilled to finally fight with everything I have." It raised its staff high, declaring, "This will be your end," and issued a final challenge. "Block my next attack." The skeletal creature unleashed a devastating blow, but Heinrich charged forward, deflecting the entire attack with a single, perfect slash. The Arch Lich couldn't believe its eyes. How did you block it all with just one strike?" The young man stood firm, weapon in hand. "Fallen," the Lich demanded. "How did you predict all of my tactics?" But Heinrich replied coolly, "I don't possess any special ability." He pointed his weapon at the Lich and revealed, "I just have a very talented instructor." Behind him, the spectral image of his master appeared as he stated, "And this instructor has no intention of ever letting me die." The Arch Lich scoffed at his private lesson, calling his efforts utterly useless. Heinrich's eyes narrowed at the provocation. The creature questioned, "How long do you plan to keep struggling?" The Arch Lich began to cast a powerful spell right in front of him, challenging him to dodge the coming attack. A colossal pillar of destructive power erupted towards Heinrich. When the dust finally settled, the skeletal creature surveyed the crater. It declared, "It's impossible to have blocked my secret technique. Rest well, Holy Knight."
But a voice cut through the silence. Was that really your special attack? The Arch Lich was completely shocked. The young man emerged from the smoke, confirming he was still alive with a confident smile. You didn't even hit me. The creature shrieked in disbelief. That can't be true. It attacked again, refusing to accept that a mere holy knight had defended against its power. Heinrich braced for the impact once more. He admitted that even with his advantage, it was still difficult to block those attacks completely. But with Hans's knowledge guiding him, he could see every single weakness. He charged forward, shouting, "It's over!" The creature was struck, but it declared, "You will never be able to kill me." Its body rapidly regenerated as it explained, "I cannot be killed as long as my core remains intact." The Archlich's voice echoed, "The Order has created an impressive knight, but I swear, I will make you feel the consequences when I return." It screamed, "I will make you pay." But Heinrich suddenly appeared beside the core, greeting it with a smirk. Then he pierced the creature's core with his weapon. He asked mockingly, "Did the Archlich think I wouldn't notice the energy pouring from its core? I got here early and just waited for you," he explained. Bidding it farewell, he shattered the core with a final strike. The third challenge was complete. An instruction guided him to the portal where the Holy Sword resided. "Just as I expected," he commented. "Defeating monsters and being rewarded. It's a fair system." The young man prepared to enter the final portal. On the other side, a new destiny awaited. He crossed a long corridor flanked by ancient statues and finally saw it the Holy Sword, resting on a pedestal. The place where it rested was the Abyss, a scar left on the world by the Immortal King himself. The final trial was simple: pull the sword and be recognized as its master. He gripped the hilt, ready for the final test. As he pulled, a tremendous amount of power erupted from the blade. He soon realized something was continuously emanating from the steel. The memories of ancient heroes' battles. He was receiving the knowledge of every previous user of the Holy Sword. However, there was something more. All of their raw emotions were also sealed within the weapon. With his mental cube ability activated, he declared, "Others might have failed here, but I will not." He could feel their sorrow and rage, but it was enough. He pulled the sword with greater force, ordering it in an impatient tone. "Don't throw a tantrum." He raised the blade high and called it his partner, finally fulfilling the condition and achieving enlightenment. In that instant, he acquired the ability blessing of the Holy Sword. A glowing symbol appeared on his hand, leaving him stunned. The sword then vanished into thin air. He realized he could now use it as a subspace, a useful trick for wielding the Holy Sword. His abilities merged, forming the special technique Logic War. The blade manifested in his hand once more. Heinrich commented, "It's incredible. To gain the techniques of other heroes, making my power stronger and my movements more precise." He turned his gaze to his own reflection in the blade and announced, "I finally have the Holy Sword." The scene shifts to a mountainous region west of the Ion continent. Inside a remote cabin, someone speaks of the dark mage of the mountains. The Immortal King's voice cuts in. "What is your name?" Kneeling, the man replied, "My name is Victor Nolan." The king introduced himself as Hannibal Strauss. Instantly, Victor recognized him as the legendary Immortal King and begged to be spared. Hannibal said he had come to recruit talent, activating his shadowy ability. Suddenly, he reacted to a disturbance. Turning his head sharply toward the window, Victor asked, "Did something happen?" Hannibal explained. "Someone has performed sacrifice rituals simultaneously in the west and south of the Lee Kingdom." Victor stood up, enraged. "Those fools! They did this without consulting the Immortal King." Then he asked, "What are you going to do about it?" Hannibal moved with blinding speed. "I need to hear their reasons," he stated grimly. "In person, of course." A man cloaked in shadow proclaims, "This is the moment we've bled for." The cabal of sorcerers channels their life force into a grand ritual. Their leader watches with satisfaction, certain that everything is proceeding flawlessly. The master sorcerer reveals this has been his life's work, 30 years in the making. But suddenly, his confidence shatters. "What is happening?" he cries. The magic circle is fracturing, the spell collapsing before his very eyes. Refusing to accept defeat,
He clutches the amulet hanging from his neck. He raises it to the heavens, unleashing its forbidden power. A shockwave of raw energy erupts, striking down his own followers.
The spell detonates from the heart of the circle. A twisted smile graces the leader's face. The seed of madness has finally found its vessel, he declares. He then bids farewell to the greatest wizard he ever knew, promising his memory would live on. He vows that soon, the world will crumble into ruin, just as they desired. From afar, the Immortal King witnesses a colossal pillar of energy tear through the sky. He realizes something unthinkable has occurred. The Abyss, a power capable of destroying worlds, has been unleashed once more. This is a variable I never anticipated, he admits. By the time his forces arrive, it will all be over. He concludes the time has finally come to settle the score with the vow of challenge. Suddenly, the Immortal King feels a strange stirring in his chest. He recognizes them, the voices and thoughts of ancient kings who once dwelled in the Abyss. A powerful voice manifests, demanding, "What are you doing?" The entity calls upon the fourth and the first to join him, in plunging the world into absolute despair. The Immortal King scoffs. "Do you truly believe a ghost from the past can command me?" As the entity questions his defiance, he declares, "I have no intention of obeying a loser." The voice echoes with mocking laughter. "I have conquered death itself." It boasts, "How can you, an immortal king, still cling to reason?" The sovereign smirks. "This newcomer has some spirit." The voice seethes with jealousy. "My blood boils. We are still shackled by mortality." Clutching the heart in his hand, he understands. The impurity he always felt was born from these very thoughts. The voice continues, explaining their bond is forged from remorse and a desperate yearning for freedom. As the entity cries out for emotional release, the Immortal King dismisses them as mere noise. What is calm or emotion to beings like you? He realizes that in the end, every living thing is trapped by the fear of death. The entity then offers a reward, something he could never obtain, if he grants them the peace of eternal demise. The Immortal King cuts the voice off. Silence. He vows to grant its wish for complete erasure. The words echo in his mind, to possess something he never could. With newfound resolve, he declares, "I'll find out soon enough," and activates his unique ability in Persona. Persona grants him dominion over a specific emotion, targeting the thoughts seared into the heart. He extends his hand, beginning the extraction. He starts to purge the ancient emotions from his very being. The entity whispers, "I am fading, being erased, finally achieving eternal death." The Immortal King simply wishes it a peaceful rest. Floating in the void, he curses the old fools. Ancient runes begin to materialize across his hand. This is quite the reward, he admits, surprised to find the legacy of the Immortal Kings was hidden all along. It's revealed the past kings required vast armies to lay waste to entire continents and empires. While the Order eliminated most of their forces, a few commanders escaped their purge. These powerful remnants chose to be sealed away, deep within the Abyss. Han Seong. Han realizes that the first of these ancient legacies is beginning to awaken. Elsewhere, the Avatar steps into a grand, empty hall. He looks around, a sense of confusion on his face. Suddenly, the stone floor before him shatters into pieces from the rising dust and rubble. Arch Lich, Dwell McCain, the Immortal King's royal guard, emerges. The creature curses the fools from the Order. "Now that I have returned, I cannot allow things to remain as they are." He stops short, finally noticing the Avatar's presence. The Avatar asks calmly, "Have we not met before?" The Arch Lich is stunned into silence. The knight apologizes for its return to the world of the living. "But," he comments, "you truly have the worst luck, returning at this very moment." In a flash, the knight surges forward, obliterating the Arch Lich instantly. Where the monster once stood, only a single crystal remains. The Avatar picks it up, understanding the sacred spring was trapped between the holy sword and the Abyss. He inspects the object, noting that he would normally destroy it on sight. But this time, he'll be kind and leave the task to Hans. Take good care of your new master, he says to the crystal. Meanwhile, the Immortal King lands at the site of the ritual. He scans the desolate courtyard, realizing the ones called the Vow of Defiance have already scattered to the winds.
He identifies this place as the very source of the abyssal energy that tore open the sky. He gazes up at the gaping hole in the heavens, a wound left by the abyss itself.
But something glinting on the ground catches his eye. He leans down and picks up a small shard of metal. He wonders if it was left behind, but the chaotic energy signature makes it impossible to track. Giving up, he decides not to keep the object. Instantly, he feels the madness emanating from the abyss begin to resonate with him. Even in this unstable state, its power could cause catastrophic damage to the continent. To grasp its nature, he activates the skill, Eye of Darkness. He discovers that this is the origin of the black magic within his Immortal King's heart. Han Hyun believes if he plays his cards right, he can master this power completely. With this singular goal, he focuses all the energy into one single point. He raises his hand to the sky and begins to draw in the power, closing his fist with absolute resolve. He decides to absorb it all. The raw power of the abyss channels directly into his body. A smile spreads across his face as he whispers, "I can feel the flow." "The abyssal energy," he exclaims, "is coursing through every fiber of my being." As he feels his strength surge, he concludes, "Those idiots actually did me a favor." But suddenly, an immense force throws him backward. The impact sends him crashing to the ground as something begins to claw its way out of the earth. He watches as a colossal skeleton rises from the crater. The bone dragon, Infiltrates, emerges completely from the ground. The monstrous creature reassembles itself and lets out a deafening roar. The sight is both magnificent and terrifying. But the dragon turns its empty sockets on him, roaring with terrifying aggression. Han Seong Hyun wonders, does this beast not recognize its master? He calls out its name, Infiltrates, and the dragon's eyes flicker with recognition. The immense beast bows its head, and the Immortal King smirks. "So, you finally recognize your master?" He approaches the colossal dragon and comments, "Up close, you're almost cute." He declares, "This is not the end of the Immortal King's legacy, but rather, I am the one who will continue it." Suddenly, he senses an approaching presence. He turns to his new mount and asks, "You feel it too, don't you?" In the distance, a group of knights appears over the horizon. "It seems we have visitors," Han Seong Hyun announces. He considers that now isn't the best time to confront the Great Divine Order. He still knows too little about the abyss. But then he changes his mind, comparing it to taking friends for a spin in a brand new car. The reemergence of a bone dragon and the opening of the abyss after centuries is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He leaps onto the creature's back, declaring, "This is the perfect opportunity to farm a mountain of karma." The Immortal King looks down at Infiltrates. "You've been trapped for far too long. Now, fly as high as you wish." The dragon's skeletal wings creak as they prepare for flight. He commands the beast, "Show them all who you truly are." As the dragon spreads its terrifying wings across the desert, a squadron of knights charges forward at full speed. Their commander shouts, "Faster! I can still feel the abyssal energy." His second-in-command agrees grimly. "Even as an elite unit," he says, "we must be prepared. An enemy this powerful is not to be underestimated." Suddenly, one of the soldiers points to the sky. Is the abyss causing the sky to darken? Startled by the sudden twilight, the commander looks up. "No," he roars. "That's not the abyss." He orders everyone to brace for impact. From the darkening sky, the bone dragon bursts from the shadows, revealing the Immortal King riding upon its back. From his perch, he asks, "What brings the order all the way out here?" A knight shouts back, "We came because we sensed the opening of the abyss." His foe nods in understanding. The man then demands, "What do you intend to do about this disaster?" He accuses the king of causing the cataclysm and sacrificing thousands of innocent people. The Immortal King thinks to himself, "They're even crazier than I thought." The knight's voice trembles with rage. "The damage to the continent will be unimaginable." He pins all the blame on the Immortal King, leaving a younger soldier beside him utterly bewildered.
Even so, the sovereign decides to play his part as the villain. Arguing with these fools would be a waste of breath.
He positions himself on the dragon's skull and proclaims, "Who else but I would be capable of such a magnificent feat?" One of the knights draws his blade and declares, "As expected, you will be judged for your crimes." The Immortal King warns the Order's lackeys, "Don't get too excited. Today is merely a warning." A knight calls his words nonsense and charges forward to silence him. But Archbishop Ladius holds him back, shouting, "Stop, model!" A cold realization dawns on the man. "Don't you see it?" he asks urgently. "The enemy is deliberately keeping his distance." The Archbishop knows the Immortal King didn't come here just to talk. In that instant, he understood. This was all a trap. The Immortal King is almost impressed by his sharp deduction. Archbishop Ladius demands to know what kind of warning the Master of the Abyss is sending. With a smirk, the king reveals the truth. This warning is for the Holy Knight, Heinrich Langard, the man who dared to pierce his heart. A low, chilling laugh escapes his lips. The Archbishop is completely baffled, questioning the meaning behind his words. But the Immortal King simply declares with finality, "This is my victory."
A warning. For Sir Heinrich, Ladus repeats. Bewildered, the king confirms it with a nod. One of the knights explodes with fury. "I will not stand for such blasphemy against the hero of the gods."
To make this a true spectacle, the Immortal King muses that Heinrich's name must be glorified. He wonders aloud if he should just end everything right here. With a flick of his wrist, he commands Intrio to reveal its power. The monstrous creature begins to gather its energy for a devastating attack. The Archbishop and his knights unite in a desperate prayer. "Our faith will not succumb to this evil," they declare. In an instant, the bone dragon unleashes its breath of death. It collides with the knights' holy barrier. "Knights of the gods," Archbishop Ladius roars. "Hold the line." He pours all his strength into the defense. One of his knights cries out a warning. The barrier won't hold for much longer. Just then, the terrifying assault finally ends. Two young clerics can't believe they actually survived the onslaught. But Ladius barks his orders. "Do not lower your guard. Return to formation." As one of his men begins to speak about the Immortal King, they all look to the sky, only to find it empty. The enemy had vanished, leaving the Archbishop lost in thought. A knight growls in frustration. "Did our foe really think we'd fall to such a simple attack? He completely underestimated us," he proclaims. But the Archbishop remains silent, his mind racing. What is the Immortal King plotting? What kind of twisted scheme has he set in motion? Far away from the battlefield, the Immortal King complains to Intratio about the lingering smoke. He praises the dragon for its convincing breath attack. It was the perfect distraction to deepen the drama of his act. Han Seong Hyun congratulates himself on an Oscar-worthy performance as the abyss-opening Immortal King. But suddenly, he feels a new presence ripple through the world. It seems another one of the legacies has finally awakened. Deep within a distant forest, a dark energy begins to surge. "I can feel the aura of my comrades across the entire continent," he declares. Skeletons begin to claw their way out of the forest floor. The Donegan Iron Troop has risen. Their commander orders the Aliotropes to advance. In the western lands of the Reinhard Kingdom, a sinister energy tears through the heavens. A portal rips open in the sky. The kingdom's soldiers are ordered to flee for their lives. The commanding officer watches in horror. Skeletons are pouring out from every direction. In a panic, he screams, "We're surrounded." He can't comprehend how the undead could display such tactical intelligence. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air. A fearsome dark knight has appeared. The soldier realizes with dread. The undead are moving as one army. The knight charges forward, cutting down a soldier in a single blow. The officer screams his last order. "Inform the Viscount about the appearance of a Death Knight." And just like that, the specter of the Death Knight casts its shadow over their kingdom. Meanwhile, the moon illuminates a grand and silent mansion. Seated at a lavish table, a vampire asks for a status report. His subordinate informs him that the entire continent of Outerica is now in a state of emergency. Lord Mullo explains that the abyss has opened everywhere, summoning vast armies of the undead. The vampire inquires about their own base, the Thalia Kingdom. He's told the region has suffered no significant damage. This is thanks to Hans, who is dealing with all the undead personally. Yet, the vampire lord remains deep in thought. Mulo notices his master's troubled expression. "Is something bothering you, my lord?" he asks. The dark noble questions the nature of the insanity leaking from the abyss, but he is told that its true effect remains a mystery. Lord Mullo reports that despite the uncertainty, there's been a surge in fights over petty issues. He suggests it's likely due to the influence of this insanity. The vampire seems skeptical. Isn't that an exaggeration? Everyone is on edge. But his subordinate insists it's more than that. "How can you be so certain, Mullo?" the Lord asks. Lord Mullo pauses, then reveals a chilling fact. It's not just humans. Even the monsters have started acting strangely. The vampire lord puts the pieces together. Even the mindless beasts of the wild are becoming more violent. He now understands. The effect of this insanity touches all forms of life. Then our priority is clear. Hines declares, "We must gather all information on this influence." Lord Mulo bows in agreement. Hines rises from his desk. He knows Hans is busy assembling the Immortal King's army and can't be disturbed. For now, gathering intelligence is the only path forward. The scene changes, shifting to the Grand Divine Order. There, the consensus is that Sir Heinrich must be the one to intervene. The hero kneels before the Saintess, offering his holy sword. "I knew you would succeed, Sir Heinrich," she says with a gentle smile. "Thank you for your faith in me," he replies. She notes that she heard much had transpired during his absence. The Saintess mentions the strange phenomenon from the abyss, and Heinrich confirms that the rumors are true. She explains that what emerged was insanity itself, an unstable and dangerous force, made worse because they know nothing about it. Heinrich sees this as the perfect chance to use the Divine Order's reconnaissance force, offering to investigate it himself. The Saintess suggests that he should rest first, but the knight is resolute, wishing to fulfill his duty without delay. Seeing his unwavering determination, the Saintess falls silent. At last, she yields, admitting she cannot stop him. But then, she remembers something crucial that must be done first. She explains that a ritual is required now that the Holy Sword has been claimed, leaving him confused. She extends her hand toward the blade. "Sword of the Divine, reveal your true form," she commands. She then asks Heinrich to uncover the truth behind this crisis, and he swears he will. An object is then brought forward on a velvet cushion. Two knights whisper in awe of the monstrous power radiating from the Holy Sword. The Saintess places a necklace around Heinrich's neck. "Heinrich Langward," she proclaims, "you who have proven yourself above all others, I name you the Grand Paladin of the Divine Order." Instantly, the medallion on his chest erupts with a blinding light. A wave of unimaginable power crashes over him. He notes that pausing his mental cube for even a second nearly made the divine energy shatter his mind. What is this power? He questions inwardly. He feels his entire body being reforged from the inside out. The energy finally subsides, revealing his new form standing within a glowing sigil. The Saintess and the other clerics look on. "The grace of the divine is with you," she declares. A notification appears. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and obtained enlightenment, acquiring the special ability, Grand Blessing of the Night. He touches his hair and realizes it has turned a stark white. "Saintess Restar," he begins, but his immediate reaction is to question her. She gently corrects him. "You are no longer just Sir Heinrich Langward." The Saintess proclaims him something more. The Sacred. The title leaves him utterly stunned. She explains that the Grand Blessing, granted only by the Divine's will, is a clear sign of sanctity. Heinrich realizes this puts him on the same level as the Saintess herself. "Bring what has been prepared," she orders. Two attendants approach, adding to his confusion. The knight is shocked by what they place before him. It is the Guardian of Glory, an elite armor set forged by the finest artisans of the Divine Order. The clerics help him don the legendary armor. They explain it is crafted from the rarest ores, like mithril and orichalcum. More than that, the armor is imbued with sacred enchantments and divine barriers, transforming him into a true walking fortress. He marvels as the complete set magically adjusts to his body.
Merely wearing it, he can feel an immense divine power coursing through his veins. With the holy sword and the guardian of glory, his sacred armaments are finally complete. The Saintess comments that from this day forward, it seems they will be working closely together.
It would be my honor. Heinrich responds formally. But inwardly, he questions how things came to this. He feels completely unworthy of standing by her side as an equal. Just then, the Saintess reveals with a sigh, "I'm so happy to finally share my duties. Working until dawn every night was exhausting." He stares at 2 gigantic stacks of paperwork and can't help but wonder if this is some form of divine punishment. The Saintess informs him that the Continental Committee is about to convene. At the meeting, they will devise a plan to eliminate the undead plague. "I will be counting on you, Sir Heinrich," she says with a smile. "I will do my very best," he promises. She then declares that they both have a mountain of work to do before the meeting begins. The Immortal King descends from the sky, landing before Karam, the Death Knight. "It seems I am a little late," he declares. He introduces himself to his new subordinate. His overwhelming aura crushes a nearby warrior, enveloping him completely. Karam instantly recognizes the immense power radiating from this being. The Immortal King finally touches down, facing his new commander. He proclaims himself the new Immortal King. The Death Knight repeats the title, his voice filled with reverence. His master's identity was confirmed. The king observes his new general, noting that besides being a swordsman, Karam is a leader capable of commanding an entire army. He also senses the commander's skill with necromancy. He then formally addresses him by his title, Death Knight Karam. Karam bows his head. "It is an honor to be recognized by you, my king." The Immortal King notes his subordinate seems to have enjoyed the chaos, but the knight begs for forgiveness, explaining, "I awoke near the humans." He declares the deed is done, and now is the time to gather their strength. The king gives the order to fall back. Kum replies, "I will obey." With that, the Death Knight and his legion fade back into the shadows. The Immortal King gazes at the dark energy swirling in his hand. He surveys the utter destruction around him. He knows he cannot simply leave things like this. He remembers the words of Saint Rar, who warned that if their forces remained scattered, they would be destroyed one by one. If that was their fate, he had to act now. The damage was catastrophic. The very land itself seemed to weep. He had hoped to avoid this method, knowing the terrible side effects it carried. But he had no other choice. He called out to his children, asking them to heed his voice, announcing, "Your lord, the Immortal King, has arrived." His summons reaches his servants as he reveals, "I am present in bone." He knows this will expose his location, but believes the order will need time to analyze his magic. As long as his forces could gather quickly and vanish, it was a risk worth taking. "Now," he commands, "answer my call," releasing a torrent of energy into the sky. His commanders finally materialize before him. They kneel in unison, pledging their loyalty to his absolute command. They proclaim that they stand before the one true Lord of the Dead, promising to march their troops at once. The Immortal King then promises them, "I will lead you to a future you have never imagined." He opens his arms wide, reveling before his assembled army. Elsewhere, 2 men journey through a shadowed forest. One nervously asks Mike if this place is safe, mentioning dark rumors about the undead, but his companion scoffs. "Those are just stories." Suddenly, something brushes against Mike's hand. He calls his friend a coward, dismissing it. It was just an animal. After all, the undead don't move silently. A moment later, a rabbit hops away, but his friend just points behind him. Mike sighs. "What is it now?" The man stammers, asking if something is right behind him. A creature lunges from the darkness, striking him down. Mike watches in horror as the body hits the ground, whispering, "Monster." He quickly realizes he's completely surrounded. Another man runs to his side, shouting, "What in the hell are those things?" He can't understand what creatures from deep in the mountains are doing so far down. Mike panics as he sees the horde closing in. He stumbles backward, muttering, "I've never seen anything like this." The terrifying question hangs in the air. How can monsters be working together? Someone else wonders about the unfolding crisis in front of the Hubert Trading Company. Inside, Hubert reads a newspaper detailing how monsters from the northern mountains ambushed a caravan. He recognizes this as a clear sign of the madness. He worries, thinking that if this continues, even the city of Tar will be in grave danger. Though he's gathered plenty of food and war supplies, he decides now is not the time for simple business. He stands, declaring, "While lesser merchants chase coin, the great ones hunt for hearts." He turns to a map on the wall, proclaiming, "Moments like this demand powerful allies." The map highlights Aonia County and the Iron Fortress. He considers his options, recalling news that the Iron Fortress was recruiting mercenaries in droves. He adjusts his monocle, realizing this was the very information he needed. In a rowdy tavern, the patrons buzz with talk of the fortress being in trouble. They say the northern monsters are showing signs of a massive migration. One man complains that these are unnatural beasts that breed faster than rabbits.
At a table of mercenaries, one wonders what their next move should be. He turns to his comrade and asks, "What do you think? Harley?" Harley slams his mug down, a grin spreading across his face. "We're going," he declares. "Are we really going to miss a party like this?"
One of his companions cheers. "That's the Harley I know." Another eagerly asks, "When do we leave?" Harley looks at them as if the answer is obvious. Is there even a question? With a wild look in his eyes, he sprints out, yelling, "We're going right now." His companions are left stunned. One asks, Did Harley pay for the drinks?" Another shakes his head, sending them all scrambling after him, shouting for their money. At the Mercenary Guild. The receptionist warmly greets Harley. Harley seems confused, wondering if they've met before. The attendant chuckles. "If someone in this guild doesn't know who Harley is, they must be new to this city." Harley cuts to the chase, saying they want to take the mercenary contract test. But the receptionist explains that the process is incredibly strict. As the attendant apologizes, one of Harley's friends steps up. "Does it make sense for a guild to turn away work from a mercenary?" Another cracks his knuckles, adding a silent threat. The attendant quickly clarifies, pulling out a special request. He informs Harley, "There is a special referral request, reserved only for you." Harley questions it, since he already planned to head to the Iron Fortress. He scoffs, tossing the letter aside and rejecting the offer, earning cheers from his crew. But the receptionist calmly states, "I don't believe you can refuse this one." He reveals the client is none other than Lord Telmine Aonia. The name hangs in the air, and the legendary mercenary freezes. The warrior beside him looks confused. The attendant repeats the full, prestigious name. Soon after, Harley is escorted to Lord Aonia's grand estate. A butler greets him, informing him that the lord is waiting. The mercenary asks, "He's inside." He then strides into the room, announcing his presence. A man clad in full plate armor turns to face him. Harley stares him down and asks, "You're a knight. Where's the lord?" The man replies with disdain. "The lord does not speak with mere mercenaries." "I am Knight Robin," he introduces himself. "And I am in charge of this mission." Harley smirks. "I've heard of you." He describes him as a truly exceptional warrior. The mercenary cuts to the point. "So what does a famous knight want with me?" Robin explains. "There is only one reason. We need someone who knows the northern mountains." He reveals their mission to rescue a VIP named Jick Steelstone. Harley's eyes narrow. "The northern mountains? Isn't that place crawling with monsters?" The knight confirms the VIP is the territory's master blacksmith, and he is a dwarf. The scene shifts to a hospital in Seoul. Han Seong Hyun approaches his grandmother, gently telling her, "We should go now." But she smiles, reassuring him. "I feel perfectly fine." "I'm so glad you're better," Han Hyun says with relief. His friend Tyson adds that even the doctors were shocked by her recovery. "But there's something strange," he adds. Han Seong Hyun asks, "What do you mean?" His friend explains that according to the doctor, it was as if a high-level priest had used divine power on her for 4 straight days. Tyson wonders how she could have such a connection, but Han Seong Hyun knows the truth. He was the one responsible. As they walk down the hall, he covers his tracks, saying his grandmother is just a strong woman who recovered on her own. Tyson agrees, saying she was rewarded for a lifetime of kindness. He then asks about their future plans. Han Hyun reveals he's found a house in the suburbs where they can live a more peaceful life. His friend questions the move. "Isn't it bad to be so far from Seoul?" But Han Seong Hyun simply replies, "It's a necessary sacrifice," offering a faint smile. That night, he apologizes to Tyson for making him worry. He remarks that he can now travel long distances with much greater ease. The next day, the scene cuts back to the frozen mountains. Harley leads the expedition with a grim expression. One of the knights remarks, "Everyone is on edge." The request had come directly from the Lord himself. He also notes that Knight Robin is truly impressive, not just assigning the mission, but personally leading it. Robin announces they are nearing the location where the dwarf left a transmission. Harley asks for details on the contact. The knight explains. "The dwarf noticed the monsters were acting strangely. He found a hiding spot and contacted us with a magic device." A mercenary complains. "Did he really have to climb a mountain like this just for that?" But his companion retorts, "It's nothing new for dwarves to seek out rare minerals." Harley remains silent, listening to the chatter. As they press onward, he takes stock of the group. Every one of them is a famous mercenary from Tar, a true elite force. Suddenly, his senses scream with danger. "Careful," he yells, just as monsters burst from the snow to ambush them. Two mercenaries leap forward, shouting, "Leave this to us." An enchanted arrow strikes the beasts and explodes on impact. But the two attackers can only stare in shock. From the smoke, the creatures emerge completely unscathed. The mercenary curses. "The deeper we go, the tougher these things get." Her companion agrees. "Their resistance has skyrocketed." Harley cracks his neck and declares, "Looks like I'll have to step in." He prepares his body for battle. The warrior surges forward, attacking two monsters at once. He grabs two hulking orcs by the throat and growls, "Are you ready?" A knight falls from the sky, landing before a dark mansion. Inside, a vampire sits at his desk, reviewing reports. He notes that Hans has acquired intel from the Banshee Queen. He now had eyes on the Verislak clan and the Banshee underworld, and could rely on Harley for anything concerning the madness. Yet, the vampire wonders about the sudden chill of fear running down his spine. He lifts his head, confused by the strange premonition. Just then, Mulo bursts into the room calling his name. The vampire asks what has happened. Mulo reports that monsters have begun attacking the demon forest. But his master is unfazed, saying he already dispatched 2 True Bloods to handle it. Hines insists that's not all, revealing that the monsters of the northern mountains have begun a full-scale descent to the south. Back in the mountains, Harley senses something spreading in every direction. He scans the landscape and finally identifies the phenomenon. It was madness. The very air was corrupting the creatures, turning them into something far more dangerous. The warrior's thoughts, however, turned to the safety of his companions. Robin tried to reassure them, announcing their destination was just ahead. Meanwhile, Harley sensed the madness infecting the air was surprisingly weak against humans. Still, he could feel its corrupting energy seeping into his very being. His physical prowess was surging, but at the cost of his self-control. Activating his mutation ability, he wrestled the transformation back from the brink, knowing that without it, he would have already succumbed to insanity. Suddenly, one of the knights called for a halt. The mercenary's voice was tense. "More monsters up ahead." Robin quipped that Harley himself was dressed like a monster. The warrior simply smirked. "It suits me perfectly." From the shadows, a figure cloaked in foliage emerged. "They're already here," he declared. It was the blacksmith, Gionic Steelstone, revealing he had been expecting them. Gionic offered to guide them to a shelter he'd prepared, but Harley's senses screamed otherwise. "I can't." Robin shot him a questioning look. The warrior's instincts were confirmed in the next instant. "The monsters. They're coming," he warned, his voice grim. "We need to get underground, now." Robin immediately ordered everyone to cover the rear. As they scrambled down the mountain, the ground began to tremble from the approaching horde. Gionic risked a glance back and froze. A grotesque beast lunged, claws outstretched to tear him apart. The dwarf let out a desperate cry. "Somebody, save me!" In a flash of steel, Harley was there, slicing the monster clean in two. A savage grin spread across his face. There's nothing more satisfying than cutting down beasts this big. But Robin snapped him back to reality. This isn't a game at this rate, they'll overwhelm us. With a sigh, Harley scooped the dwarf into his arms. The relentless pursuit continued.
A merciless wave of claws and teeth. The warrior knew if this kept up, they'd all be annihilated. "Isn't there a better way?" the mercenary cried out. Harley was silent for a moment, a plan forming in his mind. He turned to Robin. "Give me my share of the magic stones. I'm running on empty."
The knight didn't hesitate. "If it's for the mission, take them." Harley grabbed the pouch of stones with a word of thanks, then promptly tossed the stunned dwarf to one of the knights. The warrior planted his feet, a lone figure against the coming storm. His companion yelled, "What are you doing? It's suicide! Get out of here!" Harley simply glanced over his shoulder with a chilling smile. "Weren't you the one who wanted another way?" He emptied the pouch into his hand. Then, in an act of pure insanity, the warrior tossed the entire handful of magic stones into his mouth, crushing them between his teeth. An overwhelming wave of madness, far greater than before, erupted from within him. He realized each stone held a different intensity of power. If he could absorb it all while his mutation held his sanity together, he could become infinitely stronger. "I will devour all the madness in this world," he roared. As the conditions for evolution were met, his ability, savagery, transformed into the special skill Mad Beast. His body contorted, muscles swelling with terrifying power. He opened his eyes, a glint of pure mania within them, and let out a triumphant laugh. Wielding a massive axe, he was ready for war. The tide of monsters crashed towards him. "Let the carnage begin," he whispered, feeling his entire body thrumming with power. The warrior charged forward, roaring that this newfound strength was unbelievably hot. He leaped into the fray, a blur of destruction. Amid the chaos, his battle cry echoed. "Just die!" As he cleaved through his enemies, he rose from a pile of slain beasts, finally understanding the true power of the Mad Beast. His allies could barely follow his movements. One knight gasped, "The rumors! They said he was the strongest warrior from TK." It wasn't an exaggeration, but Robin corrected him grimly. "He's not their strongest. He's the strongest on this entire continent." In that moment, another monster lunged for an attack, but the warrior merely met its gaze with a smile. With a single, effortless swing, the enemy was obliterated. He stood victorious, a king upon a battlefield of corpses. "Well," he stated calmly, "that solves that problem." Robin rushed to his side, stunned by the display. "Are you all right?" The dwarf, Jonik, showered him with praise. "You have the courage of a true dwarf." But Harley just mocked him. "Weren't you the one screaming for your life a minute ago?" Suddenly, a new energy signature washed over the area. Harley froze. For the first time, he felt a primal fear, an instinct that screamed at him to run. Robin noticed his change in demeanor. "What is it?" Harley's voice was low. "The situation just got very, very bad." He warned them. "If the monster that's coming finds you, all of you will be annihilated. Only I might survive." Jonik refused to give up. "We've come too far. You have to do something." The warrior's eyes lit up. "Dwarf, did you dig that hole you mentioned a place to hide?" Jonik confirmed he had. Harley pressed him. "Can you hide everyone in 10 minutes? The dwarf scoffed, puffing out his chest. 5 minutes is all I need." He then revealed his prized tool, a magnificent pickaxe he called Ellen. Harley watched the instrument, sensing its power. "Is that a magic item?" The dwarf just grinned and told everyone to stand back. Then he struck the earth with all his might. The ground shook violently, cracking and splitting beneath their feet. With a few more mighty swings of his pickaxe, Jonik carved out the earth. He turned to the bewildered group and asked, "So, is this place comfortable enough for you?" They were now standing in a massive, newly formed cave. One knight stammered, "He created all this with just a few swings." Harley sat beside the dwarf, genuinely impressed. "You really are incredible." At that moment, a system notification appeared. A medium for ability selection had been discovered. The warrior wondered what it could possibly be. The system revealed the medium was the pickaxe. Ellen. He realized the tool was far more powerful than he ever imagined. His gaze fell upon Jonik, and a familiar, hungry thought crossed his mind. "I will devour that item, one way or another." But just then, the cave ceiling began to crumble. A knight looked up nervously. "There's something heavy up there," his companion whispered. Is it the monster Harley warned us about? Robin confirmed their fears. It's right above us, probably feasting on the corpses. We have to run, a knight urged, but Robin knew it was hopeless. That's not an option. A slow, dangerous laugh escaped Harley's lips. Robin turned to him. The warrior's eyes were gleaming. Let's lure the monster away. Robin's face went pale. That's a suicide mission. Harley's grin widened. I want to try. The other mercenaries panicked. Are you serious about this? He simply pointed a thumb towards Jonik's legendary pickaxe. Of course, as long as I have that, I'll give it a shot. It's just an insurance policy for a worst-case scenario, he explained. But the dwarf clutched his tool tightly. It's a magic artifact with a limited number of uses. But seeing the grim reality, Jonik relented. No matter how precious the item, life came first. The dwarf handed over the pickaxe, and Harley took it. Thanks, but Jonik refused to let go. The warrior grunted. Let go of it, the dwarf shot back. In your hands, you'll only be able to use it as a spatula. Harley finally ripped the pickaxe free and sprinted away. I'll use it and bring it right back, he yelled. Jonik screamed his name in despair. As he ran, Harley muttered to himself. Like hell I'm returning this. I saved your life, so we're even. With that, he thought he'd finally secured the legendary Ellen. But a new thought corrected him, bringing a smirk to his face. Actually, I just acquired myself a dwarf.